Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket.
Shedding Christmas trees litter the pavement. New exercise bikes get their first and only use before being repurposed as clothes horses. Rain disrupts the Sydney Test. COVID may have turned the world upside down, but it's reassuring to know that some January traditions will endure forever. But in a break from precedent for this series, we enter day 2 with England still in the game, thanks to their 3 frontline seamers. Can they make more inroads on what's due to be another stop-start day, or can Smith, Khawaja and co drag the game Australia's way yet again? Hello and welcome to the men's 2021-2022 Ashes here on Guerrilla Cricket. You join us early for day 2 of the 4th test from Sydney, with Australia of course already leading the series 3-0, but World Test Championship points, pride and perhaps careers up for grabs still for England. In the half a day that we got yesterday, 46.5 overs, Australia managed 126 for 3 after winning the toss and batting first. Starts for David Warner, Marcus Harris and Marnus Labuschagne, but Broad, Anderson and Wood all struck with good deliveries and tight bowling and classic test match dismissals in Australia. Catches behind the wicket, and Smith and Labuschagne, and Usman Khawaja record to the side in the one change that Australia made from the demolition job at the MCG were made to work very hard last night. I'm Knuckle Mpande in the host chair for today and taking you through the first half an hour of play. I'm joined by Jack Hope.
Good evening, Knuckle. How are you getting on?
Yeah, not too bad. There's cricket all over the world and I'm trying to watch as much of it as possible. And he's already introduced himself nasally, Jeremy Messi Jez Henderson.
Apologies. Good morning, everybody. It's 10 to 7 in the morning in Perth. Ridiculous time to be playing cricket in my own country, but never mind.
Well, as Jack and I were discussing before you joined us, Perth is only tangentially connected to the rest of Australia. We only got, at any one time yesterday, 25 overs of consecutive play, but it ended up actually, Jack, being quite a decent days of Test cricket.
Yeah, it was. It was classical, I think was the word you used. In as much as it provided a really good battle between bat and ball. It saw Australia wrestle the initiative early and then England drag it back with a couple of wickets. Then it looked like Australia were going to take it away again before they picked up that crucial wicket of Marnus Labuschagne. How nice was it, by the way, that all of the chances, off the top of my head anyway, were actually caught by the England team.
And with apparently no issues. There was the first wicket to fall yesterday was David Warner, caught quite smartly by Zach Crawley off a flying outside shoulder of the bat, made it look very simple for Stuart Broad around the wicket. That is the 8th time that he's got David Warner since the start of the 2019 Ashes. Marcus Harris caught very calmly by Joe Root at first off James Anderson, and then a very regulation catch to Joss Buttler off an absolute beauty, it has to be said, from Mark Wood on Marnus Labuschagne. He's only had 2 since coming into the side as Stephen Smith concussion replacement. Only scored below 47 in the first innings twice, both times in the last 2 Test matches dismissed by beauties from Mark Wood. So bowl really fast and really well might be a way to get Marnus Labuschagne out.
Or catch the ball.
Well, that helps. That helps too. Yes, you may well have read the Ben Jones CricViz piece that we were referring to yesterday about Marnus Labuschagne getting dropped a lot, but Jez, Australia do have some work to do to establish a position of dominance on what, for all of the stop and startiness and for all of the fact that England have bowled quite well, looks a fairly placid batting wicket.
I don't disagree at all. I was surprised to see 2 totally different takes from people last night. Some said Australia were dominant, others said England were dominant. I think it's about even Stevens at the moment, and I agree. I still have big question marks over the Australian batting lineup. I really think they are pretty fragile, and I'm pleased to see them being put under some pressure. I'm hoping that Mark Wood gets a little luckier today, because I thought he bowled pretty well yesterday, although a bit short on occasions, but he had some real pace, and I think pace is a big weakness for most of the Australian batters.
Well, there aren't many bowlers in the world who you can realistically prepare against for Mark Wood bowling consistently in the high 90s. 10 overs 1 for 31 is indeed a poor reflection of how well he bowled. Bit of an issue beyond the main 3 though, Jack, in Anderson and Broad and Wood, and that's kind of been the story for England with the ball in this series. They've had usually 3 bowlers bowling quite well for most of it, but Ben Stokes is providing very little with the ball at the moment.
Not even really able to control the scoring rate. He's sort of going at a mid-2000s one-day rate with the ball, and everyone else is going at 2 and over or 2.5 and over. It is a worry for England, and it's probably part of the reason they've had to rest or we think maybe rest, but perhaps Robinson has been injured. Is that they've had to pick up a lot of the work, the 3 main bowlers. With the personnel available to them, I'm not sure there's a way around it. They just sort of have to hope that the big 3, whoever the big 3 on the day are, take wickets and do all the damage themselves. Yeah,
it's been fairly well split between the 4-seamers or the 3-seamers and the all-rounder. Jack Leach bowled 2 tiny overs for 3 runs, and if he can chip in sort of 15 overs for 2 or so and over, that's at least doing part of his job. With the pitch might turn a little bit later, it looks pretty dry. But crucially, it also looks dry in Sydney. We're starting half an hour early and will do for the rest of the Test match to make up the, as I say, nearly half a day that was lost yesterday to 4 separate rain delays, including 2 that reintroduced themselves with minutes to go until the resumption. But it does look dry to start with in Sydney. We'll get to your social media messages, but I'll just first run you through the team changes if you weren't with us yesterday. Australia, as I said, made just the 1 change. Usman Khawaja coming in for Travis Head, who's tested positive for COVID, and Stuart Broad returning for the knackered, frankly, Ollie Robinson, who, as Jack said, has had to do an awful lot of work So Australia line up with David Warner, Marcus Harris and Marnus Labuschagne, all out in this innings. Stephen Smith, Usman Khawaja, Cameron Green, keeper Alex Carey, captain Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Nathan Lyon, and with Josh Hazelwood still having a side strain, Mitch Swepson not chosen for his debut as yet, and Jai Richardson not selected either. Scott Boland, the hero of the MCG. England lineup with Hasib Hamid, Zach Crawley, Darwin Milan, captain Joe Root, Ben Stokes, Johnny Bairstow, keeper Joss Butler, Mark Wood, Jack Leach, Stuart Broad and James Anderson. But we should go to the dramatis personae out there in the universe of Twitter.
So, we don't have a lot of people with us yet, but I'm pleased to say that Mog is one of them. He says, sorry I can't tweet. I'm too busy laughing at the Novak Djokovic situation. To which says, Jeff Perkins says, so no one wants him in Australia because he lacks a prick, which is entirely true, amongst other things. Warren says, evening all. Peter Ward says, good evening. Avoiding further Dixon of Doc Greenery with my greeting. Also, leaving the Djokovic puns to others. Highlight yesterday was to be Leach signing a fan's head. Great work. And over on YouTube, we have Ediek with us. He says, I hope that sneeze during the intro isn't something of a foreboding sign of incoming rain at Sydney Messers. I've actually had a look at the radar. The radar looks pretty good. There is rain to the west of Sydney, but the incoming area doesn't have any. But there is a real capacity for clouds to appear out of nowhere over Sydney. It's a really interesting phenomenon.
Yeah, it's a coastal city. Basically, I think hopefully any rain should blow through quickly. It is still pretty breezy out there at the SCG. Yes, COVID turned the world upside down. Novak Djokovic tried to pretend it wasn't happening, and then Australia decided he wasn't happening.
Yeah, I'm pleased to say that. It was one time I've seen universal position on Twitter. Everybody said he should shove his exemption where the sun don't shine.
I think Australia have done that for him. It's seemingly. The players are about to come out to the middle at the SCG. I should just tell you about the GPL before we get going. GorillaCricket.com/competition. And what you're doing there is guessing the number of runs that will be scored in today's play. You can win a huge amount of money potentially because you pay £1 per guess. All of your guesses go into the pot, which starts today at £22, but has been as high as 190 at times over the years. In fact, it was won at 84 on the last day of the Melbourne Test by Hombre Nuevo. So the pot grows with every entry. You have until lunchtime, which is 1 o'clock UK time. Presumably, possibly 1:30. Actually, we'll try and get
1:30.
It
1:30 UK
is
time.
1:30.
1:30. Yes. So just adding an hour, half an hour onto the start of the day. So 1:30 a.m. UK time is when that closes. We'll give you some more reminders as the morning session wears on. GorillaCricket.com.
Just a quick question.
Competition.
Sorry, quick question for you. John Thompson says, just found you, downloaded the Hot Mic app. Where do I put in the code? Are you able to help him with that, Knuckle?
I might have to do a little bit of that when I'm off mic. But,
okay. Code is GC Radio.
Code is GC Radio. Keep trying. Keep looking for places. The players are out there. We went off in the middle of an over yesterday, or 5/6 of the way through an over. So Stuart Broad from the Paddington end will bowl 1 ball.
Sweep the leg, Broady. Got the best headband around. Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thin now.
And he'll be bowling it to the record left-hander Usman Khawaja.
Born overseas, now plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja. Born overseas, now plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja.
Usman Khawaja is on 4 of 22. Stephen Smith is on 6 of 23. And here is Stephen Smith.
Inevitable. You know Steve Smith's inevitable.
First ball of day 2. Stuart Broad round the wicket to the left-hander Usman Khawaja, who leaves it on length through to Joss Butler, and there is no run. 47 overs gone, and Australia 126 for 3.
And so we've got a Twitter opportunity already. That's brilliant. Ravi Nair says, I'm amazed England haven't lost the match yet. Mayank, hello Mayank, evening all. Cricket will be overshadowed by that absolute dumbass Djokovic thinking he could lie to the independent panel about being COVID positive less than 6 months ago. SEN Radio says he's filed an appeal, but I doubt he'll be successful, the moron. And Peter Ward's retweeted a Titus Riley picture of Novak Djokovic's supporters taking to the streets of Melbourne, which shows a totally empty landscape, which I think is good. I know it's not about cricket, but it's funny, and we deal with funny a lot on Guerrilla Cricket.
Yes, we also deal with stupid. It is not going to be his Jimminess, St. Jimmy. It is going to be Mark Wood, who bowled extremely well yesterday.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good.
In his steams from the Randwick end, full delivery, a little hint of swing, maybe back into the right-hander. Smith blocks to Stokes at cover, there is no run. Interesting aggressive call, Jack, to start with Wood rather than Anderson.
I like it though. Woods had a little bit of success against Smith in this series and has well, maybe not the pick of England's bowlers away from home, but maybe the England bowler that's endeared himself most to a new audience on this tour.
Yeah, Pace will do that. I think he and certainly Ollie Robinson for the first test and a half was excellent until knackeredness got to him. 2 slips, probably a gully and a leg slip as well, in continuing with this very straight line to Smith, which has worked up to a point. This is pushed by Smith from the crease to Davin Milan at mid-wicket, and there is no run. But Wood's been in superb rhythm ever since he lengthened that run-up in South Africa after that chat with Michael Holding, and looks a completely different bowler in terms of his physical fitness and his ability to get through spells, and it's allowed him to work on things as well. He's got a little bit more subtlety to him than he did when he first started. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. This is into the body of Stephen Smith, and that could have gone absolutely anywhere. It skidded through. Smith tried to pull it. I'm not actually sure what it hit. I don't think there was any bat on that. It might have just hit the body and looped up over Smith's head and landed just behind the stumps. What did this hit? Yeah, just a hip, and then could easily have landed on the stumps, but it lands behind them. A good hurry up from Wood.
Yeah, it didn't actually get up as high as I think Smith was expecting it to. It hits the very top of the thigh pad instead of coming through sternum height.
Yeah, he made the symbol for it skidding through, and Wood, not the tallest man, will get that on occasion. Goes a little wider on the crease, not the exaggerated jump that he sometimes does, but Smith plays it well, goes back and pushes this into the offside. Not sure that's the line that Wood wants to be bowling to Smith. Smith moves to 7. The Smart Khawaja will face up to Mark Wood, and Khawaja looked very far from his fluent best last night. Fine player, Usman Khawaja, averages 40 in Test cricket, playing his first Test bizarrely in 2.5 years, but was made to look uncomfortable last night, or last, I suppose, afternoon, given when the rain came.
Yeah, he's pretty. Well, he's very much been dropped into this, hasn't he? I don't think it had been Australia's plan to have him in after Head found some form earlier in the series. But here he is. He'll want to make the most of his opportunity, of course.
Yeah,
from 23 so far, so he's in, Knuckle.
Well, he's not out, I suppose you can say that much. 2 slips on the gully and a leg gully for Khawaja. This is an easy leave outside off stump, with the ball angling across him. Is no run. Yeah, Travis Head preferred to Usman Khawaja at the start of the series. Marginal call. Many people would have gone with Khawaja, but Travis Head has certainly made the most of his opportunity. Australia have dealt remarkably well with COVID absentees and injury absentees. If you look at the performances of the likes of Jai Richardson and Michael Neser, and most spectacularly Scott Boland at the MCG.
Yeah, it really demonstrates the depth. Oh, sorry, Jez.
I was just going to say Australia's dealt amazingly badly with Omicron there.
Last ball of the over is fended at by Usman Khawaja, slightly awkwardly, but all along the ground, 2 leg gully. Hostile over from Mark Wood. Australia 127 for 3.
Anna Forsyth continuing the theme says, if you're looking for not cricket but stupid and funny, did you see the Spurs own goal earlier? I didn't, but I shall look it up because that's a very appealing thought, to be honest. Peter Moots says, listening to the greats of guerrilla cricket on TuneIn Radio here in Adelaide as day 2 of the Ashes begins at the SCG. Welcome, Peter. Thank you for that. And Mike says, American TV channel Willow didn't get the memo about the match starting early today, so I had to scramble and find a dodgy screen online of BT Sport, which means I'm 2 balls behind live TV. What the fuck's going on with these people? I gotta say, I blame Cricket Australia. It did absolutely nothing to advise what the hours of play today were to be. I looked everywhere online last night.
No, you think it's relatively simple. It's basically yesterday, just with half an hour tacked on at the start of the first session. Broad is going to continue to Smith, goes full. Smith blocks to Stokes at short cover, who wangs the ball back in as though trying to break Joss Butler's hand. There is no run. One of our tweeters mentioned earlier Jack Leach signing someone's bald head. There was a very funny moment towards the end yesterday, just before the as the final bit of rain fell that eventually called the day's play to a halt, where it did look like it was only raining on Jack Leach.
Oh dear.
Symbols as Broad comes in, as is left alone by Smith outside off stump. A bit of a range finding mission from Broad, who has bowled very well since being switched to the Randwick end. Started from the Paddington end in his first spell, but seems to have found a bit more from this end. So a bit more bounce maybe from this end. Certainly was yesterday. A little bit of tennis ball bounce. We've seen the short balls from Wood and Stokes go flying over batters' heads. There's a man back at long leg. It's the 2 slips in the gully and the leg slip that interest Stuart Broad most here, with Stephen Smith on strike. This one doesn't really get up either, and sort of tennis ball bounces its way into the hip crease of Stephen Smith, who then does a bit of bat and footwork to flick it up to mid wicket, and there is no run. It just didn't seem to come on to Broad, to Smith.
I think the one criticism of Broad is that he is maybe the one England bowler who doesn't stick exactly to the Smith plan that has worked quite well in the series.
He does tend to try and move the ball away from the right hander, that lovely leg cutter that he's got. Broad is in. It's a better searching line, but left alone on length by Smith. Goes well over the top of off stump through to Joss Butler at about chest height. Is no run. Yeah, I think it's Stuart Broad. People were very quick to jump all over the fact that Stuart Broad wasn't getting that much lift from or movement in his first spell. I mean, he bowled tidily enough. And one thing that Broad and Anderson are both very good at is that they don't go for runs when the ball isn't doing that much.
No, that is true. No, they do keep it tight.
See that breeze ruffling the shirt of Zach Crawley at second slip as Broad comes in, 5th ball of the over. Does make Smith play. They think about a single, or rather Khawaja does, but Smith sends him back, and there is no run. A little bit full of that from Stuart Broad. Smith not really getting much of a stride in.
No, it's I don't know. It doesn't seem the quickest surface this morning. Maybe I think as yesterday, it will quicken up a little bit as it warms up. But so far it's been relatively docile.
It's not exactly overcast, but there is a little bit of sort of white fluffy cloud. It's not the burning sun that you associate with Australia. Maybe it will quicken up a little bit. This is a fullish delivery, not really timed by Smith, fielded off his own bowling by Broad. A tidy over, a maiden Australia, still 127 for 3. They really have gone nowhere since the loss of Marcus Harris last night.
Indeed. Oxymoronica does that English thing of clutching at whatever straw happens to be available. It says, yay, it's gone into a second day. Warren says, can Nestlers continue with his life's work of whacking racket-wielding professionals in the nose? Grand Theft Auto is with us. Hello. I've been up since 4 a.m, driven 6 hours, worked a full day with no lunch break, written 5,000 words of a part of a marketing project, and only eaten a vegan McDonald's and chocolate all day. Too tired to sleep. Nah, Well, cricket's the ideal solution in those
Bloody hell.
circumstances.
As Mark Wood continues, left alone by Usman Khawaja, rising through to Butler, and there is no run. I mean, I got as I was wrapping up here, the third day of the Johannesburg Test match started, and I was watching a bit of it here, then watched it on the bus home, and then ended up watching almost the entire day's play rather than sleeping. So I'm surviving on cat
masochism.
naps. Surviving on cat naps.
Oh dear.
2 slips in the gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg for Mark Wood bowling to Usman Khawaja. Still over the wicket. Does make him play this time. He was uncomfortable when the ball was in at his hip last night. That one was, and he's slightly squared up by this, pushing it back to the bowler. There is no run. Sun threatening to burst through the Sydney clouds.
I'm pleased to report Mayank is back on TV. Willow found the cricket, and he says also, find that video on your own goal. It's bloody priceless. Absolute village football.
I will.
It is pretty bad.
I will have a look at that. The Carabao Cup is not generally something that draws my attention.
But an Arsenal fan seeing a Spurs own goal.
True. That's a good ball from Wood. Hurries Khawaja, where Smith was waiting for the ball to come to him. That one really does rocket into the thigh pad of Usman Khawaja and drops down into the offside. This might be a very tricky pitch to bat on if it goes into day 4 and 5. Admittedly, with quite a lot of rain scheduled, that might effectively be day 3 given the actual workload. But it's an interesting wicket.
It looks quite shaggy, doesn't it? Sort of a golden shagginess to it at the moment.
It's a lot of sort of dead grass. Nothing we'll see. I mean, Johannesburg, we're seeing the ball taking bits out of the surface on day 1. It's not quite that, but it's not the truest surface, even if it isn't that quick. This is left alone by Khawaja through to the keeper. There is no run. Good positive leave on the front foot.
Well, that pitch in Johannesburg, it's one of those that actually looks like it's getting better because people are playing cricket on it. It started so questionably.
Yeah, I mean, Dean Elgar can make most pitches look awkward, and there's this. Talked about masochism. He seems to have a slightly masochistic relationship with being hit by the ball, but he's very much enjoying himself out there. Batted very well yesterday night in Johannesburg, and South Africa are in a position where they can have serious thoughts of winning that game, having been somewhat behind the 8 ball after Shardul Thakur's heroics on day 2. This is a full delivery from Wood, back with the action in Sydney, blocked back to the bowler. There is no run. But of course, we're all basking in the glory of Bangladesh in Mount Maunganui.
Yeah, and what a result. What a bolt from the blue as well. You don't get that many complete upsets in Test cricket, do you? Like we're one of the poorer teams, to be generous to Bangladesh recently, overturn a juggernaut like New Zealand.
And absolutely
in New Zealand.
And in a way, absolutely battered them. This one hurries Khawaja as well, and he plays it awkwardly off the inside part of the bat down to Davin Malan at leg gully. A good maiden from Wood. Australia have only managed 1 run this morning in the 3.1 overs that we've had. 127 for 3. I mean, New Zealand put up a decent first innings score, but New Zealand managed to restrict them, and then there were no hundreds, but almost all of the top 7 plus Mehdi Hassan made contributions. A brilliant partnership between Mominul and Lytton Das, and then Ibadat Hussain, the ex-volleyball player, Air Force employee, who had the worst average in the world in Test cricket for any bowler with 10 or more wickets, took a 6-for to rip New Zealand apart. A magnificent performance from Bangladesh.
Do you think of any bigger upsets in, let's say the last 30 years of Test cricket?
It's very possibly the biggest upset in the history of Test cricket, given the relative strength of the two sides. As Broad starts another over, this is pushed off the back foot to Wood at mid-on. There is no run. You know, New Zealand, the best New Zealand team ever, playing at home where they've not lost in 17 Test matches, haven't lost to an Asian side in New Zealand for 10 years. Bangladesh have never won there in any format. Bangladesh without their 2 best players, Smith and Shakib and Tamim Iqbal. Absolutely extraordinary. And as I say, it wasn't one fluke performance or something. They really dominated them from partway through day 1. as Broad is in. This one squares up Smith and comes off the outer part of the bat. That might race down to the deep third boundary as it goes past Gully. No, it's hauled in by the fielder at backward point, and it'll just be 2. In fact, it didn't go very quickly off the outer part of the bat. Smith trying to play with soft hands. Australia triple their run tally for the morning.
Yeah, it's just back to that question on Bangladesh. The great Australia team of the 90s and 2000s, didn't they have a couple of games where they lost to total outsiders?
They used to, not so much lose to outsiders, they used to lose games that you didn't really understand how they lost. You know, they'd lose chasing 150 against South Africa. Yeah. But, you know, that's against a decent South Africa team or something like that. It's not quite the same. Or they'd lose a series they'd already won. As Broad is in, this is full, and this comes off the inside edge of Smith to Hasib Hamid, now at mid-wicket rather than backward point where he's been most of the series. This is a good spell from Stuart Broad, carrying over from his good work through the middle and later part of yesterday. Imagine the first change will be Anderson, probably from the Randwick end, where Wood is now bowling, and then the onus perhaps shifts to Ben Stokes, or perhaps an early introduction for Jack Leach, with Smith and Khawaja rather stuck. England have an opportunity to get themselves into this game. They cannot let it slip, as they've let slip every other opportunity this series. As Broad is in, Smith again squirts this off the outer part of the bat. It's a chase for Anderson from backward point. They should again come through for 2. Broad looks miffed at it, but there's nothing particularly wrong with playing it with soft hands through backward of square on the offside.
It's the most true of false shots, that, isn't it? The guide through Gully, that's sort of off the outside half of the bat, but it's played with soft hands in an open face.
Yeah, he's pretty much in control of that shot, Stephen Smith. I'm not sure what, other than putting a fielder there, which is a bit of a, you know, where do you take them from? I mean, your backward point's moved a little deeper now, but then there's probably an easy single there. You don't want to move out a catching fielder. If you move someone out the leg side, then you can only bowl one side of the wicket. It's just one of those things. I think as Broad is in, that's a good ball, and that's clipped nicely though through square leg. It was a good ball on off stump, but Smith walked across to off stump, and that's the first one he's timed today, perhaps timed in his entire innings, and another 2. So 6 runs off the over already in good easy 2s between Smith and Khawaja.
Yeah, that was classic Smith there, wasn't it? Shuffling across, pads in front of the stumps, flick it down to backward square leg.
And you know, you're not going to be LBW with the ball on that length in Australia. No. And that's pretty much the same length that he's squirted through deep third, or through backward point. Last ball of it's been an interesting over from Broad. He hasn't bowled badly at all, but has gone for 6, as this is clipped pleasantly by Smith to Hamid, who slides and falls over at mid-wicket. 6 runs off the over. Australia starting to get moving a little bit. 133 for 3.
The sourceman Espana says, big day today, all to play for. Mog says Cricket Australia might be a little too occupied with historic sexual abuse issues to do start-of-play press releases. And Sourceman Espana also says, which one of the England team is most likely to chew gum? There's a good question. Anna's with us. Anna Forsyth says, I know it's silly, but it always really annoys me that when the batters give the ball back, Root does it all the time. That isn't yours to touch. Very true.
Yeah, some bowlers get very annoyed about that.
Yes. Epic's Grandfast Auto says Smith's 49. Is that his bowling average?
Probably being generous, but let's find out.
Shadul Thakur looks like a henchman in a Bollywood film, and I love the Badmash Gunda. And Oxymoronica says the forecast is looking up. I'll do some YouTube after this over.
Stephen Smith's test bowling average is 56.47.
Of course you knew that.
Oh, no, I looked it up.
I know.
Wood is in full, and that's very pleasantly driven by Usman Khawaja. The first bad ball that England have bowled today. Won't be 4 though. Leach will chase it from backward point. Khawaja, though, with that pleasant square drive, will come back for 3. It might be well advised to go.
Shot.
Yeah, he's a very, very pleasant to watch player, Usman Khawaja. I'm a big fan of him as a player, and from what I know of him as a person. I think Wood might be well advised to go round the wicket to Khawaja and get the ball coming back into his body rather than going across him. But he's got Stephen Smith to deal with now.
Yeah, Kawaja is good to watch, isn't he? Very, very economical with his movements.
He's one of those players who it's rare to see him looking uncomfortable. He did have that period where he was really struggling against spin, particularly in Asia, but then he scored that unbelievable 100 to save the game in Dubai when Australia toured a few years ago, and has kicked on as a player. So catching mid-wicket in, as well as the 2 slips in a leg gully. This is down the leg side from Wood, and Smith shoulders arms through to Butler. There is no run. And yeah, you're right, economical is the word. That wasn't a big booming drive or anything. He just leant into it and just put the hands through the ball, a little bit of opening of the face. If he didn't play another test again, he'll think he's have a decent career, but he's one of those players you think should have played a lot more than he has for Australia.
Yeah, it seems to me that Australia will never be satisfied with an average of 40 for their number 5, though.
As Wood comes in, third ball over the over. This is short, and Smith controls that pull shot very well, given that it was bouncing above his shoulder and gets it down all the way out to Jack Leach at deep square leg. That's well played by Smith, who's starting to get them at the middle a bit now. Moves to 14, Khawaja on 7.
Yes, we have high standards, Jack. We expect more of a number 5 than simply 4.
Well, you say number 5. This is Khawaja. This is his first time batting at 5, and he's now batted in every position in the top 6.
You can phrase it a different way then. I don't think Australia would be happy with any of their top 6 averaging just 40.
Counterpoint, Marcus Harris. As Wood is in back of a length and still over the wicket, Khawaja pushes back to him. This one tighter to off stump. There is no run.
Nobody said we're happy about Harris.
He's still there. Many people were thinking that if he failed in Melbourne, Khawaja would come in to replace him at the top of the order, where he has batted a bit. He bats 4, I think, for Queensland these days, Usman Khawaja, whom he captains and does so very well. Wood is now going round the wicket to Usman Khawaja. So the leg gullies come in and the cover's moved to mid-wicket. So we've got 2 slips on the gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, the leg slip and the long leg. Quite fine. So Wood's got a few options here. Try and angle this in, threaten both edges, and get a little bit of movement away. That would be all the better. This is clipped nicely by Usman Khawaja. This one doesn't really move, and it's an easy clip to mid-wicket for a single. So 6 runs off the last over, 5 off the first 5 balls of this, and with relatively risk-free stroke play, Smith and Khawaja have just got Australia a little bit unstuck. Still 138 for 3, and some work to do after the double blow, losing Harris and Labuschagne in 2 overs last afternoon, rather, but it's just starting to look that little bit easier. So Wood to complete his over, his 13th, the 52nd of this stop-start Australian first innings. This one hurries Smith. He gets in behind it, blocks back to the bowler. There is no run. Might be a bowling change coming, possibly 2, with Broad and Wood both starting to be milked a little bit. Australia 138 for 3.
Lots of stuff on YouTube. Sutahu says, did we actually lose many overs yesterday, considering England's inability to fill their allotment of overs? Yeah, we lost about 43 overs. Ravishing Rohit says, messages, fan club, thank you. Hey guys, riveting day of Test cricket in the morning. South Africa, India, evenly poised. Cricket is better than sex. Well, I can't remember, so that's probably true. Sutahu says, thankfully, the more I talk about cricket to the missus, the more of the latter I lose out on. And Ravishing Rohit says, messages as a gooner. I cannot love this man more if I try. I think it's probably a bit unfair to call me a gooner. I couldn't tell you a single Arsenal player, but I do like them.
Arsenal are overrepresented, if anything, on guerrilla cricket in terms of.
Yeah, I was referring to Knackle as a gooner, of course.
Yeah, that's right. As Broad is going to continue round the wicket to Usman Khawaja, round the wicket to the left-hander is where he loves to be. This one moves away a little bit, but it's left alone on length by Khawaja through to the keeper. There is no run.
Why is it Gooner?
I don't know. I think, Gunner is the historic nickname. I think Gooner was like a firm thing, like a hooligan thing from the 80s and 90s that stuck around and sort of has lost its violent meaning. But Arsenal fans of an older vintage will be able to I'll be able to tell you that, as Broad is in looking purposeful as he comes in towards Usman Khawaja. This one doesn't really get up, and Khawaja has to delay his stroke as he pushes defensively into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, football is an increasingly distant second sport for me. I think I've watched one, maybe two full Arsenal games this season.
Did you enjoy them? Not that much, obviously.
One of them. The other one was Arsenal playing quite well but losing to Manchester City. In what became now become an annual tradition. As Broad is in fuller delivery, Usman Khawaja pushes this to mid-wicket. Broad would rather juggles at mid-wicket. I don't think the run-out chance was on, even if he gathered cleanly. That was a good early call from Khawaja and Smith, who backed very well together. We were seeing their partnership stats on screen earlier. Usman Khawaja, who was at New South Wales before moving to Queensland, and Smith, who's been there throughout in New South Wales. They were very familiar. Khawaja, of course, who's made his Test debut on this ground and indeed has his highest Test score on this ground. Look at those partnership figures for you as Smith is about to face. England needs to find a way to keep Smith and Khawaja at their respective ends and stop this steady diet of ones and twos and the occasional three, and there is that will help as Smith defends back to the bowler, and there is no run. Yes, Usman Khawaja batting with Stephen Smith, 1,434 runs, an average of 60 between the two of them, 600 partnerships and 650 partnerships in 25 innings.
Decent.
Yeah, I would be very interested to see if there, to be fair, if since Stephen Smith became one of the best batters in the world, how many Australian batters don't have quite good partnership records with him, given how dominant he was, but still.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair point, isn't it? As long as you don't get out, the runs are going to come.
Two slips and a quite close gully. That's a poor delivery from Broad down the leg side. Smith doesn't have a go at it with the leg slip in position. There is no run.
That was a wild one.
According to Google, you'll be pleased to know that the Gooners, it's because the club was... There's some different interpretation, but there was a firm of fans called the Goons in the 70s, which appears to have stuck.
Right, yeah, and it's lost its violent edge, because modern Arsenal are the last club imaginable that you could think would have a hooligan firm. Well, apart from maybe Fulham. This is down the leg side. Is that strangle down the leg side? Not far away. Smith sort of held his bat vaguely near the line of the ball. It's a good falling take by Butler down the leg side, but no real appeal, not even Stuart Broad. More control in that over from England. One run off it. Australia 139 for 3.
Oxymoronica says, I will always remember Sydney for the taxi club and a ride home. Anna Forsyth says, find yourself someone who looks at you like Broad looks at a ball he thinks should have taken a wicket. You know if you want someone to look at you as if they're totally baffled by you. MX Grandfifth Arto says, after his tenure as director of England cricket, it's Ashley Giles, now nicknamed the King of Pain. And Mayank says, as a Man United fan, I don't know how much about Arsenal anymore. My blood pressure only really rises when I see Man City or Liverpool.
It is very generational. I never had to care about Tottenham until about 5-6 years ago, maybe 7 years ago. But yeah, the one that the team I was always worried about growing up as an Arsenal fan was Man United. We do have a change of bowling. Mark Woods out of the attack after bowling 3 or 4 overs today, and James Anderson does return from the Randwick end. Starts with a gently swinging delivery into Usman Khawaja, who blocks back to the bowler, and there is no run. Here is James Anderson. Paddington end, apologies. Broad is at the Randwick end. So Anderson and Broad bowling at the opposite ends to where they started yesterday. This is back of a length and pushed by Khawaja into the onside, and there is no run. I don't know how much... I've watched a reasonable amount of cricket from Sydney on TV. I don't know how differently the ends behave. I don't think it's like Lords where you got the the massive slope and so forth. Jack Leach is warming up, by the way, which I think might not be the worst idea. Get him into the game early, get him on before these two get set. If it is Jack Leach, then someone else will be taking you through his over, because we're about to have a change at the end of this. Anderson in with his haircut that looks like the barber's razor ran out of juice partway through. Gets one to spit at Usman Khawaja from back of a length, and he rides the bounce well, but he's worn this on the glove, Usman Khawaja. A bit of venom from the 39-year-old.
Yeah, that's really leapt out the surface. Khawaja's playing back to it, and it's spat out and hit him on the bottom hand, his left hand.
He's played it pretty well, but that'll hurt.
Yeah, he keeps his eye on the ball until just the last second when he looks away, and does ride it, keeps it down.
Dean Elgar would have dropped the bat and hands and allowed it to hit him in the chest, and then grinned. This is back of a length. A little bit of movement away this time off the scene. Good searching start to the over from James Anderson. No looseness from him. Khawaja drops it into the offside, and there is no run. Seeing on screen that Usman Khawaja has got up 4 times to James Anderson at an average of 17. Would imagine quite a lot of those are in England, but still.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Well, that ball just did. That ball that leapt at Khawaja did just take a little bit out the surface.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a tuft of grass does leap out, doesn't it? Which is a little worrying.
This one strikes Khawaja on the pad, I think, but it pitched way outside leg stump, and they'll come through for a leg by as it dribbles down the leg side to Butler. Anderson will now get to bowl at Stephen Smith. Jack Leach is making the symbol for that one shot through a little bit. Either that or he's pointing to Joe Root saying, "Can I have a bowl?"
I mean, it has been the bounce has been a little bit variable in this test so far. It's still quite a placid pace, though. I don't think it's sort of with one hand it giveth and one hand it taketh away from the batting point of view.
A few of these test pitches this series have not been flat, but they have been a bit slow-ish. Oh, that's a beauty from Anderson. Smith sort of allowed himself to be beaten, but he was beaten. He was drawn into the shot well outside off stump. Did swing away a little bit. He didn't follow it with his hands, so a good over from Anderson. Just the one leg by off it. It will count in the books as a maiden. And Australia do not make significant forward progress. They're 140 for 3 after an interesting first half an hour this morning. Jack Hope will take you through the next half an hour in the company of Ian Forth on socials and Steve Jones doing some summarising.
I will indeed. I will indeed. Steve Forthy, welcome to the virtual commentary box. What have you made? Yeah, go well. What have we made of the first half an hour of the day, Steve?
Well, I was sitting there thinking that this is looking a really very, very placid pitch, and Australia's, particularly Smiths, setting themselves up to bat for the major part of the day and put an awful lot of runs on, and then Jimmy Anderson goes and bowls a ball that breaks the surface and snorts at Khawaja. So maybe there is something in this pitch for the England bowlers. This might not be such a awful day as I was beginning to think it was going to be. So let's see. Anyway,
Leach will be the new bowler. We'll have his jingle in a moment. His first delivery is defensive line, leg side into Khawaja's pads, who nudges it to mid-wicket, and Leach will come again with one. It's a little short and tucked square of the wicket for a single.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
Yeah, the Somerset spinner Jack Leach, who's yet to really leave a strong positive mark on this series, is in with his third ball of his spell. It's a good one on a length, a little bit of spin there, and Smith on the front foot defends it back to the bowler.
Good evening, Ian, how are you?
Very good, Steve, very good. Probably a little perkier than you fellas.
in once again. A little wide that time, and Smith on the front foot drives into the vacant gap at extra cover. There's a sweeper out wide of the wicket, a deep rather, at cover, who will field it and keep it to 2. Smith starting to look pretty fluent, 16 from 48. Was scratchy to begin with, but in recent balls or recent overs has looked a little bit better. Defends that off the back foot to extra cover.
I don't think Smith looks anything other than scratchy to me, and then scores 150, 160 all the time. So amazing style, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It certainly is. This delivery is pushed back past Leach off the back foot by Smith for 1, and it brings the over to a close. Australia are 144 for 3 after 55 overs so far, and we'll go to 40 and the world of social media.
Thank you, Jack. Pirate Badge, your knuckle sounds as much a semi-detached Arsenal fan as I am a semi-detached Barca fan. Shelburne have been promoted to the LOI Premier, so I might develop enthusiasm for them as I should. And then says for links, my experience with that has been it's actually quite hard to generate enthusiasm for a new club once you become an adult. Mod, was it Millwall, who were the arch hyperlopes of soccer fandom? I think it was. And of Forsyth is an easy way you can tell the ends are part of the SCG. The Paddington end is the one with the marmalade sandwiches.
James Anderson continues his 15th over of this match. Smith, slightly inside edgily, manages to turn that to fine leg and come through for another single, bringing Khawaja, the left-hander, back onto strike.
This is a cricket ground I've actually been to, the SCG.
Nice.
Yes, I've been there as well. I was there for Michael Clark.
1987, I think it was, New Zealand versus Sri Lanka in a ODI match.
Oh, right. Anderson in and left alone by Khawaja. A good ball in the channel and well left, I think, by Khawaja, who raises his bat way above his head.
Were you on holiday, Steve?
I was indeed, yes. Had 4 weeks in Australia. Yeah, with a girl who then became my ex-girlfriend at the end of the holidays. we won't go there.
You'll always have the SCG.
I'll always have the SCG, yeah.
Anderson in, that is on Khawaja's hip, but he can't score off it as he pokes it to mid-wicket.
It wasn't Australia's fault or Sydney's. I love Sydney. It's a fantastic city. Fantastic countrymen as well, the Aussies. Loved it.
Did you make it to Melbourne?
No, Canberra was the only place I went to outside Sydney. On a very strict budget, of course. So
here is Anderson, another ball, slightly short maybe, and Khawaja leaves alone. Sort of does a little hop, skip and a jump as he does so, but no threat to his wicket.
Yes, we've no love lost, of course, traditionally between Sydney and Melbourne, but things have been exacerbated over the last years with different strategies regarding COVID.
Yeah, as I gather from afar, Anderson in and left alone again by Khawaja. He's found a good channel, Anderson. I think if they could tempt him into playing, maybe by pitching it up slightly, this line I think might trouble him across the left-hander.
yeah, he looks quite comfortable and set though, doesn't he, Khawaja? I have to say. He likes English bowlers, doesn't he? He tends to score quite well against us from memory.
I think at home he does. I'm not sure he travels quite so well. As Anderson is in once more, and Khawaja defends this time. He does play a shot off the back foot, pushing it back past the bowler for no runs. That brings that over to a close. Just the single from the first delivery, 145 for 3.
Yes, I've managed to remember to plug my microphone in, so hopefully that's fixed the dodgy connection. Peterwood talking about Millwall and Goon Squads and so on. West Ham and Chelsea gave them a run for their money back then. Mike Mihalwood, in the Paddington to which the end refers, the marmalade sandwiches will be served on organic sourdough with cultured butter and will cost about $20 a throw. Prices in the...
Leach to Smith. It's pitched up and pushed down to Stuart Broad at long off for a single. We'll see if we can get. If you can fit tweets in this over 40, do go ahead.
No, I doubt I will with Jack Leach on. That would be a spinner never gives too much.
Well, there's a little bit of left hand, right hand field changing going on. So if there's a single, that's your chance.
Okay.
Here is Leach. Khawaja on strike, the left hander. It's tossed up, and Khawaja whips it really beautifully past mid-wicket, but it will just be one down to Broad, who travels well from long on to cut off the boundary. And the opportunity for tweets is spurned on this occasion.
Well, I was waiting for the... I imagine there was a jingle. I can never quite tell.
No, it didn't go for 4. It was fielded. It was just a single.
My apologies.
This delivery is blocked by Smith, a little bit straighter from Leach, who is yet to find a consistent line of length in the 9 balls he has bowled this morning. Here he comes again, twirling away. Got some good turn there. Smith leaving a ball which pitched just outside off stump and span further outside, but that looked promising for the English left arm spinner, who is once more at the top of his mark. 1, 2, 3, and a little short and blocked off the back foot by Smith to Hamid at mid-wicket. No run.
Knackle's even gone and found the scorecard from that game I watched. I'm very impressed. Thanks, Knackle.
Who won? We'll
I'll tell you at the end of this.
Yeah, Leach in 2 leg sides. Smith turns it around the corner and he sets off for a single. Khawaja correctly sends him back, as there was an English fielder just backward of square there. And Smith dives to make his ground, although I don't think there was too much risk of a run out. It was diving to make sure rather than diving in desperation. So Steve, who was the winner?
So Sri Lanka batted first, scored 174 in their 50 overs. Those were the days when that was only 174. And New Zealand chased it down with 4 wickets down and 8 balls left.
Oh, okay.
Richard Hadley, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 12.
Wow. What a spell.
Knackle adds that test the strongest relationship.
Yes.
Mook's Grand Theft also adds, always have the SCG, that'll teach him for not using protection.
James Anderson now continues his spell, and Khawaja finds a little gap there on the leg side and dashes through for a single to take his score to 12. We're getting a good view of the Richies in the house. Is it the second day of every test in Australia? A million Richie Benos turn up?
I was going to ask what that was about. Thanks for telling me. Brilliant.
I think that's what it is. I was hoping that Forthy, as a resident of the nation, would know.
It's the second day. I am a citizen of the nation. It is true these days. I like the Riches because it's organic, isn't it? No one's told them to do that. They've sorted it out themselves.
Yeah, I like it as well. Anderson in, defended by Smith, no run.
What I can't stand when you go to Australian cricket is to see people with KFC buckets on their heads, to see them all dressed in the same yellow t-shirt provided for them by the authorities. That's the sort of worst aspect of Australian cricket. I love seeing all the Riches. It's an organic movement. Yeah,
it's the pink test as well, this one, isn't it? For the
it is.
Not the Glenn McGrath Foundation, Glenn McGrath's
Mrs. McGrath's, yeah. That's a great day, I have to say. I do enjoy that.
Another ball defended by Smith, no run.
Similar to our Straussy day here, isn't it?
Bad news if you're listening at home. We're getting a shot of the groundsman. It's not. I can't really discern whether it's raining or not from our picture here. If it is, it must be reasonably light, but I suspect
they're looking ready, aren't they, the groundsmen?
rain in the air. Steve Smith is holding
Looking
a play,
upwards.
looking to the sky. Yeah, the umpires are coming together. I think, fellas, we might have to come up with some conversation topics. So think quickly. Yep, here's the gesture.
Yeah, here they go.
And the men in the 70s rugby shirts dash out to the middle. They'll be bringing the tan ground sheets with them, no doubt. And play will be suspended. The stumps are coming out the ground as I speak. So, Australia's
I do
mini session.
have-
Oh, well, 40, yes, let's do all the
Yeah.
tweets. There must
Yeah,
be
yeah.
hundreds of them.
Yeah, I've got a blizzard on YouTube, so I can. While you have a think about your assessment of the day so far, I'll just quickly run through it. I may not do it blow by blow because it gets a bit repetitive, but Andrew Williamson, Ravishing Rohit, and Suter are getting into a conversation about the state of pitches. And picking up with Suter saying the greenness will be due to the amount of rain that Sydney gets around now. Andrew Williamson, proper pitches please. I want 5-day games the last 5 days, thank you very much. Suter Andrew, the pitch has nothing to do with the inability to get to 5 days. It's not even the second reason. Andrew Williamson, not just knocking overseas countries. I'm sick of the ECB getting pitches prepped to assist Broad and Anderson. We need the proper batting pitches back. Suter now it's a very fair point, Andrew, and I do agree that being in Australia at the moment, the comment was confusing. Messi Jez says, I think the pitch is an excellent one, not too much help for the bowlers, but enough to make it interesting. Suter is the last of the non-drop-in pitches in Australia, so I think that may have something to do with it. Andrew Williamson, just wait until England have to bat on it. They won't get over 100 in either innings or this grass-covered green job. Jez, not the last. The Gabba is not a drop-in. Suter, yeah, I forgot the Gabba. Jez, sorry, this does go on for a little while. Tell me if you want a break from hearing about pitches. Anyway, there's an agreement that the whacker isn't drop-in. Yeah, so I won't, as I say, do this blow by blow, reminiscences of regular pitches. Sutu, I remember the old pitches, but it's always nice to remember the good times. Richard Stevens comes in. Well, I know the cricket podcast host, you're a regular here, referring to presumably Sutu, who is it? Jack H. Leach really isn't very good, but these are absolutely brutal fields set up to fail. Suter Jack H, it's still early for Leach in this game, being the second day. Would say his role is more to join the dots and help the run rate. And Suter says, yes, Fourthy, the bucketheads are the worst, makes me feel violent seeing them. And Luke Davis, finally, and I think this is the most important tweet of all, always good to see Fourthy on, what a legend. Gotta love Luke Davis.
Seconded here, Ian. So.
Thanks very much.
I have to say, I haven't really got many complaints about the pitches on this tour so far. I think they've been reasonably fine. England have found them very tricky, but I think they find most surfaces very tricky. So,
well, that's true.
their performance or lack of is probably not the bar by which we should be judging them. Right, so that mini session, Steve's probably gone the way of Australia, hasn't it? They've not run away with things. I don't think they've hit a single boundary, actually. But they've looked pretty comfortable in the first 45 minutes or so.
Yep, as I was saying a little bit earlier, the pitch looked like it was not really doing very much. These two batsmen, Khawaja and Smith, are just sort of settling in for the day, aren't they? I think they can see nice big scores there. Smith certainly is, and he's more than capable of knocking those off. So I expect we're going to be seeing a lot of these two.
Yeah, I wonder. Obviously we don't know what will happen with the weather, but if it does break things up a little bit, that could be to England's advantage. Fourthy, they'll have to once again get themselves set at the crease. Maybe some moisture will bring some life out of the wicket.
Yes, that's right. But it does rather remind me of my youth when I always rather liked it when it rained because it minimised our chance of defeat. And is that really how you should view sport? But
I like to work on the principle we're used to rain interruptions in our cricket and hope the Aussies aren't used to that sort of stuff. So we can adapt and play to it. And, they'll struggle,
true,
but
yes.
we have to. There's sort of very, very thin straws that we have to grasp hold of at the moment. So.
Yeah, they are.
And look, I think we had quite a conversation about this yesterday. I think it always does disrupt the batsmen rather more than the bowlers when there's a rain going.
According to Knackle, who obviously has a man on the ground, a guerrilla insider at the SCG, the covers are already coming off. So
Are they?
Oh yes.
Okay.
that's encouraging.
We've actually got quite a lot of tweets, Jack.
Yeah, let's run through
those.
Yeah.
Okay then. Mayank, I was at the SCG the day before the New Year's Ashes Test in 2018. You could walk right up and see the players practicing in the nets outside, and then walk around inside the ground and take a look around. I met Michael Atherton and took a selfie with him on the boundary. That's something we forget about with cricket, isn't it? It does still have that connection sometimes, at least, with the supporters, which is good. And Mark, I will assume they are also soccer ball teams, something else. Mayank, raining at the ground, groundsman ready to go. Yep, we've moved on. Peterwood, there's a great video on YouTube of the 12th man warming the riches up, including the classic 222 for 2. Still funny after all these years. Mog, fucking hell, I'm finding Smith tedious. Just ideal. Learned only recently that the moist subtropical conditions are particular to the eastern side of continents only. That opens up a new avenue for discussion. Mike Michal, just when you think you've heard it all, that's interesting. Mike Michal Wood, these rain delays are most confusing, as I'm being updated on the weather in about 20 minutes time from people on the other side of the world. Still sunny here in Newtown. Oxymoronica, sorry to learn that the taxi club is now closed. It was the early 90s when I was last there. Might bring us up to date. Let me just double check. Yes, I think that brings us up to date.
Well, the news from the ground, the stumps are in, the bails are on the floor, the umpires are out there. I guess it's probably a case of driving the tractor off of the pitch, and hopefully we can get going again. I suspect it'll be 5 or 10 more minutes before they are able to do that. In terms of where other cricket going on in the world, I take it, Stephen and Ian, you've both been following the South Africa India series that is happening in Johannesburg at the moment.
I haven't followed it with close interest, although I noticed that South Africa seemed to be putting up a very good performance in the final innings of the match. The game's really quite well balanced. I would give South Africa more of a chance of winning than India at the moment, I think. So.
Yeah, I'd say probably just about. It is, in theory, quite a mouth-watering proposition, isn't it? If you have the stamina, you could stay up from now for about 12 more hours if you're UK based. And
it's always funny, isn't it? Just as Test cricket has its last rites read over it, it'll throw up 2.5 if you count this one. Tests that are really worth following. It's a grand old game, and it refuses to lie down.
Yeah, I did think some of the headlines about its demise were, as usual, slightly premature, and mainly based on the fact that England had just been battered in the Ashes, and people were paying attention.
Maybe the ECB will give red ball cricket a bit more importance now, because they certainly need to take a lead at the top, I think. So.
Yeah, that's for sure.
They marginalise county cricket so much at the moment. So.
This is a funny one, though, isn't it? This series, because you could imagine with perhaps 2 extra batsmen, if you had a cook from 10 years ago or even 5 years ago, plus 1 other batsman, it would have been probably a very even series. Because the main difference between the 2 teams is that Australia have got 3 batsmen, maybe 4, and England have only got 1. That's it. A better bowling attack from Australia, but not. There's not daylight between them.
You would certainly
You
were certainly not expecting them to be 3-0 down if they had 2 Joe Roots, even, to be honest.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, I know you know 2 of your nation's best ever batter, maybe a bit too much to ask for, but say they had Marcus Trescothick and Michael Vaughan opening the batting, two pretty good players, but then you would think that they'd have at least salvaged a match.
That's right. I mean, the score line might conceivably have been the same, but it would have been an evenly weighted series. And I suppose thinking back on it, one thing that's incredibly depressing watching England play Australia was when Australia were 570 for 3 halfway through the second afternoon. That doesn't happen anymore, and I think Be grateful for small mercies at least.
Indeed. I think the other issue for England as well at the moment is Stokes is not even a quarter of the player that he was before the pandemic hit, and all his issues and problems have arisen. And I've always thought he's been a very fragile person. He's fantastic when he's on top, but I don't think he's got the fortitude or the mentality when things aren't going his way, and when his game's not going that way. And he's a linchpin really, and has been for a long time in that middle order.
Well, yeah, when he was playing, England had 2 battles, didn't they? So it at least provided...
Not on this tour, though.
At least provided that, yeah, exactly. And just a little update, play will resume in approximately 5 minutes' time at 11 o'clock in Sydney and exactly midnight in the UK. So I guess the 3 of us will talk you through until then, and then pass the baton on.
I'm on for the next half hour as well, so I shall be here.
Well, settle in, Steve.
Yes.
The witching hour is set to commence. It is 12 till 1, I think, with the witching hour, isn't it?
Sometimes when you end up just sort of commenting through the rain, it reminds me of that old Philip Larkin poem for some reason, which is sexual intercourse began in 1963 between the end of the Lady Chatterley's trial and the Beatles' first LP, which was rather late for me.
I
don't know why that came to mind, but I think just thinking of Jack missing out on commentating.
No, I was surprised. The very same thing happened to me yesterday, so I'm starting to get into the rhythm of talking people through a rain break. Do we have anything on social media from people who are still with us?
Let's have a quick look. I've been negligent of my duties. Let's just have a quick check. There are some new tweets. Just go back a little bit. No, not too many. Messi shares moist subtropical conditions to be found in the west as well, but much further north. Broome is the place to get that the best. Just ideal, really coming in with the detail here. This is what we love. A humid subtropical climate is a zone of climate characterized by hot and humid summers and cool to mild winters. These climates normally lie on the southeast side of all continents, generally between latitudes 25 and 40 degrees, and are located poleward from adjacent tropical climates. You just do not get that on Australian broadcast TV, do you? That's fantastic.
I can see Brett Lee saying all that, can't you?
Exactly. Muck's Grand Theft Auto, meanwhile, is working on an 11 of Smiths and has got Graham, Chris, Robin, Steve and Ed, but stuck on the rest. So if either of you two can think of another one, or if Knackle is already probably solved the problem, with the maths problem at the back of the glass, he's raised his hand. But no, he's looking like he's stroking his beard. But
Mike,
any others? Yes, well, actually, there's 3 Mike Smiths, aren't there? There's MJK Smith, there's another Mike Smith, and there was a Mike Smith who got 1 Test match in 1997 and scored 4 runs and no rickets, and that was the end of his career.
He got to the top.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
Charles Aubrey Smith and Chuck Fleetwood Smith have been suggested, I assume, by Knackle, and those are good suggestions.
Are there any
Fleetwood Smith? I seem to remember, and Knackle will put me right here, of course, that Chuck Fleetwood Smith has got the worst bowling figures of all time. Didn't he bowl in the 903 debacle at the Oval in 1938 and ended up with about 2 for 300 or something? And there was only about 2 bowlers, and he had to bowl about 150 overs and ended up with the worst figures. But I haven't got it in the score sheet in front of me.
Right, great news. We are back. The Richies are waving their microphones around. I'm not really sure what the protocol is here. There's 3 balls left in the over, but the time is midnight.
You finish off, Jack, and then I'll take over. Yeah, go on. You deserve it.
The protocol has been established if it were not already so. James Anson will, of course, continue to Steve Smith. Australia, if you've been with us and have been wondering why we've not been talking about the cricket, it's because there was a rain break. They are 148 4-3 from 57.3 overs so far. The bails are back on. The bright fuchsia pink stumps are in place. And we will have cricket, although I suspect we're going to have one of those situations where we're not quite able to go until exactly the clock strikes and the umpire steps away, so that probably was the situation. Here's Anderson, and his first delivery is driven sumptuously back down the ground, and on drive from Steve Smith. Sometimes he looks ugly. That did not look ugly. That looked very, very pleasing, and it will be 4 runs. Yeah, well, that's a how do you do.
Yeah. Well, the break's done Smith no harm at all. That's the first boundary of the morning, I believe.
I think you're right. It was a little bit of a half volley from Anderson, a little bit floaty, but he put it away. Full face of the bat, hit right through the ball. Good shot from Smith, who bats, and when you see it side on, it's quite noticeable here with a pigeon-toed front foot. Anderson through and wide of off stump, left alone by Smith. Bat raised way above his head, one of those flamboyant leaves that he loves so very much.
He's good at those, isn't he?
We've got confirmation that Charles Fleetwood Smith, by the way, this is important.
Great figures, aren't they?
1 for 298 in 87 overs. 87 overs in 1 inning.
1 innings, extraordinary, isn't it?
That's a whole day. Why? What was everyone else doing?
There were 2. I think there were 2 bowlers down. Yeah, there was an injury, maybe 2 injuries even in that 903.
Well, that's the end of the spell for me, and the end of Anderson's over. It's defended by Smith into the leg side. 152 for 3 are Australia, and I am off for a break, so I'll pass on to you, Steve.
Okay, Jack, many thanks indeed. I think we're going to be saying hello to Missy Jez.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm well. Good morning to you both, since it is now morning in your part of the world as well as
only
mine.
just, yes. Are you still morning there, or are you afternoon now?
It's 8 o'clock in the morning. I've been up for 2 hours,
Sure.
and I resent getting up at 6 o'clock for cricket in my own country.
I mean, that is early.
Good morning, Fred.
Good morning, Massey. Good morning, Steve.
Yeah, morning, not Fred. How you doing?
Not too bad, thank you.
Enjoyed the cricket so far?
I've watched about 15 minutes of rain break. Basically, yeah.
Well, it is Jack Leach to resume his 5th over of the innings, and this is nudged into the leg side by Khawaja. The batsman comes through for a fairly quick single. Score moves on to 153 for 3 in the 59th over.
In that 1938 Oval Test between England and Australia, England's 903 for 7 took 335 overs.
Wow.
Which is...
How many days? 2 or 3?
That's a good question.
Must have been 3 in those days. Anyway, Jack Leach has bowled the second ball, and Smith has treated it with great respect. Firm forward defensive shot, just pushed it straight back down the pitch.
Fleetwood Smith did bowl 87 overs, but Bill O'Reilly bowled 85, and Mervyn Waite 72. So there was plenty of bowling to go around.
I presume they got more wickets.
Waite got 1 for 150, and O'Reilly 3 for 178.
Right. Gosh, it's a long day in the field. Yeah. Anyway, Leach, a left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Smith. He punches this into the leg side, and they stroll very comfortably through for another run. Now Smith moves on to 24 of the 64 balls he's faced.
The record number of runs in a day, I'm still pretty sure is true, is the Australians against Essex in 1948 when they scored 720 in a day. And Essex bowled 120 overs in 6 hours. So, they got through. It was decent. They wouldn't have been fined 100% of their match fee, let's put it that way.
That's for sure.
Well done them. Leach goes to over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja, and that's a fine reverse sweep for yet another boundary.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Well played, very comfortably nudged away behind his offside, but he sort of changed it into a leg side shot, but very well played, well controlled all the way along the ground, 4 runs.
You get the feeling that Leach is there just to avoid them being fined for a slow over.
Indeed, a little faster in at the stumps and just pushed into the leg side. End of Leach's 5th over, 0 for 15, Australia 158 for 3. Anything on socials?
Indeed, there is. Ben Popier says Mike Smith, fast bowler, played one test versus Australia in 1997. I put out there the challenge to come up with an 11 of players who went primarily by their initials, like VVS and MJK. I guess KP might fall in that category, but there's
Ivy Richards, does he count?
Sorry?
Ivy Richards, does he count?
No, he was Viv. You wouldn't refer to him. If I said IV, you wouldn't say anything other than Drip.
Well, firstly, he was IV8, and secondly, you've done two different things there, Messi, because you said KP,
Yeah,
where one of the initials is his surname.
Yeah, that's quite true. I was thinking that after I tweeted it. Anna Forsyth says, I'm going to blame being entirely focused on work rather than the cricket.
Well done, Anna.
But I've just understood that you were talking about Richie Benes in the crowd, not pejoratively referring to toffs anymore. Sorry about that.
That's
It
all
was
right.
a ball, which was...
Yes, Anson
interesting
back in, just punched away by Smith. No run.
Well,
Came
it's
from it.
pretty close to the shortish leg, actually.
Yes, they brought in a short leg for Smith. Again, he's not moving an awful long way off his crease, Smith, but he's dug that one out again. And Anderson's bowling is a little bit fuller than he's been bowling so far. Smith almost sort of fell over that after he defended it, but he kept it out. That was the important job. Another dot ball.
If anyone has other scorecards from history they'd like us to unpick, then please do let us know.
Anderson in again to Smith again. Just brings the bat down on it, nudges it up to mid-on. Brody fields it. Again, another dot ball. Well, I brought up my game at the SEG back in 1987, and Knackle very kindly went and found the scores for me. So we've done 2 already so far today.
I have to say, if you were taking somebody to the Sydney cricket ground, I'm not sure an ODI between New Zealand and Sri Lanka would be sort of the the perfect showcase, would it?
I wasn't taken. I actually paid for my ticket.
Well, you were
But
taking somebody, yeah.
It was a 3-way tournament at the time, and the cheapest tickets were for the games not were Australia.
You picked the cheapest and you took her along. No wonder.
Yeah, there was probably only about 8 people in the ground, I would have thought.
No, there were at least 12 of us, I'm sure. So it was a good day. I thoroughly enjoyed myself.
Well, at least I had the good sense to wait until I was married before taking my wife to her first game, which was between Western Australia and Victoria, and Bill Laurie made 70 in a full day's play. It's the last game she ever went to.
Are you still married?
Not to her, no. But it did last 30 years.
What, Bill Laurie's innings or the marriage?
Both.
Anyway, in the meantime, Anderson has steamed in for his 4th ball of the over and been clipped away for 2 by Smith, and his 5th ball has been Smith has shouldered arms. It's another dot ball, 2 off the 5 balls so far. Smith has moved on to 26. Khawaja looking very relaxed at the non-batting end. As Anderson comes in over the wicket again, Smith just firmly prods it back down the track for the end of Anderson's 17th over, 1 for 32. Anything on socials?
Yes, Adelaide Barmis said, I didn't see this, since when does Steve Smith get to decide when the covers come on? And Sydney Barmy Army, in response to that, says the umpiring is very weak in this series. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with that. I think one of the virtues of this series is the actual byplay between players hasn't been the nastiness that we might have seen previously. It's been done in good spirit, so they haven't had to play a lot of a role a lot of the time. And then Grand Theft Auto says WG as one of the initial 11.
Yeah, and EM, his brother. Perhaps not so well known, but certainly known by his initials.
Yeah.
It is Leach to consider, and left arm over. Khawaja, this is wide outside off stump. Khawaja gives us a firm strike behind square on the offside, but there's a fielder hovering, so no run.
It did did occur to me that England could really use an attacking spinner, couldn't they?
Yes. Again, Khawaja has just pushed this out into the onside for another dot ball. Yes, it's not threatening stuff here, is it? It's very much going through the motions at the moment. Leach in again, and Khawaja makes a bit of a meal of that defensive shot. Hasn't really moved again from his crease, but he's kept the ball out.
I think he kept a little low, didn't it?
I don't know. It was quite an ugly defensive shot then, wasn't it? But anyway, Leach in again. Left arm over to the left-handed Khawaja, and he punches this into the leg side. The short square leg is in there close and is able to field it. No danger of it being caught. Another dot ball.
I'm trying to find the game I remember. Sorry, Steve.
Again, Leach.
There are some of those, either, Fred.
Well, they're fewer and fewer as the years go by. But I've dug out a book about some large number of overs bowled in an innings. So I'm just see if I can find it. I know it was Middlesex.
Leach to compete his over again, firmly struck by Khawaja behind square on the offside, but straight to the fielder. It's a maiden from Leach, 0 for 15.
I had a couple of suggestions again from Grandfest Auto. BJ Watling, of course. AB de Villiers. And Neil Franklin says JWHT. Who's that?
Oh, JWHT Douglas was an England captain in the 30s. A bit of a blocker. It was assumed that those initials stood for Johnny Won't Hit Today.
I like that. Oh dear. We're a bit short on bowlers, though. It has to be said. I don't know if you can go with DK.
Lily.
Yes.
Not sure. RP Singh.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's knackle, I have to say. But anyway, Anderson is back into the tack bowl. His 18th over. Smith has shouldered arms to that one. Through to Butler behind the stumps. Australia moved on to 160 for 3. Fairly slow progress. Also had about 34 runs in the day so far. So not galloping.
I found that book, that game I was thinking of. So.
Right, Anderson in on the stumps, but Smith has guided that away off his pads down towards fine leg. Fine bit of fielding, stops the boundary and restricts the batsman to 2 runs. Smith moves on to 28.
A 3-day game, county championship game in July 1977. Middlesex versus Gloucestershire. As Gloucestershire's second innings, John Embry bowled 66.4 overs, 26 maidens, 2 for 91. And he was eclipsed by Phil Edmonds, who bowled 77 overs, 13 maidens, 8 for 132.
Oh, 832, that's amazing.
Those are innings figures, not match figures.
Alright.
Wow.
That is very amazing.
Third ball of Anderson over. Smith has played it off his hip down behind square on the leg side, and they've jogged through for a single.
Yeah. Anyway, 77 overs. That's you've got through a good day's work there.
Yes, fair amount of toiling there.
Mike Selvey was once bowled, and he was a medium fast bowler. He was once bowled unchanged all day by Mike
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, he wasn't slow either, Mike Selvey.
46 overs or thereabouts, and it was up the hill, as he gloomily pointed out. He must have been bowling pretty well there, to be fair.
Were there bowling injuries, or he was bowling well?
I don't know. He was bowling well. They just let him keep going.
Who was his captain?
Brearley.
Well, I always thought he was quite considerate to his players, Mike Brearley. But
not sure Phil Edmonds would say so. He does like a little bit of a grump, Selvey, but I think he's quite proud of that one, though.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh no, it's raining again.
The umpires will have to have a chat again.
Yeah. It does seem to me that this has been drifting a lot for England again. I mean, that's happened a few times in this series at a time when they desperately need something to happen. They're going to continue though.
Yeah, Smith was halfway to the back to the pavilion there, wasn't he? So
Yeah.
he know what his idea was, but no, they seem to be staying out. He's having a good old chuckle, is Smithy now. Well done. We're watching the groundsmen applauding the fact that they're staying out. Well done. Anderson to continue. To Kawaja. He shoulders arms, goes to Butler, who actually catches it and returns it back to the fielder. Another dot ball.
I found a tweet that he tweeted me, Selby, to say yes, he bowled 47 on the trot, and he also said unchanged through a match twice.
Twice.
God, a match. I mean, yeah, that may have been over pretty quickly, but even so, that's a good game.
Yeah, that is.
Anyway, Anson in again. Again, this is a bit short, bit wide off stump, and Kawaja was really quite comfortable in shouldering arms and letting that one go through.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? 163
Yeah,
for
they're
3.
going,
Now
I think.
they are.
Well, Smith is definitely departing.
Yeah,
And here come the groundsmen, so it looks like we've got more rain, folks, unfortunately.
It's unsurprising because Sydney gets twice as much rain as London does over the course of a year. And before you're going to start making excuses for your
No, stupid.
they have as many rainy days as they do in London. So
yeah,
and yet twice as much rain. So this myth that English people have of Australia being the land of unending sunshine is just that. It's a myth.
Well, I mean, let's face it, Australia varies an awful lot all over the place. But Sydney is 1/3 wetter in January as it is in December. So they really shouldn't be playing test matches in Sydney in January.
But they always do, don't they? Invariably.
Yep. Absolutely stupid. It's the ground in the world that loses the most days play to rain.
It's rain. There's a stat. Well done.
Yeah.
Well,
you could talk about the grounds, but no, let's not talk about the grounds.
No.
I've run out of old scorecards. I think I've done them all from the history of cricket. There was a time I was tweeting in Titch Freeman's wickets to Test match Sofa during sort of interminable rain. Must have been about 10 years ago.
That would have been a long tweet stream.
Well, yes, but he did take a lot of wickets, but it was a long rain break, so this was doing one at a time. This was a man who often took 200 wickets in a season, and occasionally I think 300 wickets in a season.
It was quite extraordinary to never see again. Yeah, and he took, if I recall correctly, he took over 100 wickets in a season 9 times in a row after passing the age of 40, something ridiculous like that.
Yeah, he was a leg spinner who was very short and didn't have much of a run up, so he was not the type who was going to get worn down by bowling huge amounts of overs. But some of the things you look at, I mean, in first class cricket, he had 5 wickets in an innings. How many times do you think? How many fifers in first class cricket?
I think somewhere around 300 or something like that.
386. 250? Oh, right.
386. And tenfers? In a match?
121?
140 tenfers. In a
It's just mind-boggling, isn't it?
It's like a bad computer game which isn't working properly and there's no relation to reality.
That's a good conversion rate, that number of fifers to convert into that number of tenfers. Well,
yes. Yeah, well, good. Well, if you're listening, Titch, then congratulations.
Yeah, well done, sir. Well done.
He bowled 154,312 balls and took 3,776 wickets.
I think that is fantastic. I love that there is acknowledgement of that sort of achievement. It's a bit like, Ken Suttle played 423 consecutive county championship games over 15 years. I mean, those sorts of things. And he never made the England team, which is even more extraordinary when you think about it.
Probably why he played so many consecutive championship
games.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, it is difficult to compare stats over eras, in all sports. Because of there are so many variables in cricket as much as any other game. But
I don't want to excite you, but I think they're taking the covers off at the moment.
It's going to be one of those days, isn't it?
Well,
They've just laid it all the way out, and now they've brought one end back, and so one half of the pitch is uncovered, one half is covered. The pitch itself is covered.
In Sri Lanka, they would have covered the whole field by now, which is something they do there. Quite remarkable.
Here come the umpires, so obviously it's not.
And the players haven't left the field. Well, some of them certainly.
Well, Smith
haven't left
has.
the
He's
field of
departed
play.
as fast as he could.
They're sitting on what would be the dugout in a T20 game.
Yeah.
They're just on the edge of just beyond the boundary.
yeah.
The England
Channel
players
7
clearly want to
pictures-
get on with it.
Yeah, the umpires are coming out together. It looks like they're actually going to play, I think, rather than inspect. On Channel 7 is showing the umpires coming back on. Although the players seem to be rooted to the spot, so maybe they're just inspecting this situation. Oh yeah, the tractor's still out there. The umpires are walking around together in a threesome, discussing. Oh yes, that's a nice hat you're wearing, says one to the other, and looking up at the sky.
I didn't know you were a lip reader as well.
Yeah, it's quite clear what they're up to. Now they're talking to the ground staff, saying, "Do you think it's going to piss down again?" And they're shaking their head, saying, "I'm fucked if I know." So,
I'm not a weatherman.
yeah, but they've still got the Hessian on the main strip, but the other covers have been taken off.
I'm going to go back to the 721 all-out in a day by Australia versus Essex, away at Essex in 1948. It was made in 129 overs at a run rate of 5.58, which is
wow.
Who were the main scorers, or did they all share it?
Everybody. Well, there were 4 Centurions: Bill Brown 153, Don Bradman 187, Sam Loxton 120, and Ron Saggers 104 not out. Keith Miller got a duck and apparently walked off and said, "Trust me to get out of a crisis," or that may have been a different game. And some people suggested he did it on purpose because it wasn't much of a contest, but he was in at number 4, so he came in at
2 down.
364 for 2, probably at lunch. And the bowling figures, the economy rates aren't great. 4.5, 5, 6, 5, and 7.8. And Trevor Bailey's probably the only one that people will have heard of. He took 2 for 128 and 21 overs. But there were 2 Smiths bowling for your Smith team. There was a Ray Smith and a Peter Smith.
Ah.
Yeah,
I was trying to think if there were any. I was trying to think if there were any lady cricketers named Smith. I can't think of any. Australia don't have any, do they?
Well,
I'm
not
probably not the person
but
to
that
ask.
doesn't mean,
No.
It's interesting. You certainly would have got your sixpence worth, wouldn't you? Was it at Chelmsford?
Oh yeah.
No, it was.
No.
It was at Southend.
Ah, wow. So, day by the sea.
Yep, a day by the sea and 720 runs. That's not a bad day out, I suppose. If you like batting.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
What's
year
happening
was
on the
that,
pitch?
Fred?
Oh, here we go. I've got
That was
pictures now.
48.
48. Yeah, that tour, the Australians got huge crowds everywhere they went, didn't they? Because
Oh yeah,
it was really
they
the
were,
first post-war tour, wasn't it?
and they. I'm pretty sure they went unbeaten through the entire tour, which included, unlike today's tours, it probably played about 25 plus first class games other than the Test matches, because they would play all the counties, and some representative games and some some what do they call those festival games, at Scarborough and the like. So they were long tours. They were 4 months or so, and they played a lot of games. Yep. And they only took about 15 people on tour as well.
Everyone got a game then.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Plenty of games, in fact.
I don't think they were that worried about the management of the bowlers' workloads as they are today, perhaps.
No.
They're probably more worried about the alcohol they drank in the evening.
Yeah, they got up to lots of things in those days, but there were no mobile phones, so we don't really know about it. And what are people saying out of the
people aren't saying a huge amount, actually, but Jason Hiscock has pointed out that J.K. Lever will probably...
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah, good one.
Just Ideal says, it took me an eternity to learn that Ken Slasher Mackay's nickname was ironic.
Yeah, he was
Taylor-
a bit of a blocking era, that was, in the 60s and early 70s.
The Light Roller says, I think Anderson is thinking the same thing, which is that he's finding Smith tedious. How long before they unleash the beast that is Mark Wood? JT and JW Hearn could bowl, says Grand Theft Auto. You're excellent source, Grand Theft Auto, I must say. And Jason Hiscock says, Southend, Garrans Park, if I recall right. Were you there, Jason? Which I think was a bit of a postage stamp of an outground.
Well, it wasn't when the Australians batted, or rather when the Essex batted, because they were all out for 83 and 187 and lost by an innings of 450 runs. So
that's a decent margin.
It is, yes, but not the greatest in history.
Yeah.
Do we have a start time? It looks like England are coming out anyway.
It's odd that England seem to be much keener to play than Australia. I mean, you know, it's good to show willing, and
When you're 3-0 up, it probably doesn't make much difference, does it?
well, yeah, but when you're 3-0 down, you would think they're slightly less motivated to be out on the pitch. There is, I mean, professional cricketers like nothing more than sitting in the dressing room and not playing cricket as a general rule.
Anyway, Smith and Khawaja are on the pitch, making their way to the middle, so we are going to get a bit more cricket, which is good.
And jingles.
Inevitable. You know Steve Smith's inevitable. He treats the fielders like they're not really there. He hits the ball in the air across the boundary line. He ain't going for overseas now, plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja. For overseas now, plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja.
Jimmy, 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 Haja, Haja, Haja. Jimmy, 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 Haja, Haja, Haja. Jimmy, 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 Haja, Haja, Haja. Jimmy, 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 Haja, Haja.
Well, they're all out there ready to go, and there's still a tractor.
The tractor's still there, yes. So it will be Khawaja who will be taking strike. Last ball of Jimmy Anderson's 18th over when the tractor finally hauls the cover. It's very slow moving, isn't it?
Well, I don't think they want to drop whatever water's on them in a big heap in one area.
I don't think it rained that much, did it, to have that much water on it? So
maybe. I'm just trying to suggest a solution, but
yeah, the umpire wants to.
Oh, mate, sod off.
Yeah, just holding up our game. Get off. There's so much time talking to the groundsman, I think, isn't there?
Yeah. We've got a comment on YouTube from Suter who actually will be joining us on commentary this afternoon, weather permitting. He says, I've not liked the suggestion by people of the umpiring being poor or biased because of the COVID home nations rules. It's hard to think of a poor decision other than the Bairstow one last innings. Oh, and he also points out JT.
There was a number of poor Bairstow's decisions. One of them involves picking him.
Yeah, that's true. He also nominates JP Dumine for the initial team.
Good shout. Good shout.
Yeah, probably not getting there on merit, but certainly on initials.
Right, well, the tractor is now trundling around the boundary on the inside of the ground, not actually off it. I think he's found his gate. He's going to reverse it in. This is taking an eternity. This is.
There's probably 5 parody Twitter accounts for this tractor driver that have already been set up in the last minute and a half.
Oh, he's nearly crashed it. Oh. Well done, sir. You've passed your test. Well done. Oh, that was painful to watch, wasn't it?
We've just had 5 minutes with all the players and the umpires on the pitch, and we're waiting for a tractor to leave the surface. It's going to start raining in a minute, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it will, inevitably.
Jimmy gagging to get his over completed, flicking the ball nonchalantly in his right hand.
Yeah, just putting the toe brands back.
Yep.
That's it.
sponges are in place. Kawaja is ready. Anderson is ready. The umpire's ready. He's in pass. This is outside off stump. There's a bit of excitement from the slip fielder, but nothing's nudged into the offside. It's a dot ball, and it's the end of Anderson's over. Eventually, 1 for 35 Australia, 163 for 3.
Mike says Cricket Info reports the ground staff are checking the radar and are concerned for more rain soon.
It's not their business.
Frankly, David Jenkinson says the issue is that as soon as it starts raining, umpires have had them off. Can't exactly blame Smith for jumping the gun slightly. And the other issue is that weather radar is clear, according to the groundsman. Well, the thing about clouds in Sydney is they suddenly coalesce into rain, which is a bastard. And Adelaide Barmer says it's disgraceful. Smith should wait until the umpires call it and not start dashing off. He'd never get a run if he played for Durham.
True. Anyway, Leeds to continue to Smith. He nudged it into the offside. They managed to gallop through to add another single to Smith's score. He's moved on to 30.
And we're due for change.
It's not really the ground staff's responsibility to start monitoring the weather. It's the umpire's job when they call them on and when they tell them to get off.
Leach slightly short of a length to Kawaja, goes onto the back foot, punches it back up the track. Another dot ball.
We're off at the end of this over, I think.
Yes, I don't know who's coming in for us, but I'm sure they're
playing on.
I'm sure they're hovering. Is that Paul Rifle standing today?
Pistol.
Yes.
Leach in again. Kawaja just rocks back very comfortably and punches it straight back, and Leach fields off his own bowling.
I actually think Rifle is a very good umpire.
Leach in again. This is slightly outside, a very strange shot. It's slightly outside off stumper. Kawaja dangles his bat there, and his front leg went about the same distance outside the leg stump. It was a most peculiar looking shot. At the end of it all was another dot ball. Smith is looking very disinterested, isn't he? He's looking all over the place, anywhere other than what's really going on. Anyway, Leach in again. Kawaja rocks back and cuts this away behind square. This time he has beaten the fielder there, and this goes to the boundary for 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Nice controlled shot, that one. Not a very good ball, it has to be said, but anyway.
I think he made it look. Oh God, they're coming back on again. The ground staff are coming back on.
Yeah, they're back on again. We look like we've got yet another interruption.
Well, I shall leave you to it. Be back in half an hour and let the other team wibble.
Let the boys do the chatting. Enjoy the rest of the day, boys. Bye for now.
Thank you, Messi. Thank you, Steve. Who's coming on? Forthy has cropped up. And who has joined us? It's Jack. Just when we thought there was no hope, up has popped Jack of that ilk. Hello, gentlemen. Nice to be alongside you this early morning in
it's
London and late morning in where are you, Ian?
Melbourne.
Melbourne. Okay.
Yes, so it's half 11 in the morning. I'm feeling very fresh.
Well, I'm not entirely sure what's going on. Well, let me just tell you what I can see, which is that the umpires are standing in the middle talking to the ground staff who are putting the Hessian matting on. The England players are standing about 10 yards or 20 yards away from that, refusing to leave the field. It's almost as though they're chasing a win on the 5th day and refusing to leave, trying to goad the umpires into staying, but they're not. It's the second day of a pretty poor tour. It looked like Steve Smith had run off the playing area and gone to the dressing room, but he may have then. Nobody's coming back out, and they are taking. Well, frankly, this is a bit odd, isn't it? I'm not sure what you can do if it starts raining and then stops a minute later, other than tell them to come to put the matting on and then tell them to take it off again. But they are coming out, the batsmen, and we are going to see some cricket. And we're going to see less of those people in the 1980s rugby shirts and postman's shorts who are the ground staff at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Which of you gentlemen are reading social media messages?
That would be me.
And are there any?
So, yes, one or two. So, our own Jason, referring to the great Australia-Essex match, agrees it was at Southend. Garron's Park, if he recalls correctly, which was a bit of a postage stamp of an outbrand. I don't know whether you can confirm or otherwise there, Fred.
Well, postage stamps come in all sizes, don't they? Nowadays, you get quite big ones as well. So, it's... Well, we are going to start again. So that whole delay took about 4 minutes, perhaps. And Leach, who's standing at the end of his mark, will complete his 7th over as soon as this bastard in the tractor gets his fucking machine off the pitch.
Oh, he's doing a donut.
Where's he going? Where's he going?
So he has to reverse off. Why can't he go out forward?
Why does he have to reverse off?
Because they have to be on quickly, don't they, 40, for the next delay in about 15 minutes.
Well, he can reverse on.
Well, the logic breaks down because he's delaying it now by reversing off.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's more important to stop the pitch getting wet than to let the pitch stay dry.
I suppose you're right that he has to do the same thing every time, otherwise he could be accused of not just being an arsehole, but being a cheating arsehole. Anyway, Leach is going to bowl over the wicket, round the wicket, to the left-handed Khawaja, who leans into a defensive shot, plays it to extra cover, the end of the 63rd over of the innings. Australia 168 for 3, Khawaja has 21, Smith has 30. And in the absence of any social media messages,
no, we did
Jack,
have one or two.
how do you think this game is going?
Well, it's going Australia's way so far this morning or tonight, depending on where in the world you are. Did you know Jack Leach bowled his first maiden, of the series last over?
I didn't.
That's a 1 in 35 ratio he's managing so far.
Yeah, well, considering he's there in great part to hold an end up, it's not a great statistic, is it? Well, no. Jimmy is probably feeling a little bit grumpy, but then that's most of the time, and he's going to continue to bowl 1 over every 20 minutes, but without actually being taken off because of the innumerable rain delays. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls to Smith, who tucks it off his hip, square to sort of backward square leg. There is a leg gully in place, and he goes and fields it, but single to Smith. I was reminiscing with somebody the other day. It was Messi Jez on the soon-to-be Patreon interview that's going to be put up about captaincy things that you remember. Do you remember the Cape Town Test match of 2 years ago? I think it was 2 years ago today, actually, when England was struggling on the last afternoon to bowl South Africa out. So Anderson round the wicket now for left-handed Khawaja, who defends, and Van der Dussen had batted for many hours and looked like he was saving the game. And I can't remember who was bowling. It was probably Stokes, who had a monumental last day. Put in a leg slip for no apparent reason to one ball. It was Jimmy Anderson, and Van der Dussen, who'd batted for about 4 hours, turned the first ball after he'd put in there straight into his hands. He didn't have to move. He went straight into the breadbasket, a comfortable catch. And if you're a captain, that must be the greatest feeling in the world, and something you're not going to forget. Short ball and down the leg side by Anderson, and it's a pull which isn't particularly well timed by Khawaja. There is a long leg. I think that was Leach down there. He wangs it back in, a single, and Anderson looks like he went over in his follow through. And as a man of 67, he takes a while to get up. Let's have a look again what happened. Fell over. He did a bit of a long jump, triple jump, isn't it, where he landed on the same foot twice. And I don't think he's turned anything. He's just.
Yeah, I think the strapping on his ankle has broken loose and maybe distracted him a little bit here. He sort of trips on the strapping on his left ankle. You have a look, and it should just come into shot there. It's flapping all over the place, so something's obviously gone awry and he didn't want to land on it again.
Well, he's not had it seen to, because he's up to the wicket and bowling again, and that's nicely stroked through the offside by Smith. It's not going to get all the way to the boundary, I don't think. No, it's pulled back by Stokes of the two caps, and it gets in a good return. I think Smith turned for a third and was sent back after probably 10 yards down the track. But 2 runs to the ex-captain, 33 he has now.
It's all started to look a little bit ominous for England, isn't it?
Which is again strange that they were the ones who've seemed all day much keener to play.
Optics, as they say nowadays.
Yeah, they care about optics and all these kind of things, but not about making the fucking obvious decisions, the easy decisions. It's wearing me down by the time of the fourth Test match. As Anderson bowls, and this is dropped into the ground by Smith. Takes a very short single and a very good single. It was good communication between the two batsmen. Stokes again had to come in the field. Maybe they're pushing it to Stokes to try and grind him into the ground and get him even more injured than he obviously is. And what are we looking at? Most runs for Australia, 7,701 Smith has, and he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, seventh in the all-time Australian rankings, ahead of Langer, who's probably kicking a waste paper basket as we speak, and then sheepishly trying to put the stuff back into it. Jimmy to complete the over. Bowls. Khawaja leaves outside the off stump. Butler takes the end of the over. 173 for 3.
Just Ideal says Invisidrizzle is another Sydney meteorological feature invisible to radar.
Really?
Warren. Yes. Warren, can we revisit the idea of tarpaulins held up by drones instead of this medieval production? It is odd how antiquated the system of getting covers on and off remains in a marquee sporting event, you have to say.
Well, how would that work? Would they be sort of having fully extended tarpaulins held up by drones sort of outside the stadium area? As Leach starts a new over, and leaning forward and defending is Smith. I'm not sure how much quicker that would be, would it?
Well, I thought he was talking about an earthsat's roof
held up by drones. Wouldn't you just build a flipping roof? Leach bowls, and well-directed ball just on off stump, and again Smith well forward defending.
What do you do with the roof when you don't have the roof?
Whatever happened to the Brumbrella?
Yeah, that caused a lot of problems for the fungus growing in the pitch. It was a good idea, but it didn't work. Leach in again, and again defended by Smith. They're showing him a lot of respect, which is, I don't know, you can't help feeling that there's some devious plan involved. But at the moment, he's getting to his overs at a reasonable economy rate, but not looking threatening. The next ball is again full ball and probably a half volley, which Smith pats back to him.
What was the Brumbrella?
It was a patented device at Edgbaston. As this next ball is on leg stump and played to mid wicket. They come through for a quick single. He's had to get there pretty quickly, but I think that wasn't a great throw. Who was that at mid wicket? Hamid, who's not shown himself to be an absolutely fine fielder, I have to say, on this tour.
He hasn't hit the stumps yet. He's had many shies.
Well, yeah, that looked as though it should have been a sharper single than it turned out to be. So perhaps he was on his heels there at mid wicket. Leach in again, and this is turned off the pads by Khawaja to the left of the mid wicket fielder. They take a single, and that completes the 65th over. 175 for 3. Yeah, the Brumbrella was some kind of a device. It was like a sort of a hover cover of some spec, but when it was on, things sweated underneath it, and it caused a lot of fungus to grow, and it ruined the square. So it was a good idea, but it didn't actually work.
Ravi Nair, we will lose 2.5 days to rain, and England would still lose by an innings. Kev Baker, I know England's fielding hasn't been great in this series, but it's a bit harsh to call one of them a tractor.
Ashley Giles was famously called a wheelie bin.
He was. I don't know if either of you were on when Ollie Robinson was bowling his version of spin in the last test, but it was an absolute replica of Ashley wheelie bin chances.
Yeah, well, I was never a great fan of the so-called king of spin. We have a change of bowling. It's going to be Ben Stokes.
I got up Ben Stokes, and he called me a oh, if I'd only seen that Ben Stokes was so mean. And he called me a said he'd punch my said I made him the arm looked up and said, you angry redhead, you'll get...
Well, they nearly gave us enough time to actually complete that very long jingle as Stokes finally delivers his first ball, which is short and down the arse, as Ian O'Brien would say, and Khawaja half ducks underneath it. Jack, we're at the 4th test match of this series. Do you think England have any idea of their best bowling attack?
They might not know it exactly, but I don't think they're... I think they're in the ballpark. I don't have to worry so much about that facet of the game.
No, that's true, but next ball is again short, and again Khawaja barely has to duck underneath it. Butler takes. I'd say bit confused what they've done with the bowling in this series.
I'd say what they have shown they don't know is their best bowling attack for different conditions. They might have a good idea of who the best 6 bowlers are, but they don't really know how to play them.
Leg for a single by Khawaja.
Don't you think it's one of those things when a losing side changes its bowling lineup, people say they don't know their best lineup, what are they doing?
No,
and when a winning side does it, it's very clever rotation. I
think it's like you look at where they played Jack Leach. They didn't play him at Adelaide. But anyone who's ever played for South Australia will tell you that you always have to play a spinner, at least one spinner at Adelaide. And then they did play him in Brisbane, and he got murdered. Where there's however you judge cricket, whether you use the eye test or whether you use data, there's no real logical reason why you would do it that way round.
And the unusual thing, as Stokes is still staying around the wicket to Smith, who laps him sort of a short arm jab pull down to deep backward square for a single. And the odd thing is that unlike many other tours that England have failed on in recent years and in distant years, they haven't had any problems with injuries. Apart from the fact that Archer's not on the tour at all, it's not been a case of people missing test matches for injury reasons, and that almost never happens. So all the changes have been entirely of their own volition, which makes it even less understandable. Stokes looks like from this field that he's going to continue to be bowling short. This is flicked off the hip down to fine leg this time by Khawaja for a single.
I think probably slightly more worrying is that they don't really seem to have a consistent logic behind the selections they make. So if you look at why Chris Woakes would have been in the team, for example, in that first test in Brisbane, part of the reason would have been his batting. Now you'd think if you follow the logic of that through, you would at least want Ollie Robinson batting 8 in this test, but because they sort of shagged Ollie Robinson, worked him to death over the first 3 tests, they haven't got that. So now they've got Mark Wood, who's pretty high at 8, isn't he?
He's about 4 places too high at 8. Well, no, I mean he's a number 10 really. As Stokes again bowls, he's doing a bit of a Neil Wagner job. He's going to be pitching it halfway down the wicket and trying to make it difficult. This one's defended, and that completes the over. 66, 178 for 3.
So the point there, just to finish off, is that what is the logic? If you want a good batter at 8, why are you picking your teams in such a way that you've gone into a test where you've got Mark Wood at 8?
Yes, and as I say, they haven't been forced to make these moves. They're doing them of their own volition, rather than saying, well, we were unlucky because X had a niggle and this one got injured and whatever, and this failed the COVID test. No, none of that has happened. So in some respects, that excuse has been taken away from the England selectors, and it's all on their head, as you can rightly say. Leach is going to continue, and he's bowling to Khawaja. We haven't had tweets for a couple of overs. Make sure we remind me to ask for them at the end of this one. Assuming there are any. He's bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja.
Well, there's a slight delay, so I might just read that message Jez pointing out that someone actually did the analysis of using drones to hold up a cover over the ground. Sadly, it seems that over 100,000 drones would be needed.
Just get a couple of Chinooks, mate.
Practical. It wasn't an entirely practical proposal.
100,000 drones.
Seems like a lot.
It does. As Leach bowls, Khawaja defends. Watches that one quite carefully, looking for perhaps some devil in the delivery that wasn't there. What do you think about him bowling around the wicket to the left-hander? Where's he trying to pitch it? He's pitching it on a leg stump, and this one is turned around the corner. It's fielded at short fine leg. No run.
It's better than getting whacked into the stadium, though, isn't it? Or out of the stadium, rather. Which is what usually happens when he bowls to a left-hander.
But are you going to be taking wickets bowling this? So the sun has come out as Leach bowls again. This is on off stump, and Khawaja plays that, goes back to it, and does that sort of jerky movement as if it bounced higher than he expected. I'm not sure that was true. He may just have a jerky movement when he plays that shot. Leach in again. Some shadows. And this is on leg stump, and it's turned to the short fine leg. They take a single as Jimmy has to move his aging frame 10 yards to his right to field. Leach, if you ever look at video footage of Leach when he first came into cricket, when he was his first few years of county cricket, he was a very different bowler. As he bowls again, a slipper's in now, and Smith plays this to short mid wicket, no run.
He threw it.
He had a prodigious loop, and it was subsequently, as you say, pointed out that he may have been chucking the ball, and he came back and he basically lost that. This was a slight hint of turn. The ball that pitched on off stump may have shaped away from the right-hander. Smith played it comfortably enough, though, and that's the end of the over. Let's have some tweets.
Just Ideal is very happy, Jack, with your use of the words ersatz, so pleased with that. Damon, is it not a thing that only Manchester has lost more days to rain in the Ashes than Sydney? Sure, I saw an infographic with that on during the last Ashes. Anna Forsyth weighs in on the subject of Ashley Giles. Is that them coming? No, I thought I saw more rain, but I didn't. Anna Forsyth, I have to agree, not much of a fan of Ashley Giles. Petit moi. Still haven't forgiven him for the unselectable Finn business.
I wondered whether that was when that was coming. It's very rare we get an Anna Forsyth tweet without a mention of Stephen Finn, but glad you're listening nonetheless. Stokes the enforcer back into the attack. He's stepping away and slashing is Khawaja. He knew what was coming. He knew it was going to be a short ball, but this time it wasn't at the leg stump. It was sort of outside the off stump, and he had to reach for it and missed the ball completely. Did you see Vihari's innings earlier today, or was it actually yesterday now, towards the end of the Indians' second innings, when they were bowling short at him and he was stepping away and slashing, and then Bumrah came in and tried to do that 5 times in a row and got hit about 4 times, which I'm not sure is the greatest thing to do to a very high quality opposition bowler. This is shorter and around hip height, and Khawaja just lifts the bat high and lets it pass through to the keeper. But it was almost like an ODI, the way you were trying to guess what the bowler was doing and step back and slashing him over the slips and even over the keeper's head. It was an odd bit of cricket this morning, but South Africa are well poised going into tomorrow morning. I think they need about 130 runs with 8 wickets in hand, something like that. It's not a gimme, but they're in a good position. Stokes bowls short, down the arse again, and again Khawaja leaves. If you are going to be bowling
South Africa, South Africa notorious obviously for choking in one-day internationals. That's the sort of attribute that. But how about Test matches? Any history of them failing to get 120 with 8 wickets in hand? Can't think of it.
I can't think of any offhand.
They let Sri Lanka. It wasn't really a choke so much as a brilliant police cricket from Sri Lanka, but they did let Sri Lanka score 300 odd in the last
they did.
innings.
Yeah, and this is I don't know where that has hit Khawaja, possibly on the hip, and looped up in the air behind square on the leg side. Nobody took the catch, so there was no question of an appeal, but again, short down the leg side. No, it hit his shoulder.
I don't know if Atherton's Johannesburg innings really counts as a choke in South Africa.
I think it is. You have to say it's a choke when you've got the other team 9 wickets down and they need 100 runs to win, and they do win. Because it's only a choke if you're well in front, and they were well in front of that game. It's an unbelievable innings. I'm going to get his name wrong because there's 2 of them with very similar names. The next ball is short again, and again he ducks underneath it. It's Kusal Pereira or Cashel Silva. I always get those 2 mixed up. It was Kusal Pereira, wasn't it?
It was.
Who made 100 batting with the number 11. And it was just a couple of months before Stokes and Leach did the same thing to the Australians at Headingley. So 2 remarkable last wicket partnerships to win the game.
London buses.
Not sure that's true anymore. Stokes bowls again, and guess what? It's short down the leg side, and this time he flaps it round the corner to long leg for a single. I think if you're bowling this line, you probably want to have a leg slip or a leg gully in, just in case he glances one. But he doesn't, and that's the end of the over, 180 for 3.
Yes, we've got a little bit happening on social media. I'll just get past our own posts. I'm convinced the terrible team selection is political because of ECB's refusal to give a shit about Test cricket. No other reason why they would be so daft about their choices at Brisbane and Adelaide. The light roller.
Technically, the ECB that's picking the team.
No, that's true. The light roller. Did anyone glean anything from the Ashley Giles interview on the TNS podcast yesterday? He claimed it was his idea to make spoons the sole selector, changing 150 years of backward thinking. Dan Hodges, why don't we get Stokes to bowl some spin? I think we're into another over.
Yeah, Leach bowls, and it's flicked off his legs by Khawaja, but doesn't beat the man at square leg, just behind square leg, no run.
Yes, just to complete that thought, why don't we give Stokes to bowl some spin, give Root the enforcer on, and let Leach to have a go at some away swing, couldn't do anything else.
And we still haven't found anything that Butler can do. It's Leach bowls again, and it's defended the ball in the middle and off.
No, I slightly would defend Butler. He's actually made some spectacular catches. It's just that he's
also dropped some spectacular catches.
He did bat for 5 hours in one test as well.
Yeah,
he did. He batted for 5 hours at Adelaide, I think it was.
Yeah, great. That's what he's there for. As this one's turned square on the leg side.
Well, on that occasion, that is exactly what he was there for.
As it happens, no, because if he would have gone completely Burko and hit a double 100, we would have won that game. So if he would have played his natural game and had it come off, then
that's a counterfactual too far, I think, Fred.
He's there to be Donald Bradman, and he's not doing it.
If you're defending his record, then you're on slightly sticky ground, as this is a full ball which is pushed back to the bowler by Smith all along the ground. And yes, he has taken some good catches, but he has dropped some of the simplest catches you will ever get as an international wicketkeeper. The slip weights, hand on knees, not a great look. It finally moves them as Leach comes into bowl, and a gap is found in the leg side, and a walked single by Steve Smith and Usman Koala, as he was rechristened a few Ashes ago by Guerrilla Cricket. We have Mitchell Shark and Usman Koala, various various Australian renowned fauna. So Leach bowls again, and that's fended at slightly by Khawaja. He didn't look particularly comfortable, but he got enough bat on it, and that's the end of the over. 182 for 3.
They're under threat, the Koalas. Mayank, they haven't been this bad before. This series has been particularly woeful. And our very own Hendo. Lovely to hear from you, Hendo. Can anyone see England? Yeah. Can anyone see England getting a wicket today?
Yes.
Probably not. The light roller. Stokes goes body line. And Warren, given the precipitation in the forecast, any thoughts about an early declaration in order to bowl England out in three sessions? I was going to say 3 sessions. That sounds like quite a good performance, really.
Yeah, we are before lunch on the second day of a test match. I don't think anyone is. We've got the handcuffs out. It's because they want the ball changed, but they're not going to have the ball changed. And now it's England seeming to be wasting some time. But Stokes, as the enforcer, the Neil Wagner, the who else used to bowl this line? I'm struggling to think. He will be bowling to the ex-captain, the disgraced ex-captain Stephen Smith. Right arm round the wicket, short on the leg side, and paddle down to fine leg for a single.
I think England will settle for this at the moment. Australia aren't going anywhere too quickly. 10 overs to the new ball. Jack Leach hasn't been hit for a single six so far. You've got to look at where the wind is coming from.
Straw clutching of the highest order, I have to say.
I think they're probably reasonably happy.
It's one of those lull periods where you just want to get to whatever the next thing is, and in this case it's the new ball as Stokes bowls short down the leg side, and it's pulled down to long leg for a single.
We'll probably have a spell of wood, won't we, at some point, and that'll be their gamble on trying to get
your age
for the new ball.
Not a surprise.
Yeah.
Yes, there's no response to that. We're watching Wood trudge around in the outfield, because with a left-hander and a right-hander the left-handers are the biggest wasters of time on a cricket field, let's be honest, and should all be shot. It's going to cue some tweets for the next person on it. Short down the leg side from Stokes to Smith, and he leans away from it. Butler takes. There are some sports where you're not allowed to play left-handedly. I think polo is one of them.
Makes sense.
So maybe it's something we should introduce in cricket. Probably get 10 overs extra in a day because of it.
How about you're not allowed to change the field between left and right-handed batters?
Stokes bowls again, short, and that hit a ducking Smith. Was it on the side of the helmet? Or on the shoulder? He's got so many fidgety movements, you're never entirely sure whether he's been hit or whether he's just acting in an odd fashion. It was a short
I think it's
ball.
on his hand. He's taken his glove off.
That was at the forearm, the glove. I'm struggling to pick up exactly where it's hit him. Yes, it was. It was the glove.
Yeah.
And a luckier England might have seen that go to a short leg, but it didn't. It went down into the ground, and then he ducked. And this session may not have taken a wicket, but if it's broken Steve Smith's hand, then that's a good session for England. He bowls short, and it's pulled reasonably well. But there are two men behind square on the leg side on the boundary, so it's just a single to Smith. 39. Khawaja has 28. He's coming on to strike for the last ball this over. It will be the last ball of this session. We're going to have a multiple person changeover. So whoever you are, get your fingers on those.
I'm on ball by ball.
You lucky listeners. Smith has taken his glove off, and he's trying not to show that he's been hurt, but he probably has been. He's not on strike now. Khawaja's going to get this last short ball down the leg side from Stokes. And guess what? It's a short ball. It goes over his back into Butler's gloves. The end of the 70th over 185 for 3, and I shall bid you all farewell.
Cheerio.
Thanks very much, Fred, for that traditionally cheery stint. Although, of course, it was not exactly the most cheerful stint of England's Test match career. I am joined by Knuckle on summary and by Messi on tweets, I do believe. Hello.
Hello.
I was enjoying the revisionism in relation to Butler. Basically, he's the least bad of the wicket keepers available to England at the moment, I think.
Basically fine as a Test number 7 wicketkeeper batter, no better, no worse.
Yeah, I sort of agree with that. I know he's made some errors.
The biggest argument for him, I'll come back to that after this delivery.
Jack Leach has started his 11th over. He's on them for 25. It's something of a minor victory, I suppose, in these matters. And that's played straight back down the pitch by
The biggest
Smith.
argument for Butler not playing Test cricket is to save him and make him for the white ball stuff and allow him to concentrate on that.
Rinse and repeat for the second ball. Forward defensive by Smith, straight back down the wicket to Leach. This is going to be very fast over at this rate.
I was a bit surprised last summer when England went to separate white and red ball teams that Butler wasn't reserved. exclusively for the limited overs teams.
Smith manages to angle his bat and finds the gap just short on the offside, and they scurry through for a single, which brings Khawaja on strike, which won't necessarily suit Leach. Prefers to bowl to the right hander.
Because
he moves on to 40.
Because while Butler's done some good things for England in Test cricket and hasn't been an abject failure, he's not been a resounding success either, and has at times looked a bit confused as to how he wants to be playing in Test cricket. And there's certainly no confusion as to what he does in white ball cricket, and it might allow a specialist to take over.
Absolutely.
A Test specialist to take over at least.
And that is dropped.
Oh!
That is dropped. A very nice ball. Leach bowled to Khawaja. Got the outside edge straight through to slip. Dropped by Joe Root at first slip. A pretty straightforward chance. It has to be said.
Didn't it come off Butler's gloves?
The pimps in the crib, ma. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
It did, but it went pretty quickly. That should have been taken by Root. It went straight to him.
I think it came off Butler's thigh, actually.
Yes, it did deflect, but it really was a fairly straightforward chance. If anything, that made it more slightly easier by taking a bit of the pace off the ball, you would say. And that's a single down to mid-off, concludes the over. And as if anything else could go wrong for England, they have now dropped a catch, which they had failed to. That sort of ticks it off the bingo card. They've got one ball of the over left on leg stump. Khawaja easily nurdles it round the corner for a single. He moves to 30. Smith's on 41. Australia 189 for 3 at the end of that over.
So the light roller says Wood needs to come on very soon. The opening stats man says this rings true. In relation to that. On average, no ground loses more days to Test cricket than the SCG. Have been at the SCG for many, many rain delays. I think they use the rainwater to down the beer there. So and Matt Burley, in response to Hendo's question as to whether anybody can see a wicket falling today, said not by bowling left arm round to a left-hander, pitching it 4 inches outside leg. I guess that's tactics.
Well,
the thing on
around the wicket to the left-hander almost worked, pitching it in line with the stumps.
Yeah, it did.
Maybe Butler, a really, really high-class keeper would have got hands to it, but that should have been swallowed by Root.
Well, just following on the discussion about Butler, it just seems to me a no-brainer.
Hold that thought. Let Forky do the ball.
Right. So, first ball of a new over from Stokes, and what do you know? It's pitched in short, and Khawaja just jerks back and lets it go through to Butler. Carry on, Nessie.
It just seems a no-brainer to bring in Folkes. He's a better keeper. He's a decent bat. It's one of the easier selection decisions for England, I would have thought.
Well, I think they would have done that against New Zealand if Folkes hadn't got injured.
Yes.
Yeah. That's Folkes' unfulfilled England career is one of those what-ifs. Stokes' second ball, this time by way of variation, sails over Khawaja's right shoulder.
The problem with this, we're going back to the decision to keep Butler in the Test bubble, as it were, last summer, and then people are talking about taking the gloves off Bairstow when he was doing quite well certainly as a middle order batter and okay enough with the gloves. But we're going back there 4 years. You need to start looking ahead, not that far back.
What do we think this ball from Stokes will be? Well, this one is a half tracker rather than really dug in short on the leg stump. Swivel round the corner by Khawaja, picks up a single down to long leg. He moves on to 31, the score to 190 for 3.
So Leach has bowled okay. He's at least bowled in the way that you can set a field for him and you can keep him on and you can rest some of the seamers. And Stokes has hit Khawaja, he's hit Smith. The Benny line has worked a little bit better than it might have been. And Australia are still, they're 190 for 3, and this partnership has put on some runs now, 72. But they haven't got completely away from England, but it has looked a bit flat since the first 40 minutes or the first hour or so.
No, it should be fairly normal Test match cricket, you would think. Right, okay, so Smith, short ball again. Smith paddles it, as it were, sort of a pull around the corner. Could have gone straight to Hamid, but if it was straight to Hamid, you couldn't really classify it as a chance. Occasionally those stick. He's in on the bat pad.
Straight into the ground and up into the hands of Hamid.
Nothing doing there. Although Hamid does not really make you think he's one of the great close fielders of all time. He hasn't done a great deal to underline that.
Crawley's quite good in there for someone that big.
Well, yes, he is, isn't he? Seen him pick some good catches.
I think he is currently at second slip.
Stokes, in almost a parody of his bowling, thumps it in halfway down the wicket, and Smith just sort of watches it as if he was seeing something from a great distance go over his shoulder. Another dot ball, not quite a wide. And to add to everything else, Stokes is now clutching his side, I have to reveal.
I mean, he does do this every now and again. He can look injured but be fine, but that's not a great look, is it? As I say, this burst of Benny line has been okay. Ooh, actually, that does look a bit nastier than some of his other I'm too big, basically, and some of his other injuries, which are basically a very large man hurling himself around a lot, but that doesn't look great. I know he is going off.
I think he's picked up his cap. He's not even going to complete the over. This looks like a side strain. It could easily be if it is a side strain. Stokes out of the rest of the series, which
certainly him done as a bowler. I mean, you'd probably still pick him as a batter if he can move. Craig Overton's come on as the sub fielder, but that is not good news. Ben Stokes gone off with what looks like a side strain, and Mark Wood is going to have to come back a bit earlier than planned and complete the over.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
One ball of the over to go. Wood just adjusts his field. I think he's going to move a leg slip in. Wouldn't this be ironic if this ball conjured up a wicket from nowhere? In he comes. And it's Fuller, sort of double bluff, just punched through the offside for a single. Khawaja keeps the strike. He moves on to 31. No, sorry, Smith keeps the strike. He moves on to 42. Khawaja on 31. Australia 191 for 3 at the end of the 72nd over.
We've got Mog saying, so when does folks get the job in the test side? And when are they going to learn to fucking catch? The light roller says, root for fuck's sake. Joshua Electron says, England can talk about replacing Butler when they can find someone else who can bat for 5 hours with their backs against the wall once in a while. They can replace their wicketkeeper the moment they find someone with a modicum of technique. Well, I'd suggest folks would certainly fulfill that requirement. Warren, fed up from this pointless shit from Stokes and England. And Tomo Pollitt says, could this finally mean that Ben Stokes can be left out of a game? Let's be honest, it's a long time since he's performed. I was just looking at the figures. He's made 101.
Sorry, Messi. We're just starting a new over there from that's okay from Jack Leach, and that ball is stroked down to Smith to long off. He picks up a single and moves to 43.
So far in the series, Stokes has 101 runs at 16.8, and he has taken 4 wickets at 71.25.
He's clearly not fully fit, but how quickly we forget. Stokes hasn't played since March, well, those few ODIs against Pakistan, but he was called up as emergency replacement. But, you know, this is Stokes we're talking about, come on.
So this time Jack Leach bowls, and Khawaja, left-handed Khawaja, bats it down to long on, where he picks up a single. He moves on to 32. Third ball of the over, which manages to get just the tiniest amount of spin, but no problem at all for Smith to smother it.
That root drop off Leach was bizarre because it was almost like it came to him too slowly. He grabbed at it a couple of times. And you're right, Jez, the deflection off Butler took all the pace off it. Should have been a simple grab.
Should have made it easier rather than anything. It could have thrown him, I suppose. Smith manages to repeat again. First ball of the over and gets a single down to long off. Khawaja back on strike. Smith moves to 44.
And that, if that catch is taken, England are back in the game again. And England have been quite decent in this Test match thus far, but the wheels aren't falling off in this Test match at least, but they are wobbling.
Yeah, I mean, we can forget as well that 194 for 3 is by no means a disaster on a fairly decent pitch in Test match cricket. It's reasonably standard. You get a couple of wickets now and you're well back into it. Usually, but we know about England's batting. And talking of the wheels coming off, very slightly, Hamid has just made a hash of a very straightforward bit of fielding at mid-wicket and let it get away from him, allowing Khawaja to get a single. He retains the strike. He's on 33 off that last ball of Jack Leach's over. There was really no excuse for that, as we can see on replay. Didn't even hit a bubble. And that's the last ball of the over. How are we doing on socials?
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, we're up to date on Twitter, but excuse me. Rick Myfrat makes the point the Root dropped it onto the spare helmet, didn't he? It should be 5 more runs. I didn't notice that.
I'm sure I'm sure they'd have picked that up. It must have missed the helmet. But yeah, it was. Looking at that replay, it looked as though he was unsighted. But as it came past Butler, but there was no reason for him to be. You can see it perfectly well from that angle. He's perfectly in line with it. It was a failure of, well, combination of technique and concentration. No one will need to tell him that. He's a decent enough slip fielder, Root, and he'll be just as livid as anybody else is. But it's one of a number of very simple catches that have gone down, and England are dropping the kind of catches that mentally knackered and slightly broken-looking teams drop.
So Sudahu also says Stokes looks knackered. He says dropping Stokes would be like picking up the gun you've just used to shoot yourself in the foot and then do it in the other foot. I disagree. I think Stokes has been picked on the basis of hope of what he can do when he really isn't fit and should have been given a rest for this match apart from anything else.
A new over starts, and it is Mark Wood picking up from Ben Stokes, who's gone off the ground. It's on the leg stump, and it's just glanced down by Khawaja to long leg. He picks up a single, moves to 34. Yeah, you're absolutely right that Ben Stokes is Ben Stokes. 12 months ago, he was far and away the best all-rounder in the world and the most exciting commodity in Test match cricket. And that Ben Stokes still exists. It's just the one we're seeing in this series is not a faithful replication.
He's barely played any cricket since March, and he's still very, very close to his dad passing away, which very significantly affected him. He's had this mental health break all year. England didn't want to rush him back. He declared himself fit, and England were obviously hoping for more from him in this series, certainly with the ball.
Second ball of the over, Smith takes a very sharp single, but with the full knowledge that England have only hit the stumps once, I think, from a shot at the stumps in the entire series, probably reasonably risk-free. He scoots through to 45.
And on that occasion, the batter
97 for 3.
And on that occasion, the batter was well in. I don't think there's been a run out all series.
There was one when David Warner just got himself in a complete.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I think Adelaide. But that's been it. I mean, Australia haven't been that much better. Mark Wood in for his third ball. Just played down neatly and defensively by Khawaja. There is no run. That first ball of the over, by the way, was a leg by, just for those who are scoring it.
On your point, Forthy, 197 for 3 coming up to the second new ball required the scoring rate 2.68 and over. It's fairly standard, but absolutely. This is obviously a reflection of the batting. If you're having to bowl sides out for 200 on a flat pitch to stand a chance of winning a game, what chance do your bowlers really have? And is it any wonder they get discouraged after a little while?
I could not agree more, Neckel. That ball is thrown into the... Not thrown literally, but bounced into the wicket by Wood. It sails over Khawaja's shoulder, no run. It doesn't seem long ago I saw some stats, and that the perfect first innings score to make a great gripping Test match, it was agreed, was between 360 and 370. For this England team, we would immediately discount any hope of them being in this side with this batting lineup. In such a situation.
360, 370 seems a little high on most of the Test pitches we see around the place these days, but yes, I take your point.
Yeah. And that ball sails harmlessly past Khawaja's defensive bat, and through to Butler there is no run.
We'll take, for example, the pitch that India and South Africa are playing on in Johannesburg. If anyone scored 360 in an innings there, they have to bat unbelievably well, or the bowling would have to be really bad. We're in an unusually bowler-friendly era of Test cricket, basically everywhere except New Zealand.
Agreed.
And but England have been, even in that context, really, really poor with the bat for most of 2021.
Well, last ball of the over, and it's Fuller, but no problem at all to be countered by Khawaja. He just knocks it down towards square leg. That's the end of the over. My scorecard is gone, but I'll hand you over to Nessie to see what's happening on socials.
197.
Yeah. Warren says, nothing against Stokes. I'm pointing the finger at the tactics. David says, same old stories. Hopefully there will be some changes at the top before the next series. Mayank, in response to the question that England being bad on purpose is an interesting theory, says, fair point. I'm just in the mood for an insane conspiracy theory tonight. Fair enough, I think too. The insane conspiracy theory can be fun as long as we don't go too far down the rabbit hole. And he also says, if we never get a test with Stokes, Wokes and Folkes in the same 11, I'll be so disillusioned with English cricket.
We start a new over from Jack Leach, and he's doing, as has been pointed out, his job. He's not turning the ball much, but he's holding up an end while we wait for the second new ball. That's played defensively back down the wicket by Smith. There is no run. This has not been a catastrophic bowling performance by any means, although there are just hints of wheels coming off in the last 20 minutes or so. A Fuller ball from Jack Leach. Smith gets onto the front foot, plays it down into mid-wicket. Again, there is no run. He's been treated with respect by Khawaja and Smith.
Yeah, I think you could say the pendulum has shifted from being straight up and down at the start of play much towards Australia now.
Oh, very much so, absolutely. Smith plays that one down to long off his go-to get-out shot to get a single and rotate the strike, which he does. He moves on to 46 off 106 balls, and without even seeming to, he's upped his scoring rate, and he's looking, as so often against England, in ominous good form now. Khawaja, the fourth ball of the over. Leach in, that one's on off stump. Khawaja successfully smothers it back down to Leach. There is no run. Second new ball is available in 5 overs time after this one.
I wonder, in a weird way, Stokes not bowling might almost be a blessing in disguise for England, because the other three seamers have done very well, and Leach is bowling tidily. At least that's an attack you can work with. It just does mean it puts a lot more onus on Jack Leach to be able to bowl these overs.
Fifth ball, as Khawaja, by way of variation again, comes down the wicket but smothers it, decides there's no positive intent will bring rewards. For the last ball of the over, he plays a much nicer shot which goes out to the boundary where the sweeper, who I think is Zach Crawley out there, yes, brings it back. But there's 2 runs. Khawaja moves on to 35 off 108, and Australia 203 at the end of the 75th over.
Mog says, fuck, it's getting pessimistic in virtual Gorilla Tires. And he says, I've already done a jingle for the Stokes Folkes Wokes.
Yeah, we thought we were going to get it. We thought we were going to get it a few times, but it didn't happen. I think it might. Yeah.
Mayank says, is this still the first session? It's been like a whole week watching this shit. and Cookie says, Butler drops it, meaning he makes yet another mess of keeping this tour. We really need Folkes out there. I don't disagree about Folkes, but I don't think you can put that down as a Butler drop.
It sort of hit him.
No, not at all.
Oh, hello. Darvin Milan's going to bowl some filthy get us to the second new ball quickly leg spin.
Oh!
To be fair, he's not the worst as a part-time leggy. Here he is.
Introducing the next generation David.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name.
Darvin Milan, congratulations.
Well, he's going to bowl the 76th over, so he might get 3 overs if he's lucky here, David.
Which is long enough to get your GPL entry in, by the way.
Good point. And the first one is on the money, which will relax him a little bit, and Smith just smothers it. Not a great deal of turn or anything, but at least it was accurate on off.
Presumably penultimate over before lunch, maybe? Maybe three if they really hurry?
Yes, maybe.
Yeah, 3.
And that one's nice as well. It's on the spot. Smith, wary of getting out to the part-timer, just plays a forward defensive. There's no run. Looks around the field, settles himself. It's going to be a quick over at this rate. Milan 3 steps up, and Smith, tired of all this nonsense, does play an aggressive shot, just slightly wide of mid-on. They'll no doubt have come through for a single. I can't quite see, but I'm sure they have. Yes, Kawaja back on strike. Smith moves to 47. Tweaks to the field as the left-hander. There's a little mid-pitch conference between Kawaja and Smith. How's Milan bowling? They're asking themselves. Well, it's not
straight and slow.
Just
is the answer to that question.
These are what we call straight breaks at club cricket.
He's a roller rather than a ripper.
Yes. Comes in again off his 3 strides. It's like a poor man's Shane Warne. Very like a completely impoverished man's Shane Warne somewhere. And flips it over.
I was thinking
no run though. Just played out into mid-wicket.
Maybe more a poor man's Stuart McGill. The arm is a bit lower. It kind of juts out to the side a bit more.
No, you're right. Yeah. That one is played down to long on by Kawaja. Picks up a single. He moves to 36 and the score to 202. No great damage so far off the first 5 balls of the over. They've just gone for 2.
I wonder if this
Everyone
means
something of a slug.
I wonder if this means that Joe Root is feeling his back a little bit. He might have been expected to bowl a little bit, particularly with the left-handers in Australia's top order.
And that one is Smith just manages to locate it wide of the man at mid-on, but with no great pace on the ball, so it just goes through for a single. He moves on to 48 and retains the strike. Australia at the end of the 76th over, 203 for 3.
Before reading some tweets, I just found out you have 3 minutes left in which to get your GPL picks in. Go to guerrillacricket.com/competition and make your picks quickly. Jeff Perkins says, apparently Ben Stokes found that drop side splitting. Test Lover says, feeling miserable, thinking India may lose tonight. How are you guys coping up with the string of losses? I think England supporters are resigned.
I'll just break in there. A bit of cricket breaking out. That is no run for the first ball of the over from Jack Leach to Stephen Smith, who's on 48, seeing whether he can get to his half century before lunch. He's eyeing up the field. He'll be impatient to do so. And he's got a half volley on his leg stumps and manages to clip it through, but for just the single, out to the man at deep mid-wicket there. So maybe that dream is beginning to fade.
I think
Kawaja moves back on strike.
Sorry, I think there's plenty more action to come in that Johannesburg Test match. We've seen wickets fall in clusters all game.
Ashwin was bowling beautifully last night.
Should be an absolute belter. Jack Leach back in on that leg to middle stump line. Kawaja's interested in the single, but takes 4 steps down the wicket. He's sent back. Just a moment of uncertainty, but no real danger there. So no run accrues. Settles back over his bat. Jack Leach in for the 4th ball of the over. That one is, just for a moment, a heart stop as we thought maybe Jack Leach had a caught and bowl, but no, it's a bump ball. It's a dot ball straight back to him. Jack Leach turns again round the wicket from this defensive line. This one's just wider of off stump, and Kawaja takes an opportunity just to rock back a little and cut it down to the cover boundary and picks up 2 runs. Mead moves on to 38 for 113.
I don't know if it's worse to be battered out of sight at Melbourne or this, where England are bowling okay, but Australia don't feel the need to do anything other than be okay to sort of gain a psychological stranglehold.
Last ball of the over is played neatly enough, but down to mid-wicket. We're just having a no run accrues. Smith on 49, Khawaja on 38, Australia 206 for 3, and there will be time for at least one more over as the clock ticks around to 28 minutes past.
Warren about Stokes says, given the lack of games, injuries, etc., it seems excessive to use him as a battering ram, but not the first to get bowled into the ground. Mike says, England are out of ideas when Milan comes into bowl, and Jim Geezer says there never is every time we go to... There never is changes at the top. Every time we go to Australia, we never have the team to win in Australia. The most ridiculous cycle in all of sport.
David Milan in bowls a very full ball, so full in fact that Smith can't really do anything with it. Almost a Yorker as it were, but at such a slow pace, no threat. Straight back down to Milan. That one's wider of off stump, just punched with no great pace whatsoever into the covers, and no run accrues to that either.
Isn't losing a series in Australia usually the death knell for an England administration / captain?
Very often indeed. Third ball of the over, that's just played harmlessly out into the covers. No run from Smith, playing for lunch now presumably, and there's a nominal field change. Hamid comes in to bat pad on the offside, staring down at Smith, who completely ignores him and plays him with no problem whatsoever out into the covers for his 50. Well done, Steve Smith. 50 off 116 balls. That's his 33rd Test 50 in 81 matches. He's also scored 2700s. His average at the moment remains at over 60. Very impressive.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50.
Second 50-plus score of this series, which by his standards in recent Ashes series is a lean trot. Oh dear.
And that's the sort of ball you get from a part-timer from time to time. It's a looping full toss about knee-high, which Khawaja has no trouble in. In fact, he'll be rather ruining the fact he didn't smash a boundary off it. He hits it straight to the man. Out the sweeper out on the fence for just one run. It's almost above waist high, but just dipped at the last minute.
It's the sort of ball you somehow expect to get a wicket.
Yes, it's very true, yes. Steve Smith has an average of 79 we're seeing at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Not bad. He faces up to what potentially is the last ball before the luncheon interval, and flicks it round the corner down to deep square, where Zach Crawley fields it, just picks up one run. He'll stay on strike. He's on 51 off 117. Khawaja on 39 off 115. That concludes the morning's business with Australia on 209 for 3 off 78 overs.
I just want to point out that 50 jingle that Knackle just played for Smith's 50 is one of 50 jingles that Jeff Perkins has composed, which I discovered in my interview with him for the Patreons who support us. And I've now recorded a dozen of those, which will all be available exclusively to our Patreons. So if you're enjoying the coverage and you'd like to keep supporting us, I'd ask you please to consider going to the GorillaCricket.com /Patreon page.
Patreon.com/GorillaCricket.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm completely arse about it. Thank you, Knackle. And consider making a small donation towards keeping us in business. That'd be great. Thank you very much. One last tweet. Mark says, who is this Tom Abel guy people keep suggesting as a root replacement?
Because he captained Somerset. He's an adequate county batter, right. Tom Abel. Yes, I would say leave the post-mortem until England are actually dead, but I think that horse is well and truly bolted to mix our metaphors. So we did not have a wicket in that session. Australia managing to add in the first completed session or nearly completed session of the Test match. It was slightly interrupted, but we did get through it all. They managed to add 83 runs for the loss of no wickets. It wasn't easy going early on. Wood and Anderson bowled particularly well in the first 40 minutes or so, but the pressure just started to ease on Australia. They're still not going at any great rate. Stephen Smith going at well under 3 runs and over. Usman Khawaja going at barely 2 runs and over, and there's barely been a boundary today, but Australia are just paddling along merrily as England flounder in the rapids. Ben Stokes has gone off with a side strain. Joe Root has dropped a very simple catch off Jack Leach, who was absolutely livid when the catch went down, and quite rightly so. His partnership is worth 92 between Stephen Smith and Usman Khawaja, their 13th 50 plus partnership. Stephen Smith's gone to his 60th test match 50 plus score, and England, you look at 209 for 4 sessions, or a day's worth of actual cricket, as it were, and you think on a flattish wicket, Australia won the toss and elected to bat, and you'd think it's fairly standard test cricket, but such is England's, as we were talking about, panic about having to score any runs at all, is that it already feels like doom and gloom. It need not be. England do have ways back into this game. The second new ball and taking wickets with it, and Broad and Anderson and Wood have all looked pretty good today, but England look to be squandering another position of reasonable strength, or at least potential. We only had 2 GPL entries, which I think is perhaps indicative of the slightly soporific is not quite the right word, but there is there's been a slight lack of intensity in most of this morning session.
There's another factor involved too, Knuckle. As a frequent GPLer myself, it's really hard to pick when you've got no idea what the weather's going to be.
Well, that's also true, but anyway, you've missed your chance, apart from D. Wells and Ombre Nuevo, who are regulars. At lunch on day 2 of the Sydney Test match, we're going to give you some chat about writing. We're going to have Tony Bishop in conversation with Ashley Gray, author of Unforgiven, the story of the West Indies apartheid tourists, and Anindya Dutta, writer of every other cricket book in the world. So have a bit of them for half an hour, and we'll see you after lunch.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Welcome to this Guerrilla Cricket podcast. Now, in March 1706, a man called William Goldwyn published a slender volume of his early verse called Musée Juvenile. Inside was a poem that would lend him a very strange kind of immortality, 95 lines in Latin, which that were titled Incertamen Pile, on match at ball. Why should we care? Well, as far as anyone knows, it is the very first piece of cricket literature. Cricket has a genuine appeal around the world, and today is certainly the topic of conversation for my 2 guests who are joining me from Singapore and Sydney. Most importantly, they are both best-selling writers about the game that we love. And I'm very happy to say that I've been lucky enough to record extensive interviews with both about their work. So today, we will of course discuss their latest books, but we're primarily going to dive into the pain, rewards and sheer hard graft of the writer's craft. Firstly, Anindya Dutta is a banker and now writer and guerrilla cricket commentator, who for a while has been keeping the likes of Sourav Ganguly and MS Dhoni off Amazon India's top spot with his latest book, The Greatest Year, the story of India's 1971 tours to England and the West Indies. Anindo, hello, and a very warm welcome.
Hello, Tony. Thank you very much for having me here. Delighted, as always, to be with you.
Delighted to have you. And with him, from Sydney, Ashley Gray. Ashley's a sports writer whose stories have appeared in Wisden, Fox Daily, The Daily Telegraph, The Guardian, and All Out Cricket. Most recently, he's written The Unforgiven, Mercenaries or Missionaries, the untold story of West Indian cricketers who toured apartheid South Africa, which has been nominated for a Wisden Book of the Year prize. So, Ashley, a huge welcome to you as well.
Lovely to be here, Tony, yet again, and looking forward to our chat.
Well, let's then. Shall we start with you, Ashley? Because what we're really going to focus on today is the art of creating stories and writing, and particularly about cricket. Ernest Hemingway once said, "There's no rule of how to write. Sometimes it comes easily and perfectly. Sometimes it's like drilling rock and then blasting it away with charges." But let's start, if we may, with you, Ashley, and just tell us a little bit about yourself and how you came to be a writer about cricket.
Yeah. Well, I was always a cricket fan as a kid. Perhaps what you would now call a cricket tragic. I combed the statistic books and for the right stats of the players that I loved. I used to play as well. I read all the biographies. I used to get Cricketer and Wisden when they'd come out to Australia, 3 months late by a ship. And obviously I'd watch it all on TV as well, so I mean, I don't think I was particularly different to a lot of other boys growing up in Australia, late 70s, early 80s, that kind of period. And it left an indelible mark on me. Those guys that I admired then, like the Lillies and Thompsons and Chappells and Marshes, I still love them now. I mean, they were heroes to me, and they still stand out as different to the men of today in some way or other. They just seem realer. Maybe it was just because I was just a little boy, but even now that they seem like, that they're from a different age, a different epoch. So, it's kind of in my blood. My cricket career was, I was coordinated. I could hit the ball, and occasionally I could do something with the ball bowling. But the way cricket was organised back then, especially in Australia, was that often it was up to dads to coach sides, and dads always had favourites. And if you weren't in with the in crowd, you didn't always get a bat. So sometimes you'd be fielding for like 3 weekends in a row, but I suppose it was character building, standing at, swapping from third man to fine leg for an hour, in a very hot, blazing Australian sun. But, ultimately, in the end, I probably wasn't good enough. But, I loved it, and loved playing. And I still play with my son out in the backyard, and I love taking him to games and scoring. And, it's just, I think the thing about cricket, as opposed to, say, football or soccer or rugby league, which is also popular here, it's more of a game of the mind, and that appealed to me. It's a dreamer's game to some degree. When you are at fine leg, there's a lot of time thinking. And,
there is. It's a very psychological game. So, but you too often got the Adil Rashid Award under Joe Root for turning up and neither batting nor bowling, by the sounds of it. Let's move on to Anindo. Now, obviously, we kind of know each other a bit now because you've been the seer of some of our cricket commentaries. But pretend we don't know each other, Anindo. Again, it's the same story for you. I remember asking you this before, but from the world of international finance to the world's best spin bowlers, was that a huge journey or a smaller journey than you might think?
Well, I think it was an unimagined journey, more precisely. I didn't set out to be a banker, I became one. And somehow you can say I didn't set out to be a writer and became one. So it's just at different parts of my life. I was a banker until fairly recently for 26 years, for much of which I didn't write at all, unless I was writing things for my clients or for my bank. And a feedback that I always got was that it was interesting reading even when I was writing on very dry finance, and I was a trader for most of my life, so I was writing on trading. But I never thought much of it. And then a few years ago, I I wrote an article for one of the Australian websites, and it came out, and there was immediately I got a lot of feedback saying that they really liked it, etc. Then I got a call from Kersi Meher-Homji, another Sydney-based writer, and he said he loved the writing when I'd written a couple of articles, and he actually picked up one of them and said that there's a book in it, and I'd never contemplated writing a book. So it was a 1,500 word article, and I was like, Kersi, you've got to be joking. I mean, I can't turn a 1,500 word article into a book. And he said, no, it's there. I've written 14 books, so his 15th was yet to be published, and I can tell you that there's a book in it. I said, okay. So I did something as basic as call him back again and ask him how he structures a book, because I didn't have the remotest idea how to do it. And he told me how he does it, and of course he put the caveat there that you've got to find your own way. And so I've found my own way since then. And then I started writing. This was about 6-7 years ago, something like that. And then I found it to be an all-encompassing passion, if you like. So I was working full time. I was writing in the morning. I was writing at late at night whenever I got a chance. And the nature of what part of cricket interested me made it more difficult, because I've always been interested in the history of the game, which obviously involved a lot of research. And the one thing that I've been always very careful of, even when I wrote for financial matters, was that I shouldn't get a single fact wrong, and which makes life very difficult when you're that nitpicky about something. But then you have to be when you do research.
Especially with cricket.
Exactly. And you're going to be found out very quickly if you don't, right?
Well, it's a rich theme.
Exactly.
Which is good for all. It's interesting that, from three of us, I think, two of us, probably me and you and Indo, have taken the path via other industries and things and sort of worked our way into a hobby becoming kind of a work.
Yeah.
Actually, perhaps a little bit different for you in that you are by trade a journalist and a writer. Is that fair?
Yeah, and a sub-editor as well.
I always think that must be a thankless task.
Yeah, the thing about being a sub-editor is that people would say to me with this book, they'd say, look, just pump it out, just write it and get it done, then go back and correct it and hone those sentences, make it sing. But the trouble is, when you're a sub-editor, you're used to polishing as you go, So I couldn't do that, because I would feel uncomfortable knowing that something I just left wasn't perfect, in my eyes, So I couldn't go on that way, and I had to do it this way. And people would say to me, "You're crazy," but that's just the way I did it. And in the end, I got there. But I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. But that's one of the sort of drawbacks of the trade, I suppose, is that you learn how to do things in a certain way, and that kind of works for me. But I've always, like I said, I've been doing it for 20 odd years now, so I've always been sub-editing and writing, and not always on sport, not always on cricket either. But I think having to write in different tones for different publications and on different subjects sort of rounds you out as a writer as well, because you can draw on a lot more different expressions and ways of putting together stories as well, because one magazine might have a certain style that you have to adhere to, or it might have a certain way of structuring things, but the newspaper will have a different style and structure again, depending on which one it is. So I suppose that's been the benefit of my
that's an interesting. You've touched on an interesting point there. So the idea of style. When you're sub-editing or writing for someone else, if it's advertising copy or if it's even autobiography writing or any of those things, you have to sort of adopt a different persona, that of your your audience or the editorial style of the publication you're in. But when you start to write your own books, it's you. Even if the subject matter is very relevant to a particular group or a particular audience, it's your way of putting it across. So I think one thing I'd like to ask you both is, your books are the books certainly the ones I've been reading, have similarities and differences. One is very much about a history of a certain type of art or craft or of a team. So in Indo, perhaps you're more the historian, but you're a storyteller in the way you bring that game history across. Actually, you're also a historian in that you've picked a very specific, or the current book, The Unforgiven, is sort of politically charged. It's sociologically charged with so many different sort of depths about those West Indian cricketers. But again, you're essentially telling a history story through multiple personalities. So in some ways, the books have similarities there. So anyway, that's kind of a long-winded way of asking the question, which is, how do you evolve, Ashley, your own style and way of your own storytelling so that you feel this is me, even though you're telling the story of something else?
Sure. I think at some point you have to back yourself and back your experience and back your way of looking at the world. Otherwise, there's no point in writing a book or a long form article. I mean, you have to trust that what you're writing about and your perspective is unique in some way and is valuable. I mean, there are many times when you're writing something and you feel that isn't the case, and that can kind of freak you out as well. I mean, there was a time here when I was doing Lawrence Rowe's chapter, and I could not get past the first paragraph, and I was sitting right here, right where I am now. And it was a lovely summer's day, and I was looking outside, wishing I was outside. And I just couldn't get... And I found that there were 3 or 4 different options for the next paragraph where I could go with the story, each chapter, and they all seemed quite appealing. But when I'd start them, they wouldn't work, and it was just this utter sense of frustration, and I just let out this primal roar. I was like, "Ugh!" And it didn't work, by the way. But I had to go on, and even I've got a book here from Neville Cardis, his autobiography.
Yeah,
and it's got some great stuff in here because obviously he wrote for the Manchester Guardian. But there's an interesting bit here which I really related to when he said, "The Manchester Guardian was a great but dangerous school for young journalists. It made us so word and phrase conscious that sometimes we suffered the embarrassment of the centipede, which one day became aware of the complexity and delicacy of its muscular organisation and reduced itself more or less to permanent immobility by wondering which foot to put forward next." Well, that's where I was at with the Lawrence Rowe chapter, and to move on to the next part of the narrative, I had to take a chance and believe in myself and get on with it. At some point you have to bite the bullet, and that's ultimately what I did. So, that's kind of how I approach things, Tony. But usually with a lot more, with a little more success than I had with Rowe in that beginning.
What finally unblocked the start to the Lawrence Rowe chapter then? What was the critical moment that you went from blank page to you felt you were onto something? Stephen King said the scariest moment is always just before you start. After that, things can only get better. And he wrote a few books.
Yeah, he did, yes. I think I went out and had a walk and experienced some of that sunshine, came back and just looked at the first thing I had written, which is often the best thing in a way, because you come to you're closer to being pure about the subject when you approach it. And I went with that, and it just started to roll. I knew a lot about him obviously anyway, because I'd researched him so much. I'd interviewed him, I'd seen him, I knew the man, And the thing about my book was, even though it's well structured in that there are 20 chapters on different guys that went on the Rebel tours, each chapter itself, I didn't have a particular structure for it. It would just sort of happen, and I would just sort of work it as I was going. Once again, the sort of the polish as you go thing. I couldn't move on if the stats weren't right and the words weren't right. Like you were saying before, if the stats aren't right, you can't go.
Well, the rigor certainly comes out, and actually you've said something there I will come back to, because it's the 20 different people. I have a slight feeling that each chapter gets to the heart of those personalities, so it's slightly different in its feel, because I think you almost inhabit the trials, tribulations of each of those people. But I'm going to hold that thought, because I was going to ask Anindo the same question. For you, as I say, a kind of a historian. I don't know if you'd like to be called a historian, but you're a storytelling historian in cricket. Yeah. But tell me about the inspiration for you, because it's not just the Wizards and the Story of Indian Spinning. You've written about Don Bradman. You've written about the Gentleman's Game and the old style. We imbue the history of cricket. Even when none of us were born, even me, who's older than you two, you somehow in your mind have a vision of what cricket was like that is actually probably black and white and men running around impossibly quickly. And yet you feel like you were there because you've read so much. So tell me a little bit about your inspiration to get pen to paper for your first book, perhaps, Anindo.
Yeah, it's interesting, Tony. You say that what you just said, because the first book, although it's not the first book I published, the first book I actually started working on was Spellbinding Spells. That's the one which Kersey asked me to encourage me to write. It just took a while to write, so by that time I had The Gentleman's Game, which was almost like an experiment, because The Gentleman's Game was more a collection of articles that I had written earlier, and I sort of polished them and I put it out there to see what the response to my writing would be while I was still writing Spellbinding Spells. I wanted some feedback, if you like. So it's interesting that a lot of people even today are writing back to me and telling me that they love A Gentleman's Game, which is nice to know. But that's the reason why I wrote it. And then when I started writing Spellbinding Spells, it was quite interesting because for some reason I decided to be very bold. And I said, I'm going to write this in a manner which I have not used earlier. And in line with what you were talking about, that where if I can call myself a quasi-historian, just because I guess I read so much of it and enjoy it, I actually thought that a unique approach would be if I were to write a book where I'm visualizing what's going on in front of me and I'm writing the entire story in the present continuous. So, which was an absolute experiment, because it's a 50-page book. And it had to be right because the facts in there were very important. It was the first book ever written on single bowling spells. So no one had really dissected a single bowling spell and, ranked them. So I have, I think, 6 chapters with 7 of the top bowling spells, which first I had to make sure, cross-referencing, that I didn't make a mistake. And thankfully, in the last 4 years, no one's come back to me to say I've made a mistake. But maybe someone will someday.
Well, you're the reference.
Yeah,
you say it's true. It's true.
Well, they'd have to go back to a lot of archives to prove me wrong on that one, because for the 19th century spells that I wrote about, a lot of them, I have to say, are quasi-conjecture, because you only have the scoreboards. There's nothing else. And you look at those scoreboards and then you try and cross-reference a bit of writing from somewhere about the match, and you try to make up your mind as to whether it was logically a single spell or not. And then I thought that if modern readers read it, they can't relate to the same way to an 1890 test match as I would. So why don't I narrate it like someone would watch a match on television? as if it's happening in front of them. So my entire book is written in the present continuous. And I can tell you I was one tired man by the time I finished.
Well, that's definitely something we're going to come on. Now, you both said something here which I think is really interesting. It's almost as though you're cricket statisticians and historians first, and then the writing wraps around that. And is that perhaps something that's sort of almost unique to the sport that we have in common, because it is so incredibly rich in data to start with?
I think if I may just take that one for first. I think it is unique, but then it's a huge challenge as well, because if you only depend on the statistics, you're going to get a critic or multiple critics coming and telling you that you're just regurgitating statistics, right? And that's not the point. The point is to tell the story that the statistics suggest. And I think therein lies the art. Right?
But isn't that what Neville Cardus was famously so good at doing? You know, he didn't rely upon just the stats and the chronology of the game that he was talking about. Quite often he wasn't even there. The line I've always loved, it gets trotted out on, probably shows like this, I don't know. Trent Bridge, a lotus land for batsmen, a place where it was always afternoon and 360 for two. I mean, again, we'll come back to it, but I'm not sure you get that sort of language. Ashley, what about for you? Historian, statistician, wrapped in prose.
Yeah. I think that. I've always had a head for stats because cricket is unmerciful in that way, in that everyone that plays in a game is ranked. Where you come in, when you bowl, the score you get, everything that you do is accounted for. So it's a good basis from which to start when you want to historically analyse something. But as Ananda was saying before, it's just the bones. You've got to put the flesh on it, and that's the real art. But it's just so important in cricket as well to get those stats right, because they can be interpreted in so many ways, and if you haven't got the right one to work with in the beginning, you're not only doing the record books a disservice, you're deceiving your readers. So you have to get those right. But I would consider myself a writer before I would consider myself a...
Well, it's interesting you say that, because if when you think about the Unforgiven, interestingly enough, there are stats in there. Of course there are. And
that's why I put the scorecards at the end.
You did.
Because it's important to me. Because if I read a book and I've got all this stuff, I want to be able to refer exactly to what happened.
Any cricket fan would be lying if they weren't worrying. Well, but what was the scorecard that day? Who got how many wickets? I mean, they still will do that. But, and again, I think this is a commonality probably between both of you and books of yours that I've been lucky enough to read, is there's a huge amount of personality and emotion, quite raw emotion in perhaps more in your case, Ashley, around the personalities, the issues that they were going through, the challenges, the moral challenges that they were facing. So stats alone are never going to tell that story. What was the point at which you said there is a really deep seam to mine here that goes far beyond just cricket, and led you to that book?
Well, it probably was just meeting Richard Austin in the first place and finding him in the gutter. I mean, I didn't see him on the cricket field racking up a century or taking 5 wickets or making a spectacular catch. I saw him in the gutter drinking rum from a plastic Coke bottle and pleading to me for money to feed his cocaine habits. So the story could never be about the statistics, or it was was talking to a guy today from my hometown. I think I told you before, Tony, that's doing a story from Newcastle, and I actually played cricket with him as a kid, and he was saying that the book is more about the decisions that people make in their lives and the ramifications and how they reconcile them later in life, if they ever do. So yeah, that always had to be the focus for me. I had to get the other stuff right, because to not do that would be to
price of the ticket.
Fall out with so many cricket fans, and also myself, because I got to get these things right, because if you want to get your argument right, stats have to be right. So but the story is about people's lives and how people make calls on their lives that sometimes are wrong and sometimes can lead down very dark alleys. So that's more what it's about, and also the political ramifications. There are so many variables, other themes that sort of interweave there, and it got so complex at one stage that I just thought I couldn't do it. I just thought there's just so much going on in this book. It was doing my head in. But I'll just quickly give you a little anecdote. It was Christmas night 2018, just before Christmas, and I was having lunch with a mate up in a suburb here called Marrickville, which is in Sydney's inner west, and we were having some Vietnamese, and I was telling him about my problems about the book, and I was halfway through it, and I didn't think I was going to make it to the end, and we were outside, and I looked up at a building across the road, and there was a mural there, and it was a mural of a picture of Nelson Mandela, and it had a big painted picture of him, and also had a quote down the bottom, and the quote said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." And it just felt like he was speaking to me, because he was South African. The book was about South Africa. It just felt like a very profound moment for me, and I just thought, well, okay, I just got to do it. It's all you can do in those situations. Anyway, yeah.
So ultimately, Nelson Mandela helped you to get to that. That's quite a story. And Indo, what about you? I mean, your book again is certainly all of them really, but certainly Wizards. It is about a range of different personalities and personal stories that are wrapped in the statistics of that show achievement ultimately. Who stood out for you, perhaps not just for achievement, but as a personality, where you felt that the backstory around the individual was as big, or perhaps even bigger than just the sporting achievements themselves? Was there anyone in there you'd pull out?
Yeah, there'd be a couple of them. The first one is the person I start the book with, and who just historically happened to be chronologically the first Indian spinner as well, Palvankar Balu, and it's an incredibly interesting story from a sociological point of view, from a political point of view as well. Besides the cricket, so he was not only India's first spin bowler, he was also from the untouchable caste of Indian society, and at a time when Mahatma Gandhi had not even started his campaign against untouchability. Here,
well, we're back, and we're back in more ways than one. We're back in Sydney, and we're back watching England was struggling. Drop catch, possibly costly, as Khawaja went down, put down by Root. This partnership now between both Smith and Khawaja has moved on to 92, and Australia have moved on to 209 for 3. You rather felt at the start of today two things needed to happen. One, it needed to rain, or two, England needed quick wickets. Neither have happened, and Australia have been well read. They've been patient, watchful, certainly not flamboyant, but they've been effective, and they've ground their way to 209 for 3 with a drop catch along the way. I'm Tony Bishop, and I should be joined by wisdom and not experience, but opportunity in shape of both Kat. Hello, Kat. How are you?
Hi there. How are you going?
I'm going all right. I actually had a small sleep before deciding to come on after lunch today. And equally, I'm delighted to welcome a listener, a regular communicator via YouTube, and a man who'll need to take his microphone off mute to make a star-studded debut. Colin Suter, more known, I think, as Suter Who.
Yes, morning, guys and gals.
Good morning to you. Now, tell us just a wee bit about yourself, Colin, before we get going.
A wee bit about me. Well, from the northeast of Scotland, really northeast of Scotland, near the Arctic Circle. So it's probably the coldest place ever to play cricket. Been playing cricket for quite a good few years, but coming nearly maybe to the end of my cricket spell, so thought I would dabble into this.
Well, we used to cover Iceland a fair bit, so
that would be the next thing, other than us.
Oh well, that's true. Well, Scottish cricket, you must have been very proud during the World Cup. They more than held their end up, didn't they?
They did. They did very well. Yeah, I'd give them. They're coming on leaps and bounds. They seem to be doing a lot better every so often. With the next talent pool that seems to come in, Kyle Coetzer, he's a nearly local lad up in Aberdeenshire as well. So it's good to be well represented from our local kind of grades area as well.
And how long have you been listening to us wittering on about this game? Well, this game. I mean, the game generally, not this particular game.
I would say around 7 years, maybe.
Oh wow! So you are a listener of some standing, as it were.
Yeah, well, quite a long time.
Right. Well, let me a quick question to you both as the teams take the field. I'm going to start with you, actually, Kat, on this occasion. This is like deja vu all over again, isn't it?
Every match is the same. We need some variety here. Come on, hold a catch route, for example.
Well, he was a little bit.
As we see a replay of it.
Well, we are. I mean, they're sort of. I don't think Colin is motivation. What's the word I'm looking for? Mitigation, is it? That it kind of came off the thigh of Joss Butler, who perhaps himself could have got more glove to it. But how costly is that likely to be?
One cranky in England. Make it a competition. Come on.
Well, we shall see. Joe Root, plenty for him to think about as he continues. We're going to start with Somerset's finest. It's this fellow who's going to be bowling.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
It is indeed Jack Leach. He's bowling from the Randwick end towards those two, the Noble Bradman pavilions. And it gets plenty of turn, but it's slow turn and it's pitched short. And Smith has ample time just to rock onto the back foot, cut it away through cover, and 4 runs ensues. Not a great start for England.
Welcome back from lunch.
My name is Lekan. My name is Lekan. Inevitable. You know Steve Smith's inevitable. He treats the fielders like they're not really there.
Leach again around the wicket. And cut again. Gentle, slow turn. So much time for Smith just to pick his spot. Not to the boundary this time. Just away towards extra cover. It'll get him a single. It'll bring Khawaja back onto strike for his first view of the ball after lunch.
Born overseas now, plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja. Born overseas now, plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja.
Round the wicket comes Leach. Nicely flicked off his toes by Khawaja. Past square leg. He will get a single. And he's off and running after lunch. 40 for him, 56 for Steve Smith. Briefly back in the captain's chair in the last test, of course, but Pat Cummins very much with his hands on the tiller for this test. He does have a slip, does Jack Leach.
Better line?
Trouble. Yeah, better line, a little bit more flight.
Berso's on. Who did he come in for?
Well, Stokes was off. He has a side issue. I'm wondering if it's Ben Stokes. So England are not only struggling here to get wickets, they're again an injury man down. As this one is nudged tidily enough by Smith, the ever-willing Jack Leach.
Watching Stokes bowl, bumper bowling constantly, it sort of looked inevitable that he would pull up with an injury at some point.
Well, he's being assessed from what we understand as this is cut away towards extra cover. It will be another single for Smith. They rotated subfielder. It was Overton before lunch. Hang on, Burstow should be on anyway. Am I dreaming? Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm not quite sure.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, so but I suspect it is Stokes who's off. And well, that's the end of the over, and we'll go to our first bit of social media. Kat, are people coming back after?
Yeah, so we have a couple of tweets that may have come through in the lunch break, but in the lunch break we had Martin Holland talking about the groundsmen and how fast they can bring the covers out, and saying it was the best sporting contest at the SCG today. Yeah. Was Alistair Nicholson analysing the running style of those groundsmen running on. We also have the reports on Ben Stokes off with left side tightness, and George Dobell doesn't think he will bowl again this series, which seems a bit of a gloomy analysis, but we shall see.
Well, just as you say that, the impact of that I think is immediately going to be seen, because Joe Root is going to bring himself into the attack.
Fabulous Ben Stokes substitute.
Should be just for one over, thinking that the new ball's coming soon.
Well, it did look as though he was about to bowl his first delivery, but rather belatedly it seems. Steve Smith, and with full, as he's fully within his rights to do, decided he wanted the sight screen moved. There's the forward short leg in the shape of Hamid, and the first slip in place, which I believe is Crawley, from what I can see from here. Joe Root's having a little view of it's his finger. It's that taping on his finger that seems to be troubling him a little bit. Poor old Joe Root, 28% of England's runs this year, now a frontline spinner as well, as this one steered away back with a square, no run.
That is an interesting point about the bringing on the opening bowlers just to give them a little bit of a warm-up. So I always hate seeing that when they get the new ball option, but instead of getting the new ball they just have a couple of throwdowns with the old one first.
Yeah, I think you're right. England just want to get it in their hands as quickly as possible, as onto the back foot goes Smith, guides this away down towards deep extra, easiest of single, and just the 1, 2, 17, 4, 3. I noticed you've just got a note that says, Colin, that you're rather loud and boomy. Is that just a general comment about your persona, or is that my attitude of life? I was about to say. You never know. I mean, it might just have been going. You might just walk into a pub and people go, "That chap's rather loud and boomy." Onto the back foot goes Khawaja, cuts away towards cover. No run on this occasion. 217 for 3. Yeah, poor old Joe Root. 28% of England's runs this year, in the last calendar year, not this year. Although that's yet to be proven, of course, this year. This one's short and pulled by Khawaja. That's going to go all the way. It was horrible delivery from Root. Dragged it down. Khawaja said, "Thank you very much." Swiveled on his hips. Away it went to mid-wicket. For one of these.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Wonder with this year, what will we what will the Root opinion be? Will he be remembered for his nearly record-breaking or his captaincy?
Well, that's the other thing, of course, isn't it? As nicely forward comes Kawaja to a better ball from Root. It's a bit like the Leach over. A half-tracker, boundary, a bit of a mixed bag, and then every just so often you get, oh no, that's what a proper delivery from a spin bowler should look like, particularly when you're trying to starve the other side of runs and wait for that new ball. Onto the back foot goes Kawaja, steers it away towards
quite an
point.
aggressive field as well. It didn't see much people on the boundary, which...
Well, the feeling, as the end of that over, 5 from it from Root, maybe the feeling there was just a little bit that are Australia going to feel like tucking in straight after lunch, with knowing that new ball's coming, they'll want these two at the crease, etc., etc. But nonetheless, 2 more overs have been bowled by Leach and Root. Australia have advanced to 221 for 3. The partnership has rolled along to, what is that now? Somebody tell me. 104.
Yeah.
So that's been a trying morning for him. Ah, okay. Yeah, I just haven't quite updated. Decent day today. Have we? I say I've slept through much of this morning. Have they been off for any rain at all during the course of the morning, or have we been survived?
We've had a spell of coming off for maybe about 4 hours of lost time, and at one point it was a bit comical where they hadn't even finished putting on half of the ground covers, then they were taking them off again, so it seemed a bit pointless.
Well, that is hugely frustrating. Inevitably, the new ball has been taken. Do we happen to have anything musically to celebrate that? We'll wait till after this ball, and equally inevitably, it's the venerable Anderson who takes it, and that's swings, a little bit of swing in the air for him, but it swings down leg and taken by Butler. Let's welcome the new ball and the new bowler.
New balls, please. Jimmy, 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 aja, aja, aja. Jimmy, 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 aja, aja, aja. Jimmy, 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 aja, aja, aja. Jimmy, 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 aja, aja.
Jimmy, it is who's going to face. Oh, he's going to bowl to Steve Smith. Left alone outside of the off stump, gets a round of applause from Crawley at slip. As it goes through to Joss Butler, comfortable lead, 58 for Smith. A man, of course, who's more than capable of piling on large amounts of runs. Highest of 131 at Sydney. We got that versus India, and he got run out on that occasion. Did Steve Smith? That was 2000. No, that was this last occasion, wasn't it? 21. As forward comes Smith, pushes it into the onside. Mark Wood does the fielding. And there is no running. Average is 75 in 8 appearances here. He's going to have to go some to beat Michael Clark.
As informed, this is the end where he took his wicket yesterday.
Yeah.
He's looked not too bad. Just, I don't know, they seem to lack a plan what they're doing with Smith when he's been bowling.
Yeah, well, that certainly got some movement in the air, which is encouraging. And there's 2 slips in place. This one's a tight line and on about 5th stump. And Smith, though, is able to leave it. Does the inevitable retrospective little flick of the wrist.
That's done something.
We'll have a look. Yeah, he felt that moved. It moved in the air. Didn't really move. Well, yeah, a bit of wobble, actually. Definitely moved in the air as it moved towards Smith.
Point.
And Steve Smith is nodding. Probably recalling his adventures in the hotel lift, although I suspect he's more likely to be concentrating on this ball from Anderson, which again just a little bit of, I think you'd describe it as modest movement, wouldn't you? You'd hardly say it was swinging hoops. Certainly
gentle seam, gentle move.
Gentle seam and movement. 221 for 3. This has been a hard graft for England. That drop catch could haunt them yet, or it's already haunting them. Sorry, Colin.
End of the day, that's what you want: gentle seam and gentle move. If you move it too much, then it's unplayable.
Well, wise words indeed. That's not a great ball. It's a bit of extra bounce, which Anderson's been achieving all through to this test, really. But it's a quite considerably down leg. So it's a maiden for Jimmy. Australia stay on 221 for 3. Hard graft for England. Cat. You're on mute, Cat.
Nothing.
Now you. She's back. How are we doing on YouTube? Has anybody come back after
I
lunch?
can't get YouTube or Facebook to work without it playing in the background. There's no comments there anyway. I did just have a little bit of a look. So I'm going to give you a comment from Daniel Braddock instead, not to Guerrilla Cricket, but he says Stokes' injury confirms it's not only unusual but downright freakish that Neil Wagner can bowl the way he does all day. Repeated bounces otherwise almost a surefire way to get injured. Poor old Ben Stokes.
Yeah, possibly too much too soon. There is always that. You can always talk about the 28 or 24 tests England have played in 2 years compared to Australia's 8.
And I feel like the lack of social media, Tony, the lack of social media means that all the England supporters have just given up. Come on, guys. We need some interaction. We need some feedback for Colin.
Well, yeah, we do. Yeah, come on, welcome Colin, guys. All the way from Scotland to his front room.
I have plenty of thoughts.
It's going to be this fella anyway, and we'll wait for Broad to come around the wicket. Keeps a bit low, left by Khawaja, through to Butler. Let's jingle up the bowler.
Sweep the leg, Broady. Got the best headband around. Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thin now.
2 slips, a gully, a backward point, cover and extra cover. There's that fairly conventional ring on the offside as forward comes Khawaja. Goes to that man at cover. And again, there is no run. 221 for 3. We're in the 82nd over. The new ball has been taken. We have had a bit of an on-off morning at Sydney. We've had a drop catch. Khawaja first via Butler's leg. Really should have been snaffled by Root at slip. It wasn't. It went down. And again, the latest from the ECB is Stokes will return to the field of play shortly, but is unlikely to bowl as Broad is in, angles this in to the left-handed Khawaja, is misfielded away at mid-on, and they're able to take a single, never run on a misfield, but they did, and it's done them no harm at all. And the inevitable, I'm going to ask Kat just to say the score, because I'll attempt it in a Richie Benno accent and it will be really bad. What's the score, Kat? Can you say it in any sort of Richie Benno way for us?
No, I definitely can't, and I don't approve of the Richies either. I'm not a big fan of them.
Oh, I've asked the wrong person. It is 222.
I can't do it. Anyway, it's 222 for 3.
Oh, it is 3. That's the only other thing. Yeah, it's the extra. And there's we're watching Nasib Hamid, who's going to come into, I would imagine, forward short leg. Yes, he is. That suggests that Stuart Broad might be considering a little bit of rib tickling for Stephen Smith. Possibly not the first ball. That would be too predictable, wouldn't it? No, this one's fairly full and driven away straight to Mark Wood, resplendent in a Broadesque floppy hat. It may indeed be Broad's hat, is it? Is he guarding Broad's hat for him whilst
He's double hat wearing?
Is he wearing two floppies?
I think we had in the India game a treble hat wearer at one point, which always pleases me.
Treble hatter. Smith stands ready, bat aloft, study in concentration, full, driven towards mid-on and fielded by Jimmy Anderson. And again, there is no run. 222 for 3. This pair just marching on, somewhat inexorably now. It seems 105 the partnership. It's not been spectacular. It's been steady. It could have been broken. It wasn't. And there's just so much about this now that seems to be a road we've travelled, particularly watching this series. Broad in, full, driven straight to Crawley at extra cover. There's no run, it's the end of that over. and I'm going to find out for us from Kat, is has anyone decided to come back after lunch, or have they all just gone? Nah.
No, they are back now. Thank you, everyone, for coming back. Hooray! So we have some speculation about Ben Stokes, and he's apparently going to come back on the ground. Actually, Knuckles just told us he's coming back on the ground, presumably so that he doesn't miss out on too much batting time. But he won't bowl. Yeah, Jeff Perkins saying apparently Ben Stokes found that drop side splitting. So there you go.
Oh dear. Jeff Perkins, now. What a reason to become a patron, let me tell you. Remember, we have various different levels of Patreon membership. If you go to GorillaCricket.com, you can see the opportunity to go to Patreon or patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Either way, you can find us. Different levels of ways you can help and support the show, but for I think $5 a month, as we wait for Anderson to be pushed away into the onside. Again, it's a single to which Broad does the fielding, puts in the throw to Josh Butler. There's only $5 a month. You get complete full access to our archive, including over 1,000 jingles. You get exclusive content. You get
and those jingles do come in handy, don't they? Just at random times during the day.
Yeah, you can. Well, you may just be.
Scare people on the bus. Yeah.
Well, I did as I once did with Paul Sterling, going off in my pocket, as it were. As forward comes Smith, pushed back to Jimmy Anderson for a tiny bit.
You could make
more.
a ringtone out of them, couldn't you? I'm sure people have told us that they have made ringtones.
I have that. No, I have. Yes, I have.
How long do we think before Ben Stokes goes chasing after the ball and inevitably
has to trot
that?
off again?
Yeah, like an excited puppy.
He's gone into slip to try and preserve him from doing that, but there isn't a third man as we wait for Anderson to come in. Those two slips go down, but Smith tickles it away down to long leg, where the equine Wood does the fielding.
As Knuckle pointed out, they've been taking him and leaving him out of the slips. Maybe dodgy fingers before there's the long break.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a wholehearted player, isn't he, Ben Stokes? This is the thing. I mean, he's not the kind of player to suddenly go, "Oh, I'm protecting a knock. Maybe I shouldn't go chasing after this." England have their backs to the wall. He's dug them out of holes before. It'd be very hard to stop him, as this one is well met by Khawaja. Just shows the full.
That was him even with the bouncer ball, and you thought at some point you go, "Wait, can I just, Joe? Can we change our approach here? I'm feeling a bit knackered." But no, he's just too nice of a man and just continued on.
Yeah, no, he's the willing engine, isn't he? He won't let you down for effort. There's no doubt about that. To amazing effect, of course, in the past as Anderson is in. That's left. Good, well judged on height, judged possibly on width, but it was a good line across Khawaja, but it was through to Butler. No run. 2 singles from this over so far. 224 for 3. Australia. We are in the afternoon session of the second day here at Sydney. Highest score on this ground I was about at some point. I remember I was saying 329 not out. Michael Clark holds that record. 2011. This is
Boxing Day test.
Yes, it will have been, as this one is steered.
I think I was at
one. It's the end of the over.
I think I went to one of the days there.
Was it the day he rattled up his 211? Oh, sorry, his 329 in 2011. Anyway, it's the end of the over, and Cat.
We have the light roller, and this is a good call. He's calling for Wood. Wood, please give me Wood. Why is Wood not bowling with a new ball? Is a good question.
How much wood would a Wood bowl if a Wood ball could bowl Wood? I'm not surprised.
Indeed. Is it seniority? Does Anderson just go, bad luck, Wood? You're the new guy, effectively. I want to bowl with a new ball.
Well, I think so, and I don't think you could really criticise England for that decision. Although I think Mark Wood's bowled pretty well without too much luck. This one, is a little floaty outside of off stump from Broad, and it's driven away through cover magnificently by Stephen Smith. He'll eat those for breakfast all day, and it's 4 runs.
I don't think the Australians really deeply kind of fear Broad and Anderson too much, but I think they genuinely fear Wood with the new ball, that pace.
Yeah, he does, but they tend to use him in short bursts, as in comes Broad. There's a big shout from Broad.
It's going down leg,
shake of the head from umpire Rifle.
That's going 2 metres down leg, isn't it, Colin?
Well, I would tend to agree. There doesn't seem to be huge excitement and interest in the England ranks.
I'd like to see
There's
it
a frightening degree of consideration, though, here from Root for the review.
Well, I think Broad still did his showboat arms adrift kind of celebration.
The full Broad celeb appeal was there. Well, it wasn't a no ball.
Oh God, they're reviewing it.
Well, I'm surprised, but a certain degree of desperation probably at this stage from England.
To watch out, Colin. Now that we've said this, it'll be hitting leg stump.
Well, it didn't pitch outside leg. It bounces. It hits the knee roll. Oh, how does it? Let's have a look.
Yeah, missing by 2 metres.
It is missing by a fair bit. Well, I think
it's definitely not going to be hitting.
Trust one's own judgment, and I think we all looked at that and went, including umpire Rifle, by the way. We all looked at that and went, that's going down leg, isn't it? Not so
it
much.
It actually only missed by 2 centimetres, so it wasn't such a bad review. Anyway.
That's a wild sort of degree of difference you got there, Kat, from 2 metres to 2.
Look, they have dozens of reviews. Why not burn one? Why not burn one with a new ball early? You've got 3, 4, 5 reviews. I'm not sure how many they get these days.
You get now.
At least 3.
3, yeah, you get the extra one.
I don't agree with it.
Well, we'll have that debate in a second. We're looking again. It pitched outside off. The impact was in line, but it was missing by
2 millimetres. In fact,
2 millimetres. It's getting smaller and smaller on the catometer. As this one is left by Smith, and through it goes to Joss Butler. It's gone from 2 metres to 2 centimetres to 2 millimetres on the catometer of how out would he likely to have been.
Look, it wasn't even umpire's call, so Colin and I are standing firm. It was definitely missing.
Well, I think with that we all agree on that. We are merely, as Oscar Wilde might have said, Madam, arguing it about the degree. And there it is. Anyway, dot ball. And we'll move on. It's 2:28 for 3. This one's, that one spat and jumped, and Smith rocked back.
Right line for Smith, but
was a good line, as Colin rightly says. Taken well by Joss Butler. I'd like to see another look at that, but we're going to get one.
Wobble seam.
Yeah, wobble seam. Definite movement. Almost a fast leg break. I mean, it seemed to move quite dramatically. Steve Smith approves. Has a little chat with Stuart Broad about just how good a ball it was. Probably relieved that he's still there to have that chat. In comes Broad, pulled from Smith, down to fine leg. There's nobody down there, and it's going to be 4 more.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Now, I should mention, of course, that should you have any DIY and needs doing at home, if you need anything measured up, kitchen cabinets, gardens, fencing, whatever you want, we'll send Kat round. whose trained eye will sort of go, well, it's probably about 7 foot, that fence, might be 3.
You'll get it in the same room.
But it'll be close enough. 32 for 3 as we wait for Broad over the wicket. Taken the edge. They have the wicket. Butler dives away to his right. Smith has gone. He's gone for 67. A superb delivery from Broad. It was that sort of quick break again. Legitimate edge. Nicely snappled by Butler. England finally have their man, and it is Steve Smith gone.
Fifth stump line. seems to be the way to play Smith.
Yeah, it was a superb delivery. He was kind of got a fair old working over, and it's done the trick for England. Second wicket for Stuart Broad, 2 for 50 for him. He's delighted. England are delighted. 232 for 4. They have a lot of work to do. They need to create a bit of a clatter, I think, to keep themselves in this game, given the paucity of their batting of recent times.
Well, how times change when you think maybe 250 and you think, oh, that's going to be a struggle for England.
Well, no, sadly that is absolutely right. But let's just enjoy that moment, because it was classic Stuart Broad delivery. Took the outside edge, and it was quite a modest celebration on that occasion from Broad, wasn't it? It was just it was almost a Shearer-esque one arm up in the air.
There was a thin veil of relief on Butler. He's staring at his hands going, I'm thankful I've taken this.
Oh, is it still there? It was yeah, you're right. Well, we're going to see this man come to the crease from the very much old and established Steve Smith. To the less established fellow.
Appreciation Society. God save Mitchell Marsh's brand of all-round variety. We are the Cameron Green Preservation Society. His injuries cause all of us excessive anxiety.
Wasn't particularly in the runs at Melbourne. What did he make there? 17, didn't he? He was LBW to Jack Leach, as I recall.
Yeah.
But it was the end of the over, so Khawaja is going to face Anderson, and leaves outside of his off stump. Does the left-hander.
Not to go back onto the Butler bashing, but I had that thought the other day of would we be having the same conversations with Butler if it weren't for the people who he dropped? Because it seems like he caught Harris, I think, a couple of times with some beauties. But even though he's not feared, and then went and ended up dropping Smith and Labuschagne.
As we wait for Anderson, right arm over, and this one is met tidily enough by Khawaja away into the offside. No run. We'll have a change at the end of this over. Kat has her measuring stick ready to give you the most precise of assessments, metrically speaking, at the end of this over. Who are you on there with, Kat? Who's coming up with you next? It's going to be
Good question. I'll let you know in a minute.
Jacob. It's Messers and Jacob. You're going to be in good company. Colin, again though, and a short innings from Smith. As we just wait, I'll let you answer that after this ball. As Anderson's round the wicket, met by Khawaja, back to Anderson.
Yeah, it's been a slower innings, and the same with Uzi. He's had quite a slower innings. I think it's down to England's batting. They seem like, well, we don't need to pile on incredible runs and incredible run rates. We've got time and we don't need to get that much. So they've been a lot more kind of sombre in there.
Well, I don't want to say it's been an application of, it's been applied Test cricket batting, as this one though is pulled beautifully off his hip by Khawaja.
Good stuff.
Mark Wood goes thundering around from long leg. Has to, of course, put in a bit of a fall over and a dive and a slide.
It wouldn't be Wood if he wasn't on the side.
It wouldn't be Wood indeed if it wasn't. It was worth 2 runs more to Australia. Khawaja played that very tidily, slightly short from Jimmy. Actually, it was an excellent stop by Mark Wood. Anderson in again around the wicket, full driven though straight to Jack Leach at extra cover. No run. One more ball of this Anderson over. Just the 2 runs from it so far. Australia 234 for 4 here in the afternoon of the second day of this Sydney Test. The series gone, of course, for England. Gone in 12 days. This, though, they're looking for some pride. There'll be retrospection, there'll be a lot of navel gazing, there'll be an awful lot of consideration about what led this to be such a dismal failure. But for now, it's about salvaging some pride, as this one spits a little bit at Khawaja. And you heard Colin.
It was high in the bat.
It was high in the bat, but it was steered down into the offside. So 234 for 4 will go to Kat for some quick social, because she can then seamlessly. Colin, an assured debut. Well done to you. We're going to hear from you again. We'll be back in touch, and I will see you later.
Bye, folks.
See you later, Tony and Colin. Thank you very much. And we're welcoming Jacob, Jaffa, and Messrs, I believe. Hi, guys.
Hello.
I'll just run you through the socials so you know what I'm up to, Mrs.
Yep.
So Just Ideal has said Shawcat could only manage 4th in the opener at Wagga. I have no idea what that means, so if anyone does, you can illuminate us. There's been a couple of comments from Mog. I'd just like to say thank you to England for making this series so fucking boring. I've been watching European T10 replays instead of it. Thanks a fucking lot. And I think, Mog, with that you brought the wicket. That's what we're up to.
Okay.
So, and we have Broad resuming. I'll just quickly get through this first delivery. There's 3 slips in place and Cameron Green defends a ball. So, yeah, what do you think, Messi? You know where we're up to?
Yeah, I do indeed. We're up to the same old shit on field as well. I mean, there's such a sense of inevitability about all of this. I got to say, Kat, though, I must congratulate you on holding your own in the face of sustained sledging from Tony Bishop. I thought that was pretty poor behaviour on his part. You know,
I just put myself on mute. That's what you do, isn't it?
I mean, what's a couple of metres between friends?
Cameron Green faces up to Broad and he's pushing a ball just short third man. I think Bairstow's fielding in that position. Do we know who's off the field? Is there anyone off at the moment?
Is Stokes back on yet? I don't know.
Stokes is back on. He came back on earlier and gave a bit of a thumbs up.
Stokes was in slips, wasn't he?
Apparently Bairstow is actually in the playing 11, which is why he's on the field.
Oh, is he?
Someone many changes.
I love that.
Well, I'm not used to Bairstow doing anything. As his next ball, Cameron Green pads it away with his box, I believe, and it's another dot ball. Fantastic.
Oh, we're due for a comedy session, aren't we?
There are 3 of us here, all at least semi-interested in cricket, and none of us except Knuckle, the all-knowing, noticed.
The reason I said this was because someone in the previous session said that Bairstow was on fielding for someone, so I just carried on with that. I assumed that was correct. Anyway, we have Cameron Green facing up. He's on 0 at the moment. He's trying to get a ball by working it into the onside, but the short mid wicket is keen, and that ball is fielded. So Cameron Green yet to make a mark, but Khawaja at the other end is on 48. So let's hope he can get to 50, right?
Can I ask you something? Did I just see Stuart Broad appeal for a ball that Green hit with the middle of the bat? I'm sure he did.
Well, there's precedent this week for that sort of thing. If anyone watched the Bangladesh game.
Oh yeah, there was a review, wasn't there?
Yeah, they reviewed it straight out the middle of the bat. They thought it had hit his toes.
So Cameron Green getting his eye in, a relatively new ball at the moment, and Broad is bowling to him. This time he pushes it into the off, and they're getting a quick run as it goes to cover point. That's Green off the mark. Fantastic. What do you think of Cameron Green, Jacob? Is he one of your favourites?
I think he's very promising for Australia, having obviously gone wicketless against India. The big question was over his bowling, and he's really come on leaps and bounds with that. I also like how he's identified a problem in his batting. He got caught around the off stump in the first 2 tests, and he's fixed it mid-series, which is something England batsmen could only dream of doing, assessing their own technical failings and addressing them in the midst of a test series. So it's really good signs for him.
So Khawaja, the left-hander's on strike now to Broad. He's sending a ball backward of square. And they've run 2. That's great running from these 2, and that's the end of the over. So over to you, Messi.
Well,
that's Khawaja's 50, we should say, before we go to the socials. Good work, Khawaja.
And Mog says, that's the best bit of comms so far this year, Kat, on any broadcast. So there you go.
Indeed. Oh, Bairstow.
And there was a YouTube comment which I don't think Tony was read out. It says, "Don't wish to alarm you, Suda, but there's some guy on my screen chatting to Tony Bishop who seems to have stolen your YouTube name." It was very nice to have you on board, Colin. So we're up to date with tweets. I think most of our tweeters are sleeping if they've got any sense.
Yes, fair enough. Although it is getting exciting now. We've just had a wicket. We had Steve Smith dismissed with the relatively new ball, and now we have Cameron Green. We have a 50 from Khawaja. It's all happening here, Jacob.
Absolutely it is. I mean, I was just about, as we came on for this stint, I was preparing a whole spiel about how it had gone a bit flat for England, but then the wicket came just as I came on and rendered all of my preparation pointless.
And finally, as requested by me and a couple of other tweeters, we have Mark Wood coming in, and he's bowling to Cameron Green, pushes the ball defensively, and there's no run.
I have to say, Jacob, that rendering preparation pointless is a very England thing.
An England bowler quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
I don't think you can compete with 4 years of pointless preparation.
You say that as if the preparation has actually occurred.
Well, they said it was.
They lie.
Cameron Green facing Mark Wood, offering a very straight bat to this next ball. It doesn't really bounce a great deal, and probably would have taken out his off stump. So good work, Cameron Green.
On the subject of that,
didn't Silverwood refer to the New Zealand and India series as effectively a warm up for the Ashes?
Well,
I take that to be preparation.
on the subject of this, have we all enjoyed the review structure, which has recently been announced, where Ashley Giles will review himself, and then Andrew Strauss, who has no official power, will review that, and then that will be reviewed by a committee who will review the review of the review.
Seems reasonable.
Seems English.
So Wood again bowling to Green, and this one is just let go outside off stump again. Not much bounce there, almost going to Butler on the second bounce here.
The other issue with that process, of course, being that when assessing the performance of Ashley Giles, none of the voting members of the ECB executive have any personal experience in men's international cricket. Not one of them. There's one.
That sounds like standard ECB practice.
There is one former women's international and no former men's international.
But I bet they know how to work out bonuses.
Another fabulous delivery from Mark Wood. Green has to defend this one. He pushes it into short cover. He's still on one. He's faced 9 deliveries, and the score 237 for the loss of 4 wickets. You're not a fan of the ECB, Jacob?
Well, I'm an English cricket fan, so I suppose that answers your question.
No one is a fan.
No, I think some of the decision making has been ludicrous, and it's all set up terribly wrong. It's as simple as that, really.
Indeed, that is accurate. 2 slips in place as Cameron Green edges almost to first slip. It's just gone past the hands of first slip all the way to the boundary. Oh my goodness.
I don't know if that quite carried it. It was on the ankle.
Did it carry, Jacob?
Would have been a good catch. I think it may just have bounced before. We'll see on the replay. Ooh, I mean,
would have required a dive
between the two of
forwards. Yeah. And Butler, what's Butler thinking? At least it didn't go between keeper and first.
Well, that's the Alex Carey problem now, isn't it? Standing still as the ball sails past first slip.
The slips are looking a little more alert now as Green faces up, but this time he's defending it to short cover. And that's the end of the Wood over. 4 runs from it, the edge to slips. Poor Mark Wood, not his fault at all. He's bowled beautifully, and it's 241 for 4. Over to you, Messi.
So Mog says, who'd have thought you'd be so cynical about cricket administrators? You have to feel for a bowler, though. You got Root at first slip, who's dropped one already, and frankly looks absolutely knackered. And then you got Stokes at second slip, who, I doubt if you can even bend over anymore. So it's a really tired team at the moment, isn't it?
I mean, it's fair enough that Root looks knackered. He's been carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders for the past, well, at least the past few weeks, and probably longer. So exhaustion understandable there.
Yeah.
Plus, he's been doing the throwdowns, I understand, Jacob. So, there's no coaching staff.
Yeah, it's all a bit of a shambles. For once, not a shambles caused by the ECB. It's just the COVID has come in amongst the camp somehow. We don't quite know how, and most of the coaching staff are off.
So 2 slips in a gully as Broad is now bowling to Cameron Green. And they've taken a quick single. So that's one run to the score, 242 for 4.
At least with Silverwood isolating, it means that instead of hearing about the positives we can take from the most recent devastating loss, we hear Graham Thorpe's zoological metaphors about his bowlers, which are slightly more entertaining and varied.
Do share.
What? Yeah, what are the zoological metaphors?
He said before the game that Broad and Stokes were caged tigers ready to spring at the Australians, which has clearly not happened at 242 before.
So Broad's about to bowl a bit shorter as the fine leg comes around to more of a backward square leg on the fence, but no, it's back of a length and Green just defends his ball down the pitch.
What Mr. Thorpe didn't mention is that one of the caged tigers would spring from said cage and immediately strain his side muscle, leading to less animalistic fury.
Oh dear God. I mean, I just don't know how much sillier this series can get, to be honest.
Well, we know that Mark Wood is a horse, so we've got a tiger and a horse so far.
We've got 2 tigers and a horse.
Yeah.
Tigers and a horse.
I think there's meant to be 3 lions in there somewhere as well, but I'm not sure.
Broad his right arm over as Green is edging the ball onto his pads and it dribbles away, and he's still on 5 and Khawaja on 51. Good innings from Khawaja. Good comeback, Jacob.
Absolutely. It was pretty much at the start of the series. It was a split decision between him and Travis Head, and which one of them would take that number 6 spot. Really, other than the openers, the only unsettled batting spot in the team. And Head obviously came in 3rd fastest Ashes century. No, the fastest Ashes century ever, wasn't it? So that helped.
So Stuart Broad is bowling to Cameron Green and he's edging to gully, and that is another wicket. What a fabulous over there from Stuart Broad, and Green is gone for 5.
Oh, it's close to being a no ball.
Don't say that.
It's not a no ball, but
No, it's
good
not.
Lord, was it close.
God. That was a good
Fantastic. Well taken down low, but it wasn't a difficult catch. Thank goodness he hung on to it. And that's 3 wickets for Stuart Broad.
Yeah.
That was Crawley who took that. So we must have Root first slip. Is it Stokes at 2nd and Crawley at gully there?
Crawley having replaced Rory Burns, who dropped a couple of sitters.
Yeah. And nice captaincy there from Root, right? So they knew that Green wasn't looking too comfortable. He was edging a few. He'd missed a few. Just not quite getting a line of those balls. And great work there in the cordon.
Yeah, good catch from Crawley, coming forward down low. Those are tricky. It's just dying on him, and he's managed to snaffle that one pretty comfortably.
I'm pretty sure this is Stuart Broad's comeback at me for calling him a busted flush.
You and the ECB selection panel, by which I mean Chris Silverwood.
Well, what I did say is that he needs a bum up his ass to actually perform, which he did.
He needs a what?
Sorry.
You mean a kick up?
A kick up his ass.
He needs an arse up his arse. Thanks for that.
But he's reacted well to that sort of stimulus in the past, so maybe he heard what I was saying and decided to do something about it.
There is a theory he reacts well, in the test after he's been dropped for a test. But anyway, we've got Alex Carey coming out. Do we jingle him up?
He's the next cab off the rank. And Alex Carey is his name. Wicket keeping is his stride. with the blade, holding a cricket bat.
Stuart Broad is ordering an extra slip in place. We've got 3 slips and a gully, and this is Khawaja, the left-hander, facing Stuart Broad. He leaves the ball elegantly. It goes through to the keeper. Broad thinks it was close. He was at least 2 metres from the top of his off stump.
That's the generic 2 meters, as it gets.
Yeah. It could have been 2 millimetres, but I'm not calling it too early here. As we know, there's a big margin of error in my range.
Dear. It's not error. It's approximation.
Yes, indeed. Yep.
Oh dear.
So this is the last ball of the Stuart Broad over. He's bowling to Carey, the left-hander. Again, it's a bit wider of off stump, and Butler takes it almost in front of first slip. It's left alone, and that's the end of the over. A wicket and 1 run from that wonderful over from Stuart Broad. Any socials?
Yes, indeed. The light roller says, you're correct. Silverwood did say that India and New Zealand series were warm-ups for the Ashes. He also said the assumed winds would carry confidence down under. That went well. Mog says the 3 lions withered and died from despair sometime during the second test. And he says, in continuing the animal references, I suppose you could say Crawley is a bug of some sort. Mayank says, I don't know why Green is still in the team. He's basically failed in every innings he's batted all series, and he barely gets 5 to 10 overs to bowl each time. I totally disagree with you, Mike. I think he is a brilliant fourth seam bowler. He's bowling at 140 Ks really well, and has the potential, as most all-rounders do, to fail, but also to succeed from time to time. I think he's a fantastic prospect.
And when you have a habit of getting Joe Root out, you're fairly valuable to any team.
Yeah.
Khawaja facing up to Mark Wood, who's bowling at 143 kilometres an hour, and Khawaja sees it coming quite nicely, gets a lot of bat on it and defends.
But Khawaja's played well so far, having now the time due to Travis Head getting COVID and having to isolate. He's got the opportunity to force the issue, having not played Test cricket in about 2 years, I think, and pretty good innings so far.
Mark Wood's bowling short, and it doesn't bounce as much as Khawaja thought it might. He just waves the bat over the top of that as it goes through to the keeper.
Bit of uneven.
So Mark Wood's run-up, Jacob, I really love the way, we know what his run-up used to be, and he seems determined to have a crazy run-up. Now his run-up is like a U-turn. He does a U-turn on his run-up at the top of his mark, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, it was Michael Holding, wasn't it, who talked to him and basically got him to ditch his short run-up, which put huge amounts of stress through his back and ankles, leading to stress fractures in both.
So Mark Wood is bowling to Khawaja. This is wayward. It's down leg side, and Khawaja says thank you very much and just helps it on its way to fine leg for a boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
But yeah, Mark Wood significantly shortened his run-up a few years ago, and then came back with that brilliant performance in the West Indies where he took 5 for, and has not looked back since, really, in terms of when he's been selected. He's played pretty well.
Has he been injured at all, Mark, since then? Jacob, since then?
I think he picked up an injury. It wasn't a serious one over the summer, but that was diving for a ball at the rope, and I think he hurt his shoulder, and that might have kept him out of one Test match.
Khawaja offers a very straight, solid defensive stroke to this next delivery and no run.
But he's playing back-to-back Tests now, Mark Wood, which is unusual for him, and doing well with it.
And he's over the wicket to Khawaja, again offering a straight defensive, this time out to the offside. He's looking great, Khawaja. I don't want to put the moz on him, touch wood.
I don't know if you saw, but I got someone quite badly the other day. Oh, sorry.
The score 246 for 5. We're in the 89th over. So a little bit of shine off the ball now, Jacob.
Little bit, which is where Mark Wood is, which is why Mark Wood is bowling. It's where he is used by this England team. When the ball gets a bit old, he's that extra X factor.
Yeah. This next ball's fielded. It's fielded by Anderson. It's a defensive ball, and that is the end of the over. 4 runs only. That 1-4, and the score 246 for 5 over to Messi Jez.
Mayank says, lucky for Silverwood and England, the next T20 World Cup is in a few months' time, so they can say it's all right because the white ball tournaments are more important at the present moment. And Jeff, in response to Knackle's suggestion through the Twitter account that maybe with Carey coming in there was a chance for England, he's just said no chance. I was looking at the last Ashes series in Australia to compare it with this one, and although England did get thumped, at least they scored over 300 4 times. They're yet to crack 400 in this series. Hopefully this will be the first time we'll have some competition.
They're yet to crack 300, aren't they?
Sorry, 300, that's what I meant. I do beg your pardon. Yeah, 297 is their highest score today.
So we're seeing Stuart Broad set his own field, which is always wonderful. 3 slips and a gully. You have a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a short cover point. And this next ball, it's to Carey. He shoulders arms and through to the keeper.
Do you
think Broad would like to be captain, Jacob?
I don't think so, no. I don't think anyone would want to be captain at this point, other than Joe Root.
Not of this team.
Because Joe Root now has the chance to sort of redeem himself, and his captaincy at least. He as a player, as a person in the game, is almost beyond reproach. But as a captain, has come in for some heavy criticism. So he's got a chance to kind of redeem his captaincy a bit and oversee the beginning of the rebuild.
Indeed. Broad is around the wicket to the left-hander Carey. He's pushing the ball out backward a point, and they scamper through for a single. So that's Carey off the mark now, having faced 4 deliveries, and the score 247 for 5. And we could still see a collapse here, Jacob, before 300, right?
Well, I mean, we could, but what we have to remember is that according to the ICC, at number 9 they have a better all-rounder than Ben Stokes batting. So,
ooh.
But that's just the ICC's opinion. It's not mine.
Oh boy, that's not good, is it?
Oof. Yes.
What about an injured Ben Stokes? Do you think an injured Ben Stokes would do better? You know, we know he had an injury to his finger, he had an injury to his side. Maybe he'll bat well when he's injured.
I'm not sure about that, but maybe it means that he either just comes out slugging or he occupies the crease and lets the others score. Whatever his body can do, really.
Good line and length from Broad here as Kawaja defends another ball. They're certainly in no hurry, Australia. They're scoring maybe the odd 4 off the loose delivery, and that's it. That's all you need to do for the over, isn't it?
Absolutely. Their run rate's pretty good so far. It's not being displayed at the moment, but it's been creeping up steadily.
Yeah, 2.76, I think.
I have some exciting news about the real Ashes after this ball.
Kawaja decides this next slightly shorter delivery from Broad can be pulled, and he sends it out sailing towards the boundary, but there is a man out there, and they just run through for, I think, 1. And Broad, with 3 wickets, moves to 3 for 56 in his 20th over. He's bowled a lot.
Elizabeth Ammon has just tweeted, that's Slickside Lizzie, that the Women's Ashes will now start a week earlier than planned because of the quarantine in New Zealand for the World Cup immediately after. So the Test match starts on the 20th of January, so we might actually have a competitive Ashes Test match to watch.
Hey, that'd be wonderful. So 3 slips and a gully in place as Carey faces up to Broad, and in fact he does push it toward the gully, but it's along the ground and there's no run.
My small claim to fame at the moment is that I went to school with one of the current women's Ashes squad for England.
Which one?
Maya Bouchier. She's new. She debuted for England a few months ago, I think, in the summer.
Oh, that's exciting. I hope she does well. Is she touring?
Yes, she is. She's gone off to Australia.
Oh, sensational. So we have a ball fielded by the sub-field Bairstow at point, and that's the end of the broad over. And any social media, Messi?
No, Twitter is very quiet. On YouTube, Suter is back on YouTube now. It says Tory government marking it as its finest with Giles. I'm not sure what that means. Broads would like to be captain, but only to a team of 11 Broads.
I think he'd be quite happy to be captain of Australia. Like, what? Nothing wrong with being a bowling captain of Australia at the moment.
Well, it'd be good to run out of reviews in the second over, wouldn't it? Oh dear.
Well, thank you to everyone who's tweeting in at us. We're just seeing a little bit of a pause in play. I'm not sure. Someone's got a stitch. Someone's calling for a drink. Oh no, they're putting the ball through the ball hoops again.
Already? It's only been there for 5 overs or something.
Well, it's not going through, so it looks like it's going to be changed for a fresh, young, 20-over-old ball.
Oh dear God.
Yeah. It's only 10 overs old, isn't it?
Yes, 10 overs old even. Sorry, my math.
Goodness
is
me, so the
terrible.
balls, we're seeing an aerial view of the balls. They're looking very fresh and shiny. Some of them even still have the gold label readily visible. And the umpire looks like he's performing magic tricks with those two hoops. He's balancing them to clearly show that the ball can go through or can't go through.
This is also cricket, isn't it?
I don't know why they're giving the ball back to Joe Root. I would have thought that Anderson or Broad might be over there having a look at the ball because it comes out of the box, wouldn't you, Jacob?
Yeah, I think it's Root, though, who technically has to make the request to change the ball as the captain. So I
don't know. I don't know what's wrong with these people. My chances of taking a wicket were always significantly enhanced if the ball was sort of egg-shaped.
Yeah, the unpredictable bounce, surely.
Yeah.
I always had
We're
that
seeing
as well. I'm a off spinner. I love when the seam is completely battered to the extent that the ball should really be changed, but it means it just goes everywhere. It's brilliant.
So anyway, it's Wood bowling to Khawaja, drives into the off, and there's no run. And Knuckles pointing out, very good point here. Why would you change a ball when you've taken 2 with it? And 2 for 27 within 10 overs. It's a very good point there. We think it's a dumb decision there. Anyway.
Oh, well.
And apparently the reason we saw the front foot so much on the TV screen before for those wickets was that the auto no-ball technology is down again. Must have melted, or maybe there's no one to operate it. We've had a few tech glitches, haven't we, these tests? And Khawaja receiving the ball from Mark Ward. It's fast and it's short, and he bounces underneath it, taken easily by Butler.
Well, I've never understood Cricket Australia's, in my opinion, ridiculous and stubborn persistence with hotspot when it's obviously been shown to be a completely useless technology and inferior to Snicko in every way.
Yeah.
And yet they use both.
Yes. Yeah.
For no apparent reason.
Oh, well, you might as well have everything you can get.
Khawaja facing a ball from Wood that spits off a length, and he almost edges it through to the keeper. He somehow misses that ball. He's on 56.
We're due a change at the end of this over, are we not?
Yes, we are.
Indeed. And I think, Jacob, you're taking over the ball by ball?
I think I will be, yes.
Yeah. So let's hope that you can bring... let's hope that we get a wicket from Mark Wood in these next 3 balls. Come on, Mark Wood. My faith is in you. One of my favourite bowlers of all time, Mark Wood. Absolutely love his bowling as he decides he's just going to jog through the crease after I tried to build up that delivery. Thank you.
You did that so well too. I had him taking a wicket for sure, that ball.
Yeah, which way is he going to take it? Come on, let's put bets on Messi. Now he's going to have another go. Is it going to be edged? Is it going to be LBW? What do you reckon?
It's going to be short. It's going to come off the gloves and probably go to... Is there a short leg? It'll go where
let's say there is.
would be a short leg.
It'll go all the way to square leg then. What about you, Jacob? How's he taking this wicket?
Full fast Yorker, bowled him.
Oh, fantastic. As he comes in and instead it's slightly short and Khawaja competently defends it to short mid-wicket. Anyway, that was disappointing, but there's two more to come and let's hope that one of them, as according to Messi, is going to be gloved to square leg. And the other one, according to Jacob, is going to be, this would be glorious, a full Yorker that castles Khawaja. So let's see if he's capable.
You think
he needs to bowl round the wicket though, doesn't he, Jacob, for that?
I think he could swing it back in. Do you reckon that false start there was Mark Wood just coming off his really long run-up?
Could be. It could be an extra long wind-up. This one's short and bouncing through to Butler. Khawaja's not interested at all.
There's Messi's option.
That's right.
Yeah.
If he'd had a swing at that
net.
Messi, he would have been right.
Yeah, a bit poor, really. Oh, well.
We still have one delivery.
Jesus, there's a lot of super spreading going on in that crowd, isn't there?
Yeah.
You wouldn't get me to...
And we've got some word from the officials to make up for the time lost in the first session. The session will also be 2.5 hours long. So this will be a very long day of cricket.
Oh, Jesus. And they tell us now?
And the final session's going to be this length too.
Well, Tony will be having conniptions.
So Khawaja facing up to Mark Wood. Will this be the wicket-taking delivery? And no, but it does hit him on the glove and it awkwardly bounces into the onside. They've run through for a single and Khawaja's going to take off his glove there. He looks like he's in a little bit of pain. I'll hand over to you, Jacob, so you can continue with this commentary. And thank you to everyone. I'll see you later next session.
Thanks very much, Kat, and thank you also to Messers, as I'm joined by Ian Thorpe again. Lovely to see you, Ian. And for the first time in quite a while, the irrepressible Tony Bishop, who no doubt, given the timings, has just had absolute kittens about the scheduling, is yet still here. Hello, Tony, and hello, Ian.
Hello. I have to say, it's been very kindly the George DeBell who sent me those to update me on the various changes due to the weather. Basically, it's just one extra half-hour session into the morning's play. Into the afternoon play, I beg your pardon.
It's a very stressful job that Tony has, and he does it very well for all Gorilla fans, as that's defended by Khawaja straight back down the pitch. Broad right out over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja, rather than his now predominant round the wicket angle to the left-handers. He's trying something a bit different with this new /old /new ball.
I've heard, Tony, that Peter Jackson is considering a follow-up to Lord of the Rings called Lord of the Rotors, and he's got you lined up for this.
Well, are they going to send me to New Zealand to film it? I'd go for that.
That's what I've heard.
As Khawaja pulls firmly off the back foot, and it looked like the fielder in the deep there either didn't pick it up at all or just made no effort to move, as it runs towards the boundary. He wouldn't have got there anyway, but that is 4 for Khawaja.
That went significantly in front of Squeff, significantly suggesting he had an awful lot of time to play that shot.
A good strong pivot there from Khawaja, and he's watched it all the way. It was in the air for a little while, but very safe as there were no fielders there. As Broad is in again, and that's pitched up Fuller, and a muted appeal from both Broad and Butler, but I don't think so. I think that was a little bit outside leg and a little bit high.
Yeah, I also got the impression it came off the bat, but let's have a look at the. It was nearly all bat.
Well, as Bangladesh will tell you, Ian, that is not at all relevant to the decision-making
Yes,
process
indeed.
around review. But yes, just as I moan about hotspot, here it is showing us the large inside edge as Broad comes in again for the fourth ball of this over, and that's left alone by Khawaja outside the off stump.
I suppose you may have covered this earlier, but people wonder, well, why has Khawaja been out of the team for 2.5 years? I suppose two things, isn't he? A somewhat suspect against spin and not regarded as a great tourist either.
That's odd. The commentators earlier were talking about what a good player of spin he is.
Well, I think the data suggests otherwise, funnily enough. He was dropped by Root, was he not? That was Khawaja earlier in the day. Off
Yes,
leach.
it was off leach. Although he did make some big scores in the UAE, didn't he?
Knuckle just pointing out that Khawaja got dropped during the 2019 Ashes to allow both Smith and Labuschagne into the same
Was
11.
that beats Khawaja's outside edge, and Broad frustrated again as he beats the bat.
That was a good ball.
Yeah,
Straight down the
then-
corridor, didn't? Yeah.
Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I think Khawaja averages 28 outside Australia. Haven't got that figure in front of me, but that figure comes to mind, which explains largely why he's been in and out of the team.
He's also got a bit lost in the Matthew Wade, Travis Head, Usman Khawaja middle order vortex that Australia have run in the last 3 years or so, as that's clipped off the hip by Khawaja, but only as far as the man at square leg, mid-wicket-ish, in between the two, and that will end Broad's over with Australia 253.5 and social.
Yep. Stuart Muck says, only been here 5 minutes. This is over on YouTube. He says, only been here 5 minutes, already more entertaining and measured than Sky. Well, maybe bar the great Michael Holding, but hey ho. Glenn McGrath prediction of 5-0 looking good, says Marcus Fox. Jack H says, this is an excellent innings from Khawaja, exactly the sort of middle order stability Australia have been crying out for years. Travis Head was anointed a future Test captain when he was 7. That's from Jack H. Mog says, and now the no ball computer is fucked. Jesus wept, we're a third world hovel. And let me see, just ideal. Are there other ways to pronounce castle the Victorian way? I think that's in relation to something Kat said. And Kat's saying, all my relatives are in Yorkshire. So we'll explain that pronunciation.
Aha, yes. Of course, if you're South African, it'll be Corso.
Corso.
As Mark Wood returns to the attack over the wicket to carry. Oh, that's an inside edge, and it's gone over the top of the stumps, past Butler, and it will run straight back to the boundary for 4. Unlucky there for Mark Wood.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
An indeterminate prod from Carey, and it's gone pretty safe in the end. It was never likely to chop onto the stumps or get caught by Butler. It was well wide of him, but bit of danger there, not much footwork, hands away from the body, and that's what gets you in trouble in Australia, as Haseeb Hameed will tell you.
Yeah, well wide of Butler, but no doubt there'll be some people putting it down as a drop chance out there.
Well, maybe, but as a member myself of the We Don't Like Joss Butler bandwagon, I can't comment on that.
I don't know. There's something about his twinkly eyes I've always liked. I just prepared to
I
give
like
more.
him as a bloke.
Yeah, I
Woods
understand.
in, and again Carey prodding, and no run will be had as that goes out towards the slips.
I've also never known a sort of bigger mismatch between forearms made of oak and clear a boundary over 110 yards, and then you hear him speak, and he's got the most. You would not put that voice to that
gentle, isn't
frame ability. Very, very gentle voice, almost hesitant.
I mean, the issue I have with him in Test cricket is that
He's not his hesitant voice.
No, it's not his hesitant voice. It's his hesitant batting, because he always slogs it when he shouldn't, and then doesn't when he should, which is slightly irritating. And in which cases, that's Carey thinks about playing that, but it's left alone at 147.4 kilometres an hour, wide of the off stump.
Actually, in the first innings of the first test in this series, he came out with real attacking intent, and it looked as if he decided, I'm going to play my natural game, and it kind of worked. I think he was out somewhat, unfortunately, for, I can't remember, around 38 or something.
35 it was, I think. And he was the top scorer, I believe, in that inning.
He was, yeah, and he looked so much better. And he has also, let's not forget, batted for 5 hours to get us within England within cooee of safety.
That's kept very low, and Carey's all at sea. That could have done anything. That could have hit the stumps, that could have hit his pads. It's missed everything in the end. And looks like it could potentially have done Butler a bit of a mischief, as it's bounced in front of him. I think he might just have caught one on the end of the finger there. That has kept extremely low, and it's hit Butler in the unprotected thigh.
Absolute grubber, that one. I mean, Mark Wood's got a big grin on his face, but the English batsman won't, just looking at that.
No, that's kept well along the floor, and Alex Carey, I'm not sure what's going on here. He's walking away.
There's something odd happening, because that ball was nowhere near Alex Carey. It's Josh Butler who, if he's going to delay the game, should be coming in for treatment. There's people running onto the ground.
Is it
this
raining?
Is a little bit of a mystery. What's happening here? Well, apparently it's a drinks break.
An impromptu drinks break has been called, presumably to allow Butler to rest up as the physio makes
because of the longer session. The drinks break was actually scheduled. Right. So this drinks break
it's in the middle of an over, isn't it?
At 2:25. Well, no, because it was sessioned by time. It was always going to be 2:25 local time. So they are sticking to that.
Oh, that seems odd.
Do not question the Lord of the Rotors, I would suggest.
Well, it's not me. It's not me, as I say.
Have you been moonlighting doing the timings for the SCG, Tony?
No, but somebody did very kindly send them to me, and this particular someone is a little bit better connected than I, and therefore they think they're more detailed. And it does very clearly say that it's yes. Local time, second session is 1:12 till 3:40, drinks at 3:25. Tea, and then tea would be 3:40 till 4.
I don't think I've ever
So every session's half an hour longer during the day.
No, I understand that, but as Knuckles saying on the chat, I don't think I've ever seen a drinks break taken in the middle of an over. They usually get to the local time that it's scheduled for, and then wait to see out the over, and then same with lunch or anything. Lunch is scheduled for 2 p.m. or whatever it is, but they wait for the over to finish.
Well, I think they're just very conscious of lost time and trying to make it up. I looked at it and I thought it's 1:12 is a very precise start time.
Yeah, I think it's getting some attention. It's because Butler's having his finger looked at. I think that grubber.
It was a collusion of things.
Has caused a break in play, because it's hit Butler right on the end of the index finger, and so he's getting a little bit of physio's attention. I don't know what happened.
It looks somewhere between not serious and quite serious. It doesn't. He's not sort of. If you know what I mean, it looks. Yes, that's right.
It's either 2 meters of seriousness or a millimeter. No, somewhere in between.
Thank you for the insight, Forty.
Thank you, Jacob. No problem at all. It's the exact length of a piece of string is what this is. I don't know. It's beginning to look more serious the more they look at it, if you know what I mean, as well, because they've got 2 physios on it now. And,
well, they do have Bairstow in the playing 11, as Kat revealed quite accidentally earlier when we didn't realise that he was in the 11. Said, well, who's he on the field for? Oh, he's playing.
It was a fun.
But so he can keep if Butler has done himself a mischief, but that would be Stokes and Butler with potential batting affecting injuries.
Yes, the thing is, we usually get to this stage of the Sydney Test, but at least we're into the final test and no one cares anymore. Please get us onto the plane home. We've got another bloody test to get through in this tour.
Well, we can always call up Mason Crane if need be.
Jeff Perkins, by the way, has just said if Tony's information comes from a better connected source, presumably it came from the Pope. Not Ollie.
Actually, it wouldn't be a bad 11 of people who were called up for fifth tests and were either never seen again, perhaps, or hardly ever seen. I'm thinking of Borthwick, Kerrigan, maybe Crane. You could actually just England spinners could probably fill all 11 berths. Alan Butcher, I remember, from the 70s, was called up, I think, for one test at the Oval and then never seen again. Mark Butcher's father, that comes to mind.
I missed the of this summer and summers of the last couple of years, the blessed England batting lineup, where you had God in the form of Joe Root, the Pope, and then the Vicar of Sibley. We had a truly blessed batting lineup, even though it averaged about 10.
Yes,
Butler is up and about and seems to be okay, as we somewhat cruelly take a look at a replay of the Stokes injury, just as Butler's recovered from his, but he looks fine, and I think we're about to get a resumption in play after we've waffled through 5 minutes successfully.
He looks in quite a bit of pain, Joss Butler, it's fair to say.
Shaking out that left hand.
Shaking his head and his hand simultaneously. As
if for emphasis, they've just done a shot of Butler and Stokes side by side as they're held together by masking tape and string. As Alex Carey clips off his pads and Haseeb Hameed will give chase. They'll get two here, the Australians, as they're quick, and David Milan flies in from fine leg. Butler takes that one, but looks almost, well, just angry about it, having to use that hand which he's just injured and having to take that ball. But there will be 2 runs there for the Australians as Alex Carey moves to 7 from 11, a decent run rate for him so far.
Yeah, one of the aspects of this series I've noticed is that typically Australia will be all over criticising England for their injuries and so on, even though there hasn't really been a lot of that. But I think there's a general feeling that thank you for coming, England.
As Carey is slightly cut in half by a Wood delivery, it doubles him over and he manages to fend it off his hip to end the over with Australia 259 for 5, Kawaja 61 from 155, Carey 7 from 12. Anything on the socials, Tony?
Yep, Emily Elizabeth saying hello to everyone on YouTube.
Hello
to Emily Elizabeth. Marcus Fox wants to know what the weather's like in Scotland. Wet and cold normally, from my experience of visits there. So yeah, a few people are saying hello to her. There's quite a few people over on YouTube. Hello to Ram Kahar and Kalancha Rajapaksa, and to Dave Carpenter, who was watching from his balcony apparently in Bali.
In Scotland,
lucky fella. No, in Bali. Not Bali. I'm trying to think of somewhere in Scotland he would be.
James Anderson is returning to the attack, so we'll jingle him up after this first ball as he's over the wicket to Kawaja and gets another one to spit off the slightly back of a length part of the pitch, and Kawaja again fending that down into the ground as it's just reared up at him again unexpectedly, and we'll get that Anderson jingle.
Jimmy, 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 aja, aja, aja. Jimmy, 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 aja, aja, aja. Jimmy, 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 aja, aja, aja. Jimmy, 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 aja, aja.
Seen a couple of those rear up, haven't we, Forty? But Roger's playing as well.
He has actually. You wouldn't want to receive that first ball.
Been a change of ends for Jimmy.
Yes, he's now bowling from the Paddington end, where he got Harris the other day. That clipped off the hit by Kawaja, a bit short and errant in line from Anderson, and they'll just get through for a single, which is not an ideal result just after you had one rear up at a batsman just to let him off easy the next ball like that.
That's absolutely right. It's a funny pitch, isn't it? It's reasonably reasonably placid, but there are either a couple of spots or it's predictive of what's just around the corner, where it either occasionally grubs or more often rears up off just short of the length.
Well, there was some talk, which we'll get into after this ball, as Carey defends it into the leg side and there will be no run. There was some talk from Alistair Cook, in fact, of just a couple of cracks starting to open, but horizontally across the pitch as opposed to their usual up and down nature.
Right, that would explain it.
Giving it a bit of a two-paced nature, this pitch. A few will rear up, a few, as we've seen from Mark Wood, will keep low. And apparently those cracks are just a little bit there and may widen as the game goes on. Weather dependent, as Anderson's in over the wicket again. That's full, and it's struck Carey, we think, on the pads. Is quite a good appeal, and Root looks interested.
It's not bad, but I think it's because it was full. That's
and
it,
now
in
looks
Australia.
interested. He's turned around and he's walking away.
Seeing it on the replay. It was. No, I'll tell you the reason. He middled it.
He hit it. And another one where we've gone, oh, that's a decent shot. Oh, it's come out in the middle of the bat. No, he's hit that quite well, but it was a good line from Anderson. Good.
Yeah, it was.
Good
yeah.
Change-up ball, and now another challenging line and length as Carey defends it back down the pitch. Mark Wood offers the ball back to Anderson and then puts a bit of sweat on it.
This is. There goes my earpiece. I think this is the best I've seen Anderson this series bowl in Australia. Full stop. Actually, at the age of 39, he's finally mastered it.
Well, the best things take time.
Good things come to those who wait.
We've just seen a little graph there with 2 balls from Mark Wood as Anderson comes in to finish the over, and that struck off a hit by Carey, but for no run. Australia 260 for 5. We've just seen a graph with Mark Wood, 2 balls in his last over, both short. The slightly fuller one has gone up by the batsman's, well, up by his nose really, and the shorter one trimming the middle of off stump. So, uneven.
Absolutely. Our own Beefy has been saying, I've always found this a bit strange. As a seam and swing bowler, you always have to pronounce fairly carefully, I actually thought an out-of-shape ball did a bit more. Being in irregular shape, I never got to 140 kilometres an hour plus. So perhaps the more near-perfect sphere does offer more speed. So there you go.
We've got a bowling change as Jack Leach is returning to the attack and Stuart Broad has gone off the field for some reason.
That would make sense, wouldn't it? To maybe come back to that if you got more tweets.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
Well, here is Leach into his 16th over, 0 for 46. Had that opportunity, dropped at slip by Joe Root. Khawaja now on 62. He was the man who was given the second life and is making good use of it. But Leach to 2 left-handers against whom he averages over 60. What do you think?
Yeah, it's not the obvious ploy, is it?
As Leach is in, and that's cut firmly by Khawaja off the back foot and won't run away to the boundary. As good chase is given by Zach Crawley, but it looks like they've got back for at least 2. Yes, it will be 2. I'm also not a fan of this left arm round line to the left-handed. It's quite negative and
I mean,
not threatening at all.
I sort of understood it with 10 overs to go to a new ball, just shore up an end. I don't really understand it 10 overs into a new ball.
Also, I feel like he can still play a holding role from over the wicket, but bowling quite a negative line to the left, the leg stump, as that's driven by Khawaja and well stopped in the covers by, I think that's Milan. Just bowling this negative line, there's no danger to the batsman, and they feel very, very comfortable.
Yeah, That's right. It just gives them a rest, doesn't it, in between overs from the other end, really.
Because even if you're holding up an end, you still need to challenge them.
It's really hard to see. I mean, strange
Defended
things
off the
can happen.
back foot by Kawaja. Jack Leach currently averaging 98 with the ball in this series, in the 3 matches he's played. That's, well, it's not exactly career-defining, it might be career-ending for Jack Leach. As, that's gone past the outside edge of Kawaja, and has that been edged? If it has, it's been dropped by Butler.
I don't think
it was edged. No, I think there was a bit of daylight, but I mean, thank Josh Butler be thanked his lucky stars it wasn't, because he put it down anyway.
Just gone across, and that's a better line. That's on middle and off.
Yeah, it is.
It's slid across the left-hander, as opposed to shorter and on his leg stump. Again, a better line from Leach there, and Kawaja is propping forward in defence. But yeah, with young spinners coming through, the likes of Amar Virdi, Dom Bess, Matt Parkinson, you think this could do for Jack Leach, unfortunately.
Yeah.
As again, Kawaja defends well, and that's the end of the over. Australia 262 for 5.
Emily Elizabeth is going brrr in Chicago tonight, minus 12 degrees C plus wind chills. She's staying cosy, watching us, which is fantastic. Let me see. Say hello to a few people on Crick Tracker, I think. There's a few. Hi to AJ Sin Chahan, Alam Zadran, Yusuf Suresh, Naira Saloni Papak, Resh Kumar and Saraj Nurzai. I would imagine are with us just ahead of watching India against. Where did that finish? The India-South Africa test yesterday.
South Africa need 122 to win, I think.
And how
as
many
that's
wickets in hand?
driven by Carey, 8, I believe. Carey drives, but only as far as the man at mid-off, and it's Anderson bowling through. We will have a change, I believe, at the end of this over, with Ian Forth moving in to the ball-by-ball chair. Messages returning as your social, and Knuckle will be summarising once he returns to his.
And then that same trio is going to sort of swap chairs and see us through for the extra half hour as well.
As that's beaten Carey on the inside edge and clipped the pad, and a muted appeal goes up from the slips, but it's too high. But a good ball from Anderson.
I'll just quickly Mrs. Luigi Magpie has just tuned in. Mr. Broad appears to be making a point. Thanks for the coverage of the blessed replay on TuneIn and the website. You're so welcome, Mrs. Luigi Magpie. Mog says, given what they're likely to contribute with the bat, it's probably no great loss if Stokes and Butler are injured.
As Carey leaves alone outside the off stump, and it just settles into the gloves of Butler.
We give Stokes a lot of leeway, but I think someone else quoted his batting and bowling averages in this series so far, which is, I think, batting average of 16, bowling average of 70. I don't quote me on that, but I mean,
they'd be nice if they were inverted.
Yes, wouldn't it just?
As Anderson is over the wicket to the left-hander Carey, and that's pulled off the hip and will trickle out to Jack Leach, the ever unfortunate Jack Leach, down there at fine leg, and just single will be had, bringing Kawaja onto strike.
There are some seriously good English and even great English players in history that never did well on the defining tours down under. I seem to remember Dennis Compton once came here and didn't get a run in 5 tests, for example. I think Ben Stokes, after his initial century in Perth all those years ago, is going to go down in the record books in a similar fashion.
I mean, even Joe Root, who's got 9 scores of 50 or more, but no hundreds in Australia. As Anderson has switched to round the wicket and immediately finds the outside half of the bat, but it goes wide of gully, and Haseeb Hameed will have to chase back. It was all along the floor, and Hameed has just run back and got the throw back to the keeper's end, so just a single will be had. I wonder if Anderson will stick with round the wicket to Carey, or if he'll go back over, as he wasn't
looking. Jimmy looking more than usually furious there. Not quite sure why.
There's always a reason. There's always a reason. As we approach the last ball of my little spell until after the tea break, and it's one that's reared up towards Carey, and he's managed to just drop his gloves out the way. I think it struck him in the chest. It's trickled along the floor to Ben Stokes, and with that, with Australia 265, I hand over to 40 messages and Knuckle.
Thank you.
Thanks so
Thank
much,
you, Jacob.
Thanks so much, Jacob. Lovely to see you guys. So who have we got? We've got Messi there and Knuckle. Yeah, of course we have. Not sure why Jimmy was so upset at the end of that over. He was chuntering away to the
Oh, it's just
umpire
his
and
face.
all sorts of things.
Just his face. I wouldn't worry about it.
Oh, I'm certainly not worried about it, but he seemed more than unusually exercised. But honestly, that over, seriously concerning for, well, I mean, for England's hopes, such as they are, and they're always down to probably 3 or 4% as it is, but if horizontal cracks are beginning to emerge,
It sort of put me in mind of the old Lord's Ridge.
Yeah, a little bit, you're right. Jack Leach back for another over, bowling this defensive line round the wicket to the left-hander, and that's Kawaja just knocks it off his hip, there's no run.
Or didn't the old Wacker used to have a horizontal ridge that ran across it?
No,
was the
bad,
most famous one.
fantastic cracks sometimes.
Oh, it did as well. Similar treatment from Kawaja to that ball, knocked into the leg side, a little bit more force, but again no run.
That's right. Yes, Mitchell Stark bowling James Vince with a ridiculous delivery that hit the crack and moved sideways at 90 miles an hour.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's right.
Insane that was. Leach turns again. A beautiful forward defensive textbook for all the youngsters watching. Kawaja just knocks it back down the wicket for Leach to pick up. 3 dot balls so far.
That's the line though. If he's going to bowl
Yeah.
round the wicket, sort of off stump, angling across. If it turns, it straightens a little bit. It's challenging the inside edge.
Yeah, maybe I was overreacting a little bit, just seeing him come round the wicket and assumed he was just being hyper defensive. He did, after all, as you point out, Knuckle get an outside edge. That's a more attacking shot from Kawaja, but just goes straight to mid-off, no run.
Moeen Ali was doing some analysis on Jack Leach's release during the lunch break on the BT Sport coverage, and I might do it at the end of the over, but if I can summarise what
Okay.
Moeen was saying.
Kawaja onto the back foot this time to a slightly fuller ball from Leach. Again, no run, 5 dot balls. Can he complete the maiden? There haven't been many from Jack over this series.
He's done okay today.
Yeah, he's done okay. Yeah. And he has a maiden, a triumph of sorts for Leach. Kawaja plays it harmlessly away on the offside. He remains on 65, Carey on 8, Australia 264 for 5 at the end of the 97th over.
So Moeen was saying that Jack Leach bowls, when he's bowling from over the wicket, he bowls from very close to the stumps, which means that he's having to toss the ball quite wide of the left-hander's off stump to stop it sliding way down leg, and we saw Kawaja get the reverse sweep away, and it was too easy for Kawaja because none of the balls were challenging the stumps. He then comes round the wicket. He has this... He doesn't get the overspin that Lyon gets. He doesn't get up and over the ball, or that Ashwin gets. So he doesn't get the overspin. He doesn't get the dip. He doesn't get the drift. He can get some side spin, but he's basically only able to sort of push the ball through and get some side spin, and sort of there isn't a lot of up and down. So there's not a lot of variation. So his weapon is essentially just being accurate and patient, but it's somewhat limited on a pitch that isn't doing a great deal.
Yeah, it stops him being an attacking bowler, really, doesn't it?
Well, only he did very well in India and in Sri Lanka, where the pitches were very effective, and that pitches where you can just put the ball there and let the pitch do the work. Not just because it's a skill. He can be very, very effective.
Yeah, good point. Anderson in for another over. Will he be able to locate that ridge again? That one gets up, hit high again, off just short of a length. He's definitely exploiting something. My wife's just gone between my TV and the screen I'm looking at here and done a funny little dance to try and put me off, but I refuse to be put off by my wife.
You just were.
That is true, I was.
Just seen Mark Wood has just gone up the stairs into the dressing room, hopefully temporarily, just a change of shoes or something.
So. Anderson in again. No ridge this time, just flies through at regulation height through to Butler. Past Carey's bat, there's no run. He remains on 8, Australia 264 for 5.
These little quirks and features of a pitch can become quite useful or quite interesting and quite pivotal to the course of a test match. In the current test that's going on at Johannesburg, there is a crack just short of a length, which Shoda Otaka in both innings got huge success just hitting time and time again.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a natural length which Anderson seems to have located. Not this over so far. Another ball goes by, just played down safely enough on this occasion by Alex Carey into the offside. No run. It's been noticeable that Australia have had a deliberate strategy of treating Anderson with maximum respect throughout this series, knowing that there are runs to be had elsewhere.
He's bowled well. I mean, Australia haven't been going quickly. I mean, yes, there is a little bit in the sense that they're playing within themselves because they think it'll be enough. But England have bowled okay.
Yes, they have. Yes, this has not been a bad bowling effort on this tour at all. And if it had been backed up by even I'd go as far as say even an average England lineup, this would have been a close series. Another ball goes by, this time defended onto the offside, rather like the third ball. That's the fourth ball of Anderson's over. Another dot, carries on 8 of 25, and it's been noticeable that all the Australian batsmen, I think, without exception, have started very slowly and then gradually gone through the gears.
It's noticeable that Anderson is well and truly above anybody else in the bowling averages for England in this series. He's got an average of 18.25, and apart from Milan's couple of wickets, the next is Robinson with an average of 26.
Broad will have improved significantly after today.
Well, he was at 74. He's up to 32 now.
We missed another dot ball, but it's hardly worth commenting on. It's the same as all the other dot balls in this over from Anderson to Carey. And Anderson turns, comes in for the last ball of this over. And the same again, this time played out into the mid-wicket area. Carey remains on 8. Anderson 1 for 47 of 25. Australia 264 for 5 at the end of the 98th over.
I think it's fair to characterise this as, if you'll excuse me, the boring middle session. Memex Grand Theft Auto says, just woke up to check the score and heard Knackle talking about hitting the crack. Question mark, exclamation mark. I also tweeted a picture from the Wacker glory days of some quite superb cracks one day there. To which Pranjal Messi fan says, good luck batting there.
Is that there's the famous footage of Tony Gregg losing his car keys down a crack at a pitch when he was trying to put it down to put the keys in to check the dimensions of the crack. Stuart Broad, by the way, is back on the field, so whatever that was just a temporary thing. Rory Burns, I think, was the sub fielder who was on for him, but Broad is back on.
And Jack Leach is back on. He comes round the wickets, this time on the leg stump line that we like less. And that's just paddled round the corner by Khawaja for a run. He moves on from 65 to 66, the score to 265 for 5.
I'll tell you immediately who the other sub-fielder on for Mark Wood is. It was Craig Overton who came on initially for Ben Stokes, but when he was off the field, England tend to rotate through their sub-fielders from the non-playing members of staff, as it were.
Overton be wondering whether he'll get a gig in the last test. Here comes Jack Leach again. More attacking intent this time from Alex Carey, but the result is not too dissimilar. Played out to deep square where Hamid fields. There is one run. They're rotating the strike rather. And Carey moves on to 9 off 28. The score to 266 for 5. Kawhi James. Leach. And again, set into his task, and that's a 4 ball. Way down the leg side, and Khawaja will have felt he really missed out on that. That was a free hit. He failed to connect, and Butler failed to collect as well. So an extremely untidy bit of cricket all round.
Tricky down the leg side, isn't it, for the keeper, unsighted by the batter and nearly being hit in the head by the bat.
That's definitely a more generous interpretation. Thank you for that.
I can tell I've been watching too much T20 when I expect that to be called a wide.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. A dot ball goes by, just played out on the offside by Khawaja as the rain begins to descend, but not at Sydney and Melbourne, I can reveal. So irrelevant to this test match. Kawaja prods forward with a defensive shot. Got ball, no run.
It's Dan Lawrence, by the way. It's Dan Lawrence, by the way, who has had a very, very aggressively shaved head who is on the field for Mark Wood. So yes, England are rotating through the subs.
I think we've done Jimmy Anderson any harm. Last ball of the over just eludes Jack Leach as he sprawls to collect the return from Kawaja. It was on the bounce, and no chance of a catch. Goes down to mid-on. That is a single for the Cruise, and there's the end of the over. Lost my scorecard temporarily, but
it is 266 for 5. Craig Overton is also on the field. We know Wood's temporarily off the field. Who else is off?
I do not know.
Yeah.
Do a quick roll call. I can see.
Yes. Do a roll call.
Getting on the bus at the end of the school trip. Away you go.
SC's Life has tweeted an excellent GIF of Mark Wood undergoing repairs and maintenance, which is fairly forceful but rather appropriate. And there's plenty of discussion on YouTube about the merits of both Chicago and Little Creatures as a beer.
Okay. Kawaja pulls that away down to deep square first off the first ball of Anderson's over and collects a run. Very elegant shot. Only gets 140. He moves on to 68 and scores 268.
I was recently in Chicago, managed to miss the worst of the weather in both Chicago and East Lansing. I've been to that part of the world in December twice and had mild weather both times. And Little Creatures is lovely. One of my favourite Australian beers. There's a Little Creatures, fairly large Little Creatures brew pub in King's Cross now in London.
If you can get the IPA on tap, it's superb.
Second ball of Anderson's over is a variation on the theme, much fuller. Carey drives, and Anderson showing great athleticism with 39 years old. Gets down and does enough to prevent Carey going through for a single. Those who've seen the film Don't Look Up, pointed this out to me a couple of days ago, when they were looking for a rather dull town in America for the lead nerdy scientist to come from, they landed on Lansing, which is their native theme.
You said that with a little too much glee.
Oh, no. No. Anderson again finding big bounce from probably some sort of a ridge. Gets up to stomach height off the outside of the inside edge. Kerry manages to play it down
Kerry
successfully.
and Kawaja have been in the wars a little bit in this innings.
And that one really gets up again. And honestly, that was extremely well played by Kerry. That could easily have flown off the club, and he's not happy. The pitch is beginning to play all sorts here. I wouldn't say from nowhere, but it's certainly livening up. The cracks must be
I wonder
widening.
if 350 is actually a very good first innings score on this wicket. If it's behaving like this, basically partly way into day 2 in terms of actual playing time. I mean, it could also, we do sometimes see pitches flatten out, with the heavy roller and a bit more sun and such. Anderson's now put a man back at deep square leg. A more aggressive minded bowler would have a short leg in.
Never been a hyper-aggressive bowler, Jimmy. He's always played the percentages more. That ball doesn't hit a crap, one would say, but sails through nicely at hip height through to Butler. Ushered through by Carey, who remains on 9. One ball of the over to go. The run rate is modest at 2.68, but that won't worry Australia at all when faced with this English batting line.
That was very close to no ball.
Last ball of the over. Okay. And this slightly fuller ball, so no cracks involved. Carey manages to play it out defensively into the offside. He remains on 9. Kawaja on 68. Scores 268 for 5 at the end of the 100th over.
Referring to the substitutions, Richard Lafette says at this rate Dom Bess will be taking the new ball. Just Ideal says spot on Messi. Little Creatures IPA on tap is superb. Mayank says East Lansing can have some seriously snowy winters. Michigan in general is a total shit show between January and March because of the lake effect.
Yeah, just a few days after we got back, my partner's family live in East Lansing, Michigan, her parents and her sister. It was minus 15 degrees Celsius.
Oof.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not fun. So there's some debate about who is off, because Joey Kozina said Broad, I believe, but Knuckles says he saw him come back on. So it's potluck, really.
We know Wood's off. Someone else is probably off as well. And Joe Root is coming on to bowl.
Oh,
well, it makes more sense in many ways. Joe Root round the wickets with his right arm off spin, which makes sense with two left-handers at the crease, and Kawasha plays that successfully. He's knocked it out into the offside. There's no run. Surprised in some ways he hasn't been on a little earlier. Second ball gives that a little bit more flight. It's skillful enough, but he's a step above a part-time bowler, I would suggest, Joe Root. That one's played out more aggressively wide of the man at mid-off, and Kawasha picks up a single. He moves on to 69, so Joe Root will be regretting that drop, to say the least, earlier in the day.
Sydney has not been a happy hunting ground for spinners over the last 10 years, but this pitch does look like it might have something in it.
That's absolutely right. Now, had there been a Gary Naylor short leg in there, or three short legs, then it probably would have been a catch, but you can't have fielders everywhere, because that one comes up with the bat was out.
The Test Match Spinners Union apparently was in play earlier this morning. We saw footage there of Jack Leach, Joe Root and Nathan Lyon having a chat amongst themselves.
Chatting to Nathan Lyon, yes, I saw that. Now, Carey decides enough is enough. He's not having part-time dictates to him, launches a shot over Joe Root's head for 3 or 4 bounces into the ropes.
Very few boundaries in this innings, relatively speaking. That's the first for 8 overs. There was a long period of over an hour without a boundary.
Another aggressive shot from Carey, but straight down the pitch, doesn't time it. Root showing a little bit of hostility, throws it straight back at Butler, but
seen some good Carey counter punches in this series.
And now we see the reverse sweep being unfurled by Carey, but straight to the man at, well, effectively square leg, but actually point. No run.
And that was Mark
Carey
Wood.
remains on Carey remains on 13, and Australia 273 for 5 at the end of the 101st.
So while social media is quiet, I can take the opportunity to let you know that Joe Root is ranked number 79 in the ICC bowling rankings, one above Craig Overton, and number 11 in the ICC all-rounder rankings, which isn't bad when you're rated.
The all-rounder personal rankings are a bit weird. There was a period, I think it's just before the 2019 ODI World Cup, Jasprit Bumrah was ranked in the 30s for the ODI all-rounders.
Well, they've got the leader right in Jason Holder, and Ravi Ashwin is number 2.
I'm right in saying that Joe Root, as captain, as a bowling captain, but only as captain, that Joe Root's got the second best figures of any bowling captain for England, only after Bob Willis. So he's 5 for when he was captain, the second best. Not to say that Ian Botham didn't get better figures, but he didn't get a 5 for during his tenure as captaincy, if you see.
Right. And Tony Greig didn't either.
Presumably not, although I haven't got the figures in front of me. It's slightly surprising that he didn't. And ditto Ray Illingworth, I suppose. Okay, so away we go with a new over from Jack Leach, and that is treated with, I won't say contempt, it was more caressed to the boundary by Usman Khawaja. A beautiful shot there. Just having another look. Very full from Jack Leach.
2, 3, 4.
Yeah, overpitched. Leach has had to come on to replace Anderson because Broad and Wood were both off the field for a little while, and will have to serve out their time on field before being allowed to bowl again. And Ben Stokes can't bowl because of his side strain.
England, not quite with the wheels all falling off, because Leach is bowling well. Is bowling reasonably well here, with the exception of that 4. That one's full, but it's on middle and off. And Khawaja takes no chances, just plays it back down the pitch, no run. This one's a little wider, and Khawaja sees an opportunity. Just hunts it wide of the man at mid-wicket, and they're coming back for 2, consider 3. But they'll settle for 2. Khawaja moves to 75 and scored to 279 for 5. The run rate's still only at 2.7, so nothing to be too concerned about for England in that regard, but there's signs of acceleration.
Yeah, this is one of those, well, it's not even the final session yet, but it has the feel a little bit, after a very good burst from Stuart Broad with the second knee ball, of the late afternoon and evening that can really get away from a team.
Yeah. And this time, Leach really does overpitch that one. It's an off-stump half volley, treated this time, I would say, with elegant content by Khawaja. Just strokes it through the covers for a beautiful 4.
Just too full from Leach, and we were talking about a few overs earlier, but he doesn't get the ball up and down, he doesn't get a great deal of drift. When he does miss his length, he becomes quite easy on a fairly true-ish surface to put away, and Usman Khawaja's dealt with them very well in this over.
I mean, 10 runs already off the first 4 balls of the over. This is going to present a real problem for England if Leach can't hold up an end. That one's successfully defended by Khawaja. So that's at least 1 dot ball. If you can just get through with 1 more dot ball, it won't be a complete catastrophe. 10 runs is not healthy when you're looking to hold up an end.
I mean, you shouldn't have your main spinner there to hold up an end, really.
I think that's I don't think that's unreasonable on the first or second day in the first innings.
I think it's sad.
It's the first innings, it's true. You're not looking for him to run through a side on the last day.
No.
Probably pitch just Leach in this time over the wicket to Khawaja, who squirts it out on the offside for a single. Khawaja moves on to 80. Leach none for 62 off 19. Not bad figures, but they're beginning to get hold of him. And Australia 284 for 5.
Jumping car. It says, in response to wondering why England were seeking a change of the ball, suggesting maybe they just prefer uncatchable balls.
Yeah. Joe Root, by the way, is only just in the top 10 in terms of wickets taken as an England captain, in games when they were captaining innings. Willis is out in front with 77 wickets, an average of 22. Of the rest of the top 10, only Gubby Allen has an average below 30.
Yeah.
Both of them as captain. Both of them as captain, 35 wickets at 33.
New over from Joe Root, and it's played quite nicely away by Khawaja, who is beginning to score when he wants, more or less. Just played out for a single on the offside. He moves to 81. What a welcome century it will be for him. He's beginning to have his eyes on it now. Joe Root round the wicket again, this time smothered, and no run to Alex Carey. He remains on 13.
These two now scoring at just under 3 runs and over. There's been a steady move through the gears for Australia as England almost run out of bowlers.
Almost. Oh, hang on, what's happened now? It's gone high in the air, and it's an excellent take by, of all people, Johnny Bairstow. Alex Carey is out. Joe Root has worked the magic. It's skied high into the edge. Johnny Bairstow had to run about 10 yards from mid-wicket, ran behind the bowler to take it. That's an extremely welcome wicket for England.
Got him! Why did he do that? Unbelievable!
Well, I'm not one to reflexively criticise batters when they get out to an attacking stroke, but the percentages were all against that. The match situation didn't really call for it, He's trying to sweep a ball from straight. He's got into no position to sweep the ball, and he's got a toe end so bad that Bairstow had to run into a position that doesn't exist in conventional cricket to take the catch. It was a very good catch. I mean, Bairstow is a good outfielder and has very good hands. One of the very few fielders who's better without gloves than with. And he's taken a very good catch. Alex Carey has thrown away a chance of a real good counter punch, only 13 or 39. Australia 285 for 6. And, if England can get through Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc, there's a chance of at least keeping the game vaguely competitive.
Yeah, and as we've said many times, I think those two are looking forward to bowling on this strip as it is.
Well, I mean, okay, that's fine. But as we were saying earlier, you're not going to skittle teams realistically. A decent batting team. If the bowlers with Australia winning the toss and batting first, if Australia get bowled out if England bowl Australia out for 330 or 320, the bowling attack to some extent have done their job, particularly with Stokes. Particularly with Stokes unable to bowl for large parts of the innings, and Broad and Wood unable to bowl for small periods of the innings.
Yes, I completely agree with you, Nicola. And actually, it's not been a wildly dissimilar story. On the last two Ashes tours, England have regularly got Australia out, often for 300 and usually for under 350, only for inadequacies in the batting lineup to significantly let them down. But for now, they're bowling, they're doing okay.
I think they bowled a lot better on this tour than they did in 17-18.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'd agree with that as well. Joe Root, flushed with success, comes round the wicket, this time to Khawaja. The batsman crossed while the ball was in the air while Alex Carey was in the process of getting himself out. Pat Cummins has come to the crease. Not sure he's been jingled up yet.
No, he hasn't. Do it just when he's about to face his first ball.
Okay, then. And Khawaja goes forward, not without a little hesitation. Behind the wicket's arms semi-go up, but he manages to get enough on it to play it down. It's a dot ball. Last ball of the over. Joe Root's got 5 wickets at 27.8 so far in this series. Pretty good for a part-timer. Is he a part-timer? Not really. Or is he? Because that ball is pitch short. Khawaja rocks onto the back foot and cuts it away for 4, trademark Khawaja's shot. He moves on to 85, and Australia 289 for 6 at the end of the over.
So socials.
Go ahead.
Socials are still quiet. It's interesting, isn't it, that Australia does have selection problems, in that if, presuming Head is available for the next match, there's him and Khawaja very successful. You've got Jai and Boland and Hazelwood all competing.
And Nisa.
And Nisa, yes.
And Mitchell Swepson, potentially.
Yeah,
maybe not
in
the pink ball test in Hobart.
No, but it's interesting. Australia does face a problem in terms of training someone up to succeed Lyon at some stage, because really nobody's getting a chance of any spinning experience.
And they are, and their next 2 tours are in Pakistan and in India.
Knuckle, can I just clarify, are we having a shift around of deck chairs now?
Yes, we are. I'm going to take over ball by ball. Jez is going to be my summariser, and Forthy will read some socials. Here is the Australian captain, Patrick Cummins.
Don't call it a comeback. He was never really here. He played a couple of tests and then disappeared. His body broke down like a balloon. But he's back now. Taking wickets. Watch the ladies swoon. Pat's gonna knock you out. Pat Cummins gonna knock you out. Pat's gonna knock you out. How out? That's out. Pat's gonna knock you out. Pat Cummins gonna knock you out. Pat's gonna knock you out. Pat Cummins gonna knock you out.
Carey will be even more annoyed at his dismissal, given that Mark Wood has just about served out his notice period and come back onto bowl. So he essentially gave Root the wicket right at the expiry time of his necessary time. Root was only bowling because Stokes is injured and because Wood and Broad were not able to. But Mark Wood is back into the attack, replacing Jack Leach, who only bowled 1 over, basically unbowlable after that over from the Paddington end. Here is Mark Wood.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just
In he is to the Australian captain. This is outside off stump and left alone by Patrick Cummins. A bit of an oohs and ahs, and Wood kicks his bowling footmark in some form of disgust. I'm not entirely sure what that was about. A good sway inside the line from Cummins. Wood fell over, which is not news.
He is consistent in that, is he not? It must put additional strain on him, though.
2 slips and a gully backward point cover mid-off in the offside for the Australian captain. Another short ball which Cummins does nothing whatsoever with and doesn't have to. Through to the keeper there is no run. At least it didn't sail miles over his head and Butler's as a few did yesterday.
Yeah. So he's back up to 143 Ks already, which is a reasonably good sign. I mean, he must be feeling fairly dispirited given that he's had unjust reward for his bowling to date. I think he's deserved more.
He's steaming in and bowling in the way that is useful to him and to England. 1 for 54 does not reflect how well he's bowled in this game at all. And a few tail end wickets would be deserved, I think. Not that Pat Cummins is a tail ender exactly, but certainly a lower order batter. This is a back of a length delivery that rises through to Butler, who takes it above his head, but too wide for Cummins to be doing anything with. There is no run.
Yes, it's noticeable that the weather seems to be set much more fair now, although there are some clouds in the sky. They're sort of white and puffy, generally speaking. So it's reasonably optimistic for continuing play on today, I'd say.
Yeah, we had that weird on-off period in the first session, but since then, absolutely nothing. Which England might not necessarily thank the Sydney weather gods for in a little while. As Cummins plays sort of inside the line of that, but he is beaten by a good back-of-a-length delivery that goes through to Butler, and there is no run. The first time Cummins has tried to play a shot, he didn't get really that close to laying bat on ball.
I can also report that the radar's looking pretty clear at the moment. There may be something an hour or so away, but we shall see how that develops.
Messi, I think we're a little behind on YouTube, are we? I'll go back and pick up.
Well, there's been a sort of internal discussion on YouTube. You may want to pick some up. They're having fun with each other.
Wider on the crease goes Wood. That's a good delivery, searching around the top of off stump, but left on length nicely by Cummins. Through to the keeper, there is no run. A searching and fast maiden from Mark Wood, continuing to bowl well, getting a pat on the back from Johnny Best, doing their best to encourage him. Australia 289 for 6.
I see what you mean. It's a little hard. Is Emily Elizabeth one of ours? Because she's joining in with. Sorry, just trying to pick out what I would be reading out. I know Sutu Who.
Well, there's just lots of people being very nice to us, which is nice.
Yes.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Yeah, there's a lot of talk about beer between Emily Elizabeth and Sutu Who. There's some talk about Tim Tams and Stubbies and Hayes chocolate. Emily Elizabeth agreeing. I love the commentary on GC, so we'll certainly read that one out. Marcus. And Emily Elizabeth then adds, I appreciate this channel so much because it's very difficult to watch here unless you have VPN, so thank you.
Root is going to continue emboldened by his success, getting Alex Carey to do something inexplicable in the last over. Usman Khawaja turns this to the leg side, come through for a single. Pat Cummins will face up to Joe Root. Usman Khawaja is looking increasingly assured as this innings has gone on. He was troubled last night and early today, but he's really grown into this innings and is now looking like he is in complete control of his game.
That should do it. Commentary curse, here it comes.
His average at Sydney,
I think it's
average at Sydney is the Devil's number, plus 0.6, and he's on currently 86 of 189. What I've loved is the fact that he's accelerated steadily throughout the innings, which is a very useful skill. Beautiful cover driving off Jack Leach a few overs ago. There is a slip and a leg slip as Root goes round the wicket to Pat Cummins. There's a bit of an uneven bounce, and Root does keep this in line with the stumps. Cummins prods forward and back to the bowler. There is no run. I suppose the real danger for England of this lower order is swinging Mitchell Stark smashing a quick 40 out of nowhere, or a quick 25.
Yeah.
As this one skids into the pads of Cummins, who is a very decent lower order batter, but perhaps a little high at 8 and doesn't have the range of stroke that Mitchell Starc does.
I'm slightly surprised Mitchell Starc hasn't come in ahead of him, to be honest.
As this is on the toes and clipped by Cummins, will fielded by Wood at backward square leg come 45, and there is no run.
So there's a very interesting footage on Channel 7 right now of Joe Root and Nathan Lyon discussing quite clearly spinning technique and the
they showed that a little while ago, or BT showed that a little while ago. I don't know if they're in control of their own pictures or if they're just taking foxes, but yes, they were deep in discussion earlier today, the Spinners Union. We've got
I don't mind that.
Slipping a leg, slipping a leg slipper mid-wicket, deep with 3 fielders back on the leg side for Pat Cummins, which is perhaps trying to get him to take a single, but he's not going to do that and expose himself to Wood. 1 run off the over, a small measure of control from England in the last few overs. Australia 290 for 6.
Just a couple of tweets. Marg, I'm prepared to not be nice to you, Guerrilla Cricket, if the compliments are disconcerting. And Anna Forsyth, I went to the cinema. Quick summary of what's happened since lunch.
Let's see. Usman Khawaja has happened quite a lot since lunch. What else has happened since lunch? Stephen Smith. Stuart Broad bowled very well with the second new ball. Got Stephen Smith and Cameron Green out in short succession. Alex Carey did something bizarre and Hoyt hopefully at Joe Root just now and gave a top edge, which Bairstow took well. And Mark Wood's bowling his heart out as he goes back of the length, and Khawaja, looking increasingly assured, as we were saying, jumps up onto his toes and drops this into the onside for a single. We also had Wood and Broad unable to bowl at the same time. Anderson had just finished a spell, so we had Jack Leach and Joe Root bowling in tandem for a little while, but Wood and Broad are now both back on the field. Australia have progressed steadily, I wouldn't say entirely serenely, but steadily, 291 for 6. England have not completely fallen apart, but have occasionally threatened to do so.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way of putting it.
There's Wood steaming in. It's not that warm in Sydney, but it's tough work when you're bowling 20 overs. As a bowler of his pace. This is down the leg side, and Cummins, who's now played out 2 overs worth of dot balls, leaves it through to the keeper. There is no run.
It's all contextual, isn't it? Australia 291 for 6, they're all out 330 for 340. If they're up against a fearsome batting lineup, everyone's saying, well, this is the problem. Australia never put enough runs on in their first innings to allow their to allow their bowlers to have something to bowl at against this terrific England batting lineup.
Yeah, not scared, I think, is the way I'd put it.
Wood turns. Arms are pumping, hurtles in. Right arm over the wicket to Pat Cummins and beats him on the outside edge. Cummins playing inside the line and not following it, but it did jag away off the seam. It's a good delivery. Pat Cummins nods at Mark Wood as though to say, yeah, I'd have been happy with that. There is no run.
Yeah, it was well bowled. Very well bowled. There's an interesting figure that I've just seen Jared Kimber tweeted. Jack Leach averages 158 against left-handers in the first innings of tests, and they score 4.4 runs and over against him.
Yeah,
That's pretty scary stuff.
Yeah, even for a spinner turning the ball into the batter as an off spinner to right-hander or left-arm spinner to left-hander, that's alarming that he's not able to even gain any measure of control, let alone penetration against the left-hander. Back of a length, Cummins sways and drops the hands and lets it go past his chest through to
and it's all very
no run.
All very well. People saying, "Oh well, Joe Root ought to invest more trust in him." Look what happens in the Australian team with Nathan Lyon. You can't trust somebody who's going for those figures, can you?
Well, I think
it's a vicious circle, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the two are somewhat linked, and I think that. England's handling of spinners, many books have been written about that and articles and so forth, and I think Jack Leach has been at times shabbily treated by England, but doesn't always help himself. Wood comes in the offside field, moves in a little bit closer to Cummins. That's Fuller. That's a beauty from Wood. Ooh. Fuller and searching and just beating the outside edge. Mark Wood cannot believe that has not taken the edge. Credit to Cummins, I guess, for allowing himself to be beaten, but he has been beaten now 3 times in his 15-ball stay at the wicket by Mark Wood. A lovely delivery.
Absolute beauty. Cummins averaging 16, 2 50s, strike rate of 37. Stark 10 Test 50s, high score of 99, averaging 22. Why isn't Stark coming in ahead of Cummins?
There was a period. Cummins' batting was very, very good for a while, but it deteriorated quite quickly in the last couple of years as Wood comes in to Cummins. This is down the leg side. Cummins tries to flick it with no real conviction. Goes through to Butler. There is no run. There was about a 2-year period where Pat Cummins was averaging less with the bat than Mohammed Shami, who was the most agricultural of tail-enders going. He's solid, but doesn't have many shots, Pat Cummins. 1 run off that over. Khawaja will now be facing up to possibly Joe Root, unless Stuart Broad is able to bowl. Mark Wood is now miming something. He's miming he wants an ice towel brought to him, and I can imagine why. Australia 291 for 6.
Yeah, Leach has got none for 62, and Wood's got 1 for 55 off 19, 20 overs. You would think, looking at the scorecard in years to come, they bowled with the same threat, but nothing could be further from the case really today. Anthony Condom, good thing I'm not on Guerrilla Cricket today, because of the few things I'll barrack for, it's a Khawaja turn, but I'm anxiously eyeing the 87.
Khawaja comes forward and pushes this into the offside. Presumably Stuart Broad is still serving out his notice period. He was off the field for a little while and so cannot bowl for as long as the time that he was off the field. Khawaja pushes this into the offside for no run, and pushes this into the offside for no run. Almost identical first 2 deliveries.
I think it's fair to say that Usman Khawaja is one of those extremely well-liked cricketers right across Australia.
Well respected as well. He's sort of something of a leader in a moral leader in as far as Australian men's cricket has one. As Khawaja goes back and pushes this to cover for no run. And I think he's got a lot of respect among the Australian team for standing up to Justin Langer.
All right, yeah.
Not one to be easily swayed. Khawaja, round arm from Root, a little fuller, driven pleasantly by Khawaja, who's off the Australian Devils number. Out too, said Stuart Broad at deep cover for a single.
I don't like to indulge in diddle-daddle outside cricket really, but I think he got into the headlines not through any fault of his own, but because I think his brother got him into the headlines.
Yeah, there was something. His brother got involved in something unsavoury. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was something which you'd rather your brother wasn't involved in. This is down the leg side. Good take by Butler, skipping a couple of steps to his left and taking quite low. There is no run. Cummins on 0 off 17. Doesn't look unduly bothered about it, but I don't know how much this has particularly helped Australia. I suppose he's still there with Khawaja. Root is going back over the wicket. There is the slip and a leg slip, but there is a lot of protection out on the leg side. Again, trying to tempt Cummins into taking a single, but Jack Leach doesn't get the memo and picks the ball up at mid-wicket, just as Cummins might have been looking for a single. 1 run off the over. Australia 292 for 6. We've got now 14 minutes until the tea break of this, with this extended second session.
We've got a little bit of action on YouTube. The delightful Emily Elizabeth says, I found GC on the Radio Garden app and was so excited to find a cricket radio station. Not one of yours. I wondered if she was, but I'll be happy to be an honorary GCer. Jack H asked, Leach looks like he'd struggled to make the first for your local park team, but he does seem to have been treated very poorly. Where's he seen success? We saw success in India. We can go back to that if you like.
Excellent in India and on 2 tours of Sri Lanka. And actually not bad at home when he's been tried in a sort of limited role. He's a decent bowler, but he's limited.
Cummins is being defended by Suter, who thinks he's doing the captain's approach of staying in, Stark will come in and go to snuff it.
Usman Khawaja pulls this fiercely in front of square. Will it go for 4? It will go for 4. That's a great shot from Khawaja, because Wood is bowling close to 90 miles an hour, but Khawaja's picked that up beautifully and powered it away through square leg and mid-wicket really to move into the 90s. in a series where David Warner's yet to make 100, where Stephen Smith's yet to make 100, where Marnus Labuschagne has yet to make 100. Australia have had their middle order stand up. We've seen Travis Head score that magnificent 150. We've seen Alex Carey score runs. This is outside off stump and cut away by Khawaja out to backward point for a single. Marcus Harris stood up in Melbourne, and now Asmar Khawaja here in Sydney.
I have to say that notwithstanding the size of Travis Head's score, I think this is probably a superior innings to that innings. It's in circumstances where it's been really important to Australia.
The circumstances were different. Travis Head's was a very entertaining and very important counterpunch when Australia were in trouble. And probably had more... I think Khawaja, in terms of sort of the raw innings, in terms of the control, maybe, but I think Travis Head was the more important innings. Which is not Khawaja's fault, obviously. He gets picked when he gets picked. As Cummins blocks this back to Wood, there is no run.
I'll come down on your side, I think, on this one, Messi, if I may. I think that, and really shading it for me, I suppose, has been Khawaja's aesthetics. It's just been marvellous things to watch.
Yeah, I agree. I do enjoy watching him bat.
Oh, he's a lovely player to watch. He really is. I've been a big fan of Asmar Khawaja. I would have had him instead of Travis Head. I might have even had him in the top 3 potentially, or perhaps as an opening partner for Warner, but there we are. I would also have had Glenn Maxwell batting number 5 for many years in all formats in Australia, but that's not going to happen. So this is outside off stump from Wood, left alone over the top of off stump by Cummins, through to the keeper. There is no run. Yeah, I think I tweeted before the series, in a just world, Asmar Khawaja at number 3 and Glenn Maxwell at number 5 would be Australia's, would be in every Australian Test team.
You're not alone in your infatuation for Glenn Maxwell. There's no doubt about that.
He's got a good first-class record. He's got 100 in India. I think he's at least given him a go. But the Australian selectors, whoever they may be, seem to think otherwise. I think might be as much as I'll say on the subject, because it's not going to happen. As Wood comes in, good bouncer, which Cummins, to be fair, sways inside the line of with a decent amount of time. This pitch has calmed down again after doing all sorts for a little while. Back to the sun, perhaps. Pitch reading is a curious art, not that far off divination.
Well, I have to say the sun's got to me. It's got to 37 degrees here, so I've had to put the air conditioning on.
Too bloody hot.
Yes, it's not. It's only 27 degrees inside.
Last ball of the over from Mark Wood to Patrick Cummins. Full delivery, attacking the stumps. Good from Mark Wood. Well played by Cummins. Blocked up to Anderson at mid on Wood, continuing to bowl. And do yeoman work for England. Australia 297 for 6.
Yeah, it's all happening on YouTube. Sutu, who points out 8 for 153 in Sri Lanka was Leach's best. And Jack H, talking about Cummins, says a decent point this, I think. He came back from his 5 years of back injuries as a very decent batter from memory. As he's got healthier, been able to focus on his bowling, his batting has consequently faded. And then moving on, Jack moves on to Usman Khawaja. That pull is why we all thought he was going to be the next Ponting a decade ago. And then there's some chat between Emily and Jack H about the merits of Jack Ponting.
Jack Ponting?
Jack Ponting, Ricky Ponting.
As Joe Root gets this one to just stop in the wicket a little bit and straighten, if not turn, Khawaja a little early on the stroke. Went pretty much directly in front of him, so no danger. But Root getting a little bit out of the surface. I'll be very interested to see how Nathan Lyon bowls on this, which may conceivably be today. This is outside off stump, and Khawaja drives out to Broad at deep point. Perfectly happy to let Cummins face.
I think Jack Ponting would be an Australian PI with personal problems in a drama series.
The creativity coming out still there.
Yeah, I think permanent 5 o'clock shadow, never sleeps.
Yes,
lives on whiskey and regret.
That's Jack Ponting.
Yeah, I think Jack Hope's got into your head for 40.
Slip and a leg slip for Root. Nicely played by Cummins, who is off the mark, pushing this to Stokes at a deepish set mid-on, coming through for the single. Claps from his hometown crowd at the SCG. 1 of 24, Patrick Cummins. Usman Khawaja.
Yeah, that's not like him, actually.
Usman Khawaja, one big blow away from a Test match 100 as Root is in. This is driven very pleasantly by Khawaja. There is a deep cover out there, though, as Stuart Broad. So it'll just be a single.
I don't think there's any doubt that Cummins views his role at this stage as making sure Khawaja gets his 100.
Yeah, he views his role as as continuing to be there.
Yes.
Which is absolutely fair enough. Khawaja's last Test 100 was against Sri Lanka in Canberra in February 2019. This one drifts into the pads of Cummins, who again drives down to the long on, which is an odd position for someone who's on 1 off 23, but there we are. Comes through for the single. Root now being milked 4 singles in this over.
It's a good strike rate, isn't it, Khawaja? 95 off 199 balls.
Yeah, just under 3 runs and over, and he was much, much slower than that, well under 2 for large parts of his innings. But as I say, he's steadily accelerated. This is a long hop, a filthy long hop from Root, and punished lovelily by Usman Khawaja. There is a fielder out at deep cover, but that went square of the wicket. Takes Usman Khawaja to 99.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
I think the camera's just picked out his wife Rachel in the crowd. Be a proud moment for the Khawaja family if he does get there. But that is the end of the over, so you'll have to wait a little while. Australia over 300 now, which England incidentally haven't reached all series. 305 for 6 of 109 overs.
This is why people listen to Guerrilla Cricket, because they want to know Usman Khawaja's wife's name, and nobody else could possibly have told you that.
Great knowledge. And talking of relatives, the various people are filling in on Khawaja's brothers' misdeeds, if you want to find out. I won't read them all out here. Ravi Nair, too many plays and misses, not enough plays and nicks. When does good luck actually become good technique? And I think Marcus Fox has suggested Ricky Leach, who I see as being the sort of partner of Jack Ponting in this putative
Ricky Leach is not
series.
Ricky Leach is not that far away from the actual name of an American talk show host. Darwin Milan is for some reason coming on to bowl and starts with a short straight break, which Cummins blocks back to the bowler. How long was Broad off the field for that he's not allowed to bowl? This is very strange. I know we're coming up close to tea, but even so.
Bear in mind, Milan is second in England's bowling averages this
is true. One of the wickets he did get in Adelaide was an absolute pie. The next ball is a little fuller and pushed into the offside. Milan fields off his own bowling. There is no run.
Well, I
Introducing the next generation David.
That's not my name. That's not my name.
As Milan is in, tosses this up a little bit. Cummins pushes to Zach Crawley at mid-wicket. There is no run.
We're being commended on your WAG knowledge by Suter Hume.
I hate that term.
It's very dismissive, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
As Milan is in short, and Pat Cummins plays what started life as a pull, then thought about becoming a square cut, then eventually settles on a third potential career as a slap back over the bowler's head for 4.
Yeah.
That's how short and slow it was that Pat Cummins could think about 3 shots and eventually nail the third for 4. Australia 309 for 6. Curious passivity has settled over England after a good bit of work from Broad with the second new ball. No passivity there as Milan tosses this up. This was at least a ball that had a modicum of threat to it, but Cummins cleared the front leg and thumped it back over the bowler's head. Back-to-back boundaries for the Australian captain. This partnership is officially annoying for England.
Yes, any hint of control has now gone out of proceedings.
Yet again, England have had positions of if not strength, then certainly parity in chances to make it into positions of strength, but have either had it taken from them or let it go through passivity and failure to seize the moment / mental knackeredness, as Khawaja denies Cummins Cummins denies Khawaja the opportunity to be on strike for the start of the next over and get to his 100 quickly. Pushes down to long off for a single. Milan bowls an entirely pointless over for 9. Australia 314 for 6.
Just one tweet in from Just Ideal, who's specialising in some quite intellectual points. We have cover point to describe forward of square on the offside. Understandably, mid-wicket square leg doesn't roll off the tongue. But is there any term to describe forward of square leg? Probably forward square, I think.
Well, you don't really say forward square leg as
mid-wicket, really.
Well, if it's on the boundary mid-wicket, I sometimes say squarish mid-wicket to distinguish, but it'd be mid-wicket, really. Looks like Jack Leach is getting the ball. Yes, he is. I suppose... yeah. It's interesting, the last 3 overs have been of this session after Root, Milan and now Leach.
That was a very poor call by Cummins to take a single off the last ball of the previous over, seeing as this is the last over before tea and Khawaja's on 99.
Well, I mean, I suppose he's thinking, we'll just take the runs on offer, I'll get a single here.
Yeah. I mean, Jack on YouTube saying this is probably where you can have a crack at Root's captaincy. He does seem to just let a game drift, doesn't seem to be able to...
England are mentally shot. And have looked that way certainly since partway through Adelaide.
You got the right vowel on mentally shot there, did you, Knackle? You did mean shot.
Yes, they're mentally shut. As Leach is into Cummins, decent delivery on stump, and Cummins pushes back to the bowler. There is no run. It would be quite funny if Pat Cummins decides to deny Usman Khawaja the chance of getting to his 100 before tea.
Well,
yes. That would be sort of anti-captain's innings.
Hard to imagine Cummins declaring with Khawaja on 99. As this one turns just a little bit, Cummins blocks back to the bowler. There is no run. No, I don't think Australia are thinking of declaring.
Our own Ben Pobu has just tweeted, Cummins' innate hatred of his fellow man finally shows itself.
A little bit of shithousery is important in an international captain. As Leach is in back of a length, and Cummins does get the single that brings Usman Khawaja on to strike. In 2.5 years since Usman Khawaja last played a test match. Got dropped to allow Stephen Smith and Marnus Labuschagne to play in the same 11. Matthew Wade was preferred to him. Travis Head's been preferred to him. He's back now at the ground where he started his professional career, where he started his test career, where he has his highest test score. We've got a slip, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, regular mid-wicket, square leg, and a fielder on the 45. Everyone's up. Usman Khawaja on 99 off 200. His wife and his child are watching from the posh seat at the SCG. Jack Leach into Usman Khawaja, goes back and clips through square leg. A fantastic 100 from Usman Khawaja. He'll bring it up with 3, 102 of 201 deliveries, a 9th test 100, a second at the SCG, a second against England. Well played, Usman Khawaja.
I'm very happy.
20, 40, 60, 80, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Two years and about 11 months since he scored his last Test 100, and with Australia due to tour India, due to tour Pakistan, Usman Khawaja might just have got himself another run in the Australian team. A lovely, lovely innings that he's controlled the pace of superbly. Pat Cummins pushes this backward of square, just opens the face and guides it past backward point. Anderson chases and dives and gets to it. Good fielding by James Anderson, a renowned chaser of lost causes, and flings the ball back in. They come through for another 3. But what a fantastic innings by Usman Khawaja.
Absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely.
10 years after his debut on this very ground in the ill-fated Ashes Test series of 10 years ago for Australia.
Yeah, when he got a pleasant 13.
Played a nice innings.
Got pleasant 13
Yes.
and was roundly mocked for it.
I had the feeling it was more like 30, and I remember Alan Border saying it's how he got the 30.
As leeches into Khawaja, pushes what will probably be the last ball of the session into the offside, and indeed it is the last ball of the session, and one in which Australia have taken control at last of the fourth Test match. They started the session at 209 for 3. There was a good burst from Stuart Broad with the second new ball, but Usman Khawaja has taken Australia into a position of control. Australia have added 112 runs in this extended second session. They are 321 for 6. England are down on bowlers. Ben Stokes has a side strain. Mark Wood is not far off bowling himself into the ground. Stuart Broad's not been able to bowl for a while. But take a bow, Usman Khawaja. He's taken Australia into the position of dominance in this Test match, as they have been in the previous 3. He's accompanied by Patrick Cummins, who's on 15 not out of 34. There's still one long session to go today, rain and light permitting, but Australia applaud Usman Khawaja back into the dressing room, and rightly so.
Absolutely. I think there's something very fair and equitable about him getting that century, because he's a very talented cricketer. He's had opportunities that haven't always come his way because of circumstances, and to see him do that is something of a redemption, notwithstanding the fact that a number of players have been played into form against what has to be said is a less than devastating attack.
A less than devastating attack shorn of some of its best operators for various parts of this game, but he came through tricky periods yesterday against Wood and against Anderson and against Broad, and indeed today he was batting with a not particularly fluent Stephen Smith at times, but he's grown in confidence throughout this innings, and is now looking completely serene at the crease. We'll just have a few more tweets and then we'll go to our tea time entertainment, but yeah, I'm very happy that I got to call that 100 for a player I very much like and admire.
Fantastic, you did a great job heralding the occasion. Well done, Knuckle. Just ideal. Pat Cummins to take Novak's place in the Australian Open, 4 hands back over the bowler, and a foresight. It started snowing on my walk home. Very picturesque, but I didn't have to be out in it. Light roller, I'm off to the pub to watch the last session. Many thanks for the commentary and frivolity. Feed has been a bit dodgy from the website, by the way. Jeff, very nice of England to gift us a turn by serving up a delicious selection of tasty pies leading up to tea. Mayank, random fun fact, Khawaja's wife is 10 years younger than him. And Anna Forsyth, I'm happy for Khawaja, not least because it will most likely make Langer unhappy.
Yes, bins kicking, and not least because of the video that Cricket Australia put up of Bangladesh celebrating, which became a bit of a thing. But anyway, yes, Usman Khawaja has Australia in control. They're 321 for 6. Join us in about 10 minutes or so for the third session of what could become yet another chastening day in this chastening series. Here's Ashley Gray, Anindra Dutta and Tony Bishop.
Was Balu, the best spinner in the country by far, known in places